require secrets. You can go out and check it for yourself. You don't need to believe anybody. Don't need to believe us. You can just go out just outside yourself and look at a boat going towards the horizon, and then you can check your uh, phone, and you can see the ship tracker, and see you can see how far away that ship is from you, and then you can be like, wait a minute, I shouldn't be able to see that ship. That's three orders of magnitudes, four orders, 10 orders of magnitude beyond what I should be able to see. The globe cannot accommodate that, because if you're going to be refracting light around the globe to make it appear flat, you have consequences, and that is different wavelengths refract at different rates. And so all of the white light would separate into rainbow. And so you would be looking at a gay world if you were on a globe.
Bro, the fact that you said that so seriously, that was so good.
You know, it's funny that you just came in here and you asked why would they lie. Like I did a Google search. For some reason, I was trying to find something else, and I typed the words "the world wants to be deceived." Apparently, that's like an actual thing. Like that's a known Latin phrase. Um, goes "mundus vult decipi, ergo decipiatur," which means the world wants to be deceived, so let it be deceived. Right? Um, the reason why the world wants to be deceived, people don't want to accept responsibility and be accountable for their own daily lives.
Yep.
Right? They want a government to tell them what to do because
Yeah, they want an authority to tell them what to do. If it's not a government, it's a priest.
yeah, because the truth really at the end of the day is really bitter, right? Like there's truths that make you feel really good, and then there's truths that you're like, I didn't want that to be true because that means I have to change who I am and accommodate for the truth because the truth
Yeah.
is the truth.
Yeah, it means you have to take responsibility for your actions. It means you have to be responsible in the world instead of just YOLOing your life away.
But that's a far more deeper conversation because, you know, really what you should be saying is you shouldn't be asking the question, why would they lie? You should just be asking the question, are they lying? And then go from there.
Yeah, can I know if what they're telling me is the truth? You don't need to believe us. You don't need to believe them. You can just check if what they're telling you is the truth. And once you know that they're not telling you the truth, you're one of us. Yeah, that's FE is correct. Belief is the enemy of knowing. Belief is the thing that keeps you from actually looking and knowing better because you believe it's something else. You don't actually look.
Yeah, you get all comfortable and makes you feel all warm inside because you're, oh, that sounds really good. Imagine being told that you're on this little spinning ball in the vacuum of space and you're in this Goldilocks zone, right? And everything's all nice and comfy here. And, everything's too far away for you to get access to outside of Earth. There could be life out there, but we're comfortable where we are. Oh, no. You got too comfortable. The Earth is actually getting warmer. All the ice caps are melting. And we need to find a way off of this rock. But
Yeah, imagine believing the globe Earth story. You're like stuck in this void of nothingness with the entire cosmos being like very far away from you. You're stuck in this insane void of nothingness. That's where the Earth is supposed to be in the globe model. It's insane. And meanwhile, if you just translated all that is created from the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. And once you take that assumption away, all of that assumption about how the sky is ordered goes out the window. And it's like the sky is much closer than you believe based on this story. That makes the world so much more intimate, so much more closer to you. You're not this random speck of nothingness in an infinite expanding universe. You're a purposeful being on a world created for this experience. And your purpose here is perceived beyond time and space. And so the impact you have on other people, the people that you bring into the world through a copulation, actually impact the world to a larger degree than we can imagine. And so the creator sees all of reality at once, all of time at once. That's the meaning of being omnipresent. Like it's experiencing all of reality and at once. And so that means that we have a purpose, that we have a meaning far beyond this global insignificant monkey people. That is a delusion meant to control you so that you don't experience the full extent of what you are capable of.
Fuck.
yeah, you've got the spark of life in you, right? You're the light in the eye of the beholder. And like Dre said, you have purpose, right? What is that purpose? Purpose is to go out there and love everyone as he loved us. Right? Share this experience together, grow, multiply, build. There's certain laws and certain order in this life that we have, but the sky is the limit on everything that you can go out there and create. Have fun.
I mean, if there's a dome, then there's a limit. Then the dome is the limit.
I said the sky is the limit, right? Who's to say that they didn't build the what is it, the stairway to heaven, right? Who's to say that they didn't have a building that went all the way up to the very tip top, touched the top, and then it was destroyed later? We don't know. We weren't there. We get the story of a vengeful creator that hated the idea of us getting closer to him. What if it was the exact opposite? What if they got to the top because they were trying to disprove God, and instead they found the top, and they're like, "Oh shit! No, we got to tear that down."
Yeah. What if it had unintentional consequences? Like you're connecting two wires together that are not supposed to be connected. And then that creates a discharge, and then the whole thing fucking gets destroyed. And the remnants, of course, are like, oh no, God hated that.
True. What if they created a direct line down, charge to discharge? I mean,
I
that gets
mean, we
into the
already
whole
know that
hypothetical.
there is a charge difference between the sky and the ground. We already know there's a temperature difference. Like, God only knows what would happen if you connected those 2 points.
But yeah, to limit ourselves to what? To letting somebody else dictate your life. Like, what a sad life. You know, I read the book. I listened to the audiobook of The Richest Man in Babylon. And I suggest everybody go out there and read it or listen to it. But pay attention. There's one story in particular where this guy is a slave. And all of them are brought into this slave system, like a compilation of like 4 or 5 stories. But they're all brought into this slave system. And one of them, he's bought and sold to this wealthy man's wife. Like he's supposed to serve her purpose, or her purpose. She was going on a trip, and she needed strong men to keep her alive on this very long distant trip. And when they go on this trip, he's talking to her, and he's like, I was a free man at one point. She's like, we'll see about that. So then the time comes that everybody's on their last leg, and they're all out of resources. And she goes to him and says, "You remember when you said that you were once a free man?" And he said, "Yeah." And of course, he's miserable. She's miserable. They're all miserable. And she goes, "Well, a slave, right? Like you think that you're not. Slave would take this opportunity to lay down and die because he has nothing left to live for, and he has no reason to go out and find something that's going to bring everybody back to life. A free man will never give up. Which one are you?" Of course, the story goes that he goes on to bring everybody back to life with resources and everything like that. He finds a way to make it work.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying, Drace? Like a slave in this world says, "Oh, what difference does it? We're all just going to die."
Yeah, it's a matter of perspective. How do you view the world? How do you view yourself in it? Like if you are just a slave and you just act like a slave, your whole life is just gonna be a slave. Even if you start as a slave, if you wake up and you stop and you look around and you realize I'm on a plantation, this isn't right. And that is something that I think is God given. It's like the Creator lets people know so that people can wake up and realize what's going on, and that just keeps happening throughout the ages. And it's just a matter of like what history gets passed on.
Well, I'm a little disappointed he left. We were getting down to the heart of that one, weren't we, Drace? Why would they lie?
Yeah. They, why do they lie? Because power and control, and by controlling history, you control the future because people expect the history to follow into the future. And so when you selectively copy and replicate only certain works and the rest just gets left to history and their private collections, then you end up with the world just believing the history is one way when it was actually another. And the funny thing is a lot of the history just is plain as day. If you just read the history itself, read the different accounts, read what the people said themselves, you'll get a totally different view compared to what the historians or what you're taught in school say. Because they have a certain view and they push that certain view. But when you look at it from a different angle and you have more of the information, then it becomes a totally different perspective. And that's one of the things I think a lot of the globe believers don't really get, is that their beliefs are cherry picked, framed in a certain way, and they just believe it as it is without ever checking, like, where did this come from? What did people believe at the time? Are they the only people that believe this? Or, like, how widespread was it? Was there contention against it? One of the funniest things I think is like, flat earthers discovered the Coriolis effect long before any globe earther did, and it was long before it was attributed to Gaspard Gustave Coriolis, and whom after the effect is named. But flat earthers used it as an argument against the Earth being spinning for hundreds of years. But we don't get that taught in history. We don't have those history books speaking about those flat earthers. The only thing we have is the globe earthers talking about the flat earthers of their time. That's the only record we have which proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that they have memory hold and erased so much of our literature and so much of our history that we're living in a pigeonholed freaking ideal imaginary world that doesn't actually reflect the geniuses of their time. We only get taught the established fucking cult narrative and the people that belong to the cult and what they said about other things that were spoken about during their time. And so their perception of reality gets taught as reality, while that's just a cultist view. Everything else was a memory hold. And they did that through the printing press, through the control of what they would replicate. The Benedictine monks, for instance, would replicate documents that aligned with their views. They would replicate documents about linealogy and fabricate people's connection into those linealogies so that they would have claim to land. Like, we're talking about generational corruption that's been active throughout society for millennia, and it's slowly spread like a mafia through all freaking countries, all ethnicities, all cultures. You're dealing with a far greater problem than the earth being flat or a sphere. That's just the linchpin that lets you see that they've been lying to you and you can prove them wrong. You just need to go out and look and see, wait, I can see way too far. And then when
I,
they
I
say, well, refraction, they can't prove that. But you can prove them wrong because infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light. And so when you can
Mhm.
see too far and you look in infrared and you can still see even further in infrared, that's the opposite of what they claim is the cause of you seeing too far. They claim you can see too far because the light is bending around the globe, making it appear flat. But if infrared refracts less, you would not see as far. But we see further in infrared, so their whole belief system is falsified. The earth is flat, measurably so. And so the whole religious belief system of the globe, which we've been paying insane amounts of money in taxes, is all falsified. You don't have to pay that money if, like, it's retarded that you have to pay that money. It's retarded that the government is trying to leech off the public. But that's the life we live, that's the reality we live in. And the globe isn't real, it's just another scam, it's a Ponzi scheme.
you touched on the flat Earth being like the linchpin. I've said that like ever since I became a flat earther. It's the only foot they have left in the door. Like if you can get the globe out of your mind, you literally see the world for what it is. It's literally like They Live, where you're putting on the glasses and you see all the
Yeah,
propaganda for what it is.
yeah, it's like a illusion in your brain, and you frame everything in that view. I remember when I was young and I would see the horizon, I would like I'd go on some kind of ride or something that would put me high up into the air, or on an airplane, and I'd be like imagining the Earth is curved. Like, it's just freaking delusions in your brain, bro. Like, it's not real. It's not happening, and you're kind of just like swept along, and that's how the whole manipulation works. It sweeps you along, and the flat Earth is really good at helping you understand that there's sorry, there's logical errors to their argumentation. And once you start understanding these errors in things that you used to believe, like the Earth being a globe, you start seeing these errors in everything else. And so they're trying to convince you of something political, and you're just like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. That's non sequitur. Like, you're begging the question here. This is circular reasoning. This doesn't make any sense. I'm not gonna believe you. I'm just gonna go by what I experience, what my lived experience, and that generally benefits people more because that affects them where they are instead of some imagination that doesn't actually affect them. Just like if you're building something, or if you're firing a shell in the military, uh, it benefits you not to be a dumbass, not to account for something that doesn't exist. And so the best snipers, the most accurate people don't account for the globe because it doesn't actually help. Like, when you're building something, you
No,
don't account for the globe because it doesn't help. It actually
if you
makes it
miss your
worse.
target at distance, you're going to be like, oh, there must have been a gust of wind or like a transverse wind that I didn't account for. You're never
Yeah.
going to say, oh, it was because I didn't account for the Coriolis
Yeah,
or the
the
current.
correction from the wind is actually greater than the Coriolis correction, And so, like, because you don't know the medium between you and the target, and so there could be a gust of wind in between there and the target at any point. And so that could be more than the Coriolis correction. And so most of the times, if they don't hit the first target, which is most of the time, they will correct based on where the shell hit to shoot again. And they will try to shoot again as fast as possible after the correction, because that way the air hasn't changed too much. Because the more the air changes, the more variations of where the shell is going to land. And the shell variation, or the error variance where the shell is going to land, is like orders of magnitude greater than any Coriolis or curve correction. And so they have nothing actually supporting the globe, and the people who hit the best, they actually don't account for the globe because it's a waste of time, because it takes more time to account for that than it takes to just correct and shoot.
Yeah, I've shot 900 meters before, and you just don't account for it. Like, oh, I was off by a foot. Here, let me aim in this particular spot. That should put me on target, and it does.
Yeah.
They call it Kentucky windage.
Yeah, the first round you're gauging your target, and how close you're gonna hit based on that aiming, and then based on that you can get a general sense of what you need to do to actually aim and hit the target if you're using shooting stuff. The Globers just are retarded, and they're just like, you need to account for the Coriolis and the curve, and you don't aim at the target. That's bad.
You know, my new favorite one that they've been saying: if you walk in a straight line, I mean, they've been saying it for a while. If you walk in a straight line and you end up back where you started, does that mean the Earth is a ball? Well, first of all, no one's ever gone in a straight line. Second of all, the people that try to walk generally in a straight line, if you pick an azimuth, right, 90 degrees east or 270 degrees west, and then you put your compass down and you just try to walk in a straight line, you'll find out that you're not on the same latitude. Once you get, 100 miles away, 1,000 miles away, like you start curving down and away from north for whatever reason. In order to go east or west, you have to constantly look at your compass and make sure that your needle is pointing in the right direction. What's up, Lala?
Lo, 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 lo.
But yeah, man, that's gonna be my new argument. Why would they lie? Because you want them to lie. No, I don't. Prove it.
I mean, you believe them, like you're telling me
Without even
that
questioning.
yeah, you believe them without questioning, and you're telling me you don't. Like you're saying one thing, but you're doing another.
Like if you walked up to a politician and you said, "You're lying to me," and the politician would say, "Why would I lie to you?" And then you walk away I don't know what to tell you.
It's kind of like a politician is like, I know I'm in the Epstein's files, but I didn't do anything. Why would I lie to you? It's like, bro, you've already been implicated, and we can all see the connections by this point. Like, there's no hiding it. Everybody can go outside. Everybody can check the surface. The surface isn't curving, so the Earth isn't a ball. It's very simple.
It was like that guy that was in here just a little while ago. See Africa from Europe. And you
Well-
think that's okay.
If you went into the sky high enough, you will see the curvature. Don't worry, bro.
Have you done that
Yeah,
before?
that's your belief. If you went high into the sky and you had a hallucination, would that change the surface not being curved?
Luke, have you gone really high to see the curve? Luke.
Yeah, I have actually.
Oh, really? How high did you go?
Really high, bro.
I bet you got really high.
So you went higher than the ISS. Are you one of the NASA astronauts that went to the moon?
Why would you go to the flat Earth voice room, bro?
It sounds great. I love how they talk.
It doesn't.
It sounds, I mean, like, they're very talkative. They interact with everybody that joins.
Yeah, what's up, Eric? How you doing?
So what side are you supporting now? Flat Earth?
me?
He's a flat earther now.
Maybe.
No,
Victor's new. You're both.
He knows it's flat. He just chooses to believe somebody else's story.
Yeah.
Yes. Most fucking definitely, yeah.
I mean, how the fuck we don't fall off from Earth? That's a
Exactly.
question.
Because you're upright on the horizontal.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes
Upright.
sense.
You're
Bro
on the
said
floor.
that smoking and like blowing.
How do you fall off the floor?
Are you constantly falling off your floor?
I mean, I'm
You
falling.
can't. I'm falling.
I've been falling.
Are you
That's
following?
That's a
Are you following?
Problem. I suggest
I'm
go
following
see a
or following?
doctor and
I'm
having
bad
your
in
inner
English,
ear
guys.
checked if you have balance issues.
Balance?
Yeah, are you falling?
No, it's because I have diabetes.
Or are you really high? Are you falling or are you really high?
Diabetes.
Yes. You guys, like, it's crazy how diabetes works, to be honest. Like, I literally cut one of my legs. I chopped it. It's crazy.
Well,
Let me ask you this: do you guys know what a horizon is? What the horizon?
Horizon? Like, when you look
Yeah,
up into
what-
the sky and you see horizons like that, right?
The horizons in the sky.
the horizon
That,
line.
I think so. There's a cool game, by the way, named Horizon Zero Dawn. It's a fucking amazing
I
game.
play.
Guys, play.
I'm playing that, bro. I'm playing.
You
that
playing
game.
that? It's crazy, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can
I
you believe
just
this,
went to
Trey?
the
That's
If
a
I,
big
I
one.
believe in Horizon,
You got to look into the sky to see the horizon.
I mean, like
I was just-
Horizon's. I mean, everything beyond your eyesight is Horizon, isn't it?
Everything beyond your eyesight is horizon. Well, that's the vanishing.
I mean, I
I
can
don't.
see.
I
the
don't
moon.
know.
And the
Is
moon
there?
not the horizon.
Oh fuck yeah.
Do you look
Damn.
up, down, or outwards, forward to see the
Forward?
horizon?
Victor.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the horizon is the apparent location where the Earth and sky meet.
No, that's no. I mean, you don't wake up in a Tuesday night and say to yourself in the mirror, "Oh, for me, that's a horizon." Horizon is like a basic stuff, man. It doesn't need to be scientific or something. Like a horizon is just like, oh damn, I'm looking like I'm in the beach, right? I'm looking just like
What?
right there in the beach. I see the what do you call that? I see the boats going. That's horizon.
Yeah, what do you think the horizon is?
It's like it's beyond, like it's like looking at the horizon, man.
Just
Like
like
that.
here in my place, we have mountains, right? It's not like the sea or anything, and the mountains kind of start, let's say, touching the sky, so we can't
Yes.
see what it's what is in the other side. That's the horizon. You can't
That's
see.
horizon.
Right.
You see.
So Mount, like land has topography, right? But we can agree that if the Earth is a ball, then the water should be forming around that ball, right?
Hey,
Since
the Earth is not a ball. Don't put it like that. That's a
It's
very
not a ball.
phallic
It's-
description.
Yeah, you just mentioned to you as you said topography. What?
Yeah,
Topography
Yeah.
that's
is
what
like
Yeah,
mountains
so
is.
you know,
Valley
so you know,
stuff like
well, you know,
that.
it's not a ball. It's
Yeah, it's not a
definitely
ball. Yeah, it's not a ball, bro.
is a perfectly good description of.
No, of course not. Ball is like a
spheroid.
like basketball, like football.
yeah,
you know,
it's not.
football.
That's perfectly
Would you say
good
that like a-
description.
A ball.
It's
A ball is a
it's
perfect
called
ball.
an oblate spheroid, but the oblateness is
okay.
so
It's a
small
rounded-
that the
Are you
oblateness is
saying
so-
that the Earth is a ball, man?
It's
That's
not a
what
ball.
they tell us.
It's rounded, but it's not.
NASA
perfect.
shows us a ball that is such
Nah, man.
that is such a perfect sphere that the difference
Nah.
between the equator and the circumference around the north and the south is so small. The difference that looked from
So-
a distance.
so you're not a flat
according to
earther?
NASA, it is as
We're trying to teach you
perfect as a
something, Ron.
perfect sphere
I'm sorry,
as
yeah.
we can get.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
got it.
Not even my balls are like lined up like that. Damn.
Yeah,
that's
your
crazy.
balls are more elongated than this ball.
How do you know about his balls, bro? What the fuck?
Because we
the
have
general
same
anatomy
ball.
of balls.
Yeah, it's
Nah,
kind of
man,
like
I don't know Eric's balls, and I'm friends with him like for what 2 years now.
It's like American football.
I didn't know you
ball.
fondled his balls and knew how exactly
Never
spherical
did.
they
That's what
were.
I'm talking
just
about.
talking biologically.
They only do
they're
that when
more
they're really, really high,
oblong-shaped
Grace.
than spherical.
Yeah, like when we were happy together, like when we're drinking and having a good time, we just say, "Hey, Eric, get a fondle a bit," and it happens. But like, it's not
We
an
know.
often thing, you know?
We know.
Yeah, sure.
It's
But
interesting.
no, that's not.
There's
That's our
like-
private shit.
I mean, there's like videos of people running experiments on with cameras and telescopes on, to
Really?
see if this
Where at?
we actually if they find like the boundary where you can't see the building or where where the boats start to
Well, I-
go down in your
I'm
vision.
more. I'm more curious. Before we get into that, I'm more curious about how far away that boat is. Before
I mean, I can't remember. You can't see the video. It's like 4 or 5 kilo. I don't
Right,
remember.
but I mean, if the boat's 100 miles away, that becomes a problem.
They use
Yeah.
Why is that a
miles,
problem?
and the bottom of the boat start disappearing. That's like, and it was like a man, a flat earther, who was being tested,
Well,
and he was
If
like,
you
"Bro,
understood angular size, then you would understand that, like, as
What is
things
angular
move away in
size?
your perspective-
Educate us.
Yeah,
as
I'll
things
teach-
move away. Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, I'll teach you a little bit. So as
Teach us.
things move away, things get smaller with distance. So a small toy cow in your hand appears as big as the cow really far away from you. That's because angular size changes with distance. And so when you look down a corridor, the walls appear to be closing in, the floor appears to be rising up, the ceiling appears to be dropping down. All of these points meet at a vanishing point. Now, if you remove the walls, that vanishing point stretches into a horizontal line. That's your
That's
horizon.
crazy, right? Oh, may I ask you something? Is it the moon
Look in the
also
side
flat,
chat.
or is it what?
Look in the side chat.
what
Grace
about
was explaining
The
something to
sun
you.
does not rise and set; it simply enters and exits our
What
line
a-
of vision. Sense
Yeah, but-
bad due to perspective.
bro, can't you read like silently? What the fuck?
I'm sorry, that's my fault, Eric.
Reading your mind, dude. Let me.
Oh yeah,
speak.
sorry, bro. No, sure.
Yeah,
So,
go ahead, Grace.
So it's is it the sun and the other planets also are flat?
No.
No,
Their
we
lights
don't have
that move
any
across the
planets.
That's what I asked you, motherfucker. That's literally what I asked. He's
But
taking
you
my
stopped-
question,
You
guys.
stopped midway. I
That's
was
fine.
I
It's
already-
fine.
but like,
It's only
damn,
a
but that was my question.
You can share the question. However,
Nah, I mean,
we
I
don't
just
have
stole
we
your
don't-
question. You have the right to shut that.
no, I
fuck
mean,
up.
fuck no. That guy is literally like picking
Come
my
on, man.
questions.
Have a little decorum. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
just
fine.
I
I'm
thought
sorry.
about it.
I'm
I
sorry.
thought
slow
about it.
down.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Okay, I'm
I'll
sorry.
answer
I'm sorry.
both of your questions at the same
It's the
time.
same question though.
Yeah, first the sun and the moon and other planets. All the planets
They're
are they
flat?
Yeah, we don't make claims about the sky. We're not a replacement
not?
cosmology for the belief system that you were raised in. We were also raised in your cult. We also were raised with your beliefs. However, we have falsified those beliefs, so we are no longer required to believe your belief system. We don't have a replacement belief system for you. We just have evidence that your current belief system is false. Is that
So
good
you don't
enough
have
for
an
you?
answer. So basically, you don't have an answer. So you,
Oh,
you
So
just
we
said-
look
Yeah,
at we look
we're not a
it's around-
replacement religion.
You just said
so we
basically
look
like,
at so we look into the sky and we see
'Cause-
lights in the sky. So what?
yeah,
No,
we
I mean
see.
like
And if the
it's-
Earth was flat, it was actually flat. You could see the sun.
Did you know what the definition of a planet is?
If the Earth is flat,
No.
it is flat. It's measured
like,
flat.
so-
It's used as flat. There's no evidence that it is curved. If you have
No.
any evidence, we'll
but if
willingly
you
go
if you
over
would
it
guess, if you
because
would
we've
guess,
gone over it
Yeah, but
1,000 times
how-
before.
How does a planet orbit a star, and the star is
We don't
flat?
go
Do
around
you
the
believe-
star.
Do you believe
we
that the
don't?
We are not
sun is
required to give you an explanation for how the world works when your belief of how the world works has
No, like, wait a
already
second,
been
wait a second.
falsified.
But give me an answer. Like when I asked you about
Yeah.
the gold,
So here's the problem, right? If the Earth is
you
not
gave
a
me an
sphere,
answer when I said about the
if
gold.
the Earth is not a sphere, the entire cosmic ladder is wrong. We're not going around the sun. The moon's not orbiting around a sphere. We're not going around the Milky Way galaxy.
well, like if you would
The
guess, if you
entire
would
story
guess,
is wrong.
do you think?
If
Do you
I would
think that
guess, we're the floor of the
stars and
universe.
no, wait a sec.
We're the
if you
floor.
would
We're the
guess.
floor of the universe, and the sky moves above us. That's what
Well,
my
let me
guess.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. You're looking up to the sky, right? And you see like a round moon over there. Do you think it's a spheric or plane? Plane, like
It is.
idea.
It's circular. It's circular.
it's circular, and like, but
It
it's
looks
like a
spherical to me. It
exactly
looks
exactly
spherical
like
to-
Drace, exactly like
It's a
Drace.
2D
Do you think it's a
2D.
ball?
It's like a 2D.
I'll answer you. It looks
Perfect.
spherical to me. We're told that the lunar eclipses are Earth's shadow hitting the spherical moon. However, if
Yes,
you
the
understand
spherical
how
moon.
shadows work,
So why do you
understand-
think
St-
why do you
Hold
think
on,
all the
bro.
other
relax,
Hold on.
calm down.
Okay, I'm so
If you
sorry. Keep going,
understand how
bro.
shadows work,
Like don't lose your
shadows,
control.
when they hit a surface, they conform to the shape of the surface. So when you cast a shadow from a straight pole onto jagged stairs, the shadow will appear jagged. So if you cast a circular shadow onto a spherical object, that circular shadow will distort along the shape of the sphere. We don't see that with lunar eclipses. So the claim that Earth is casting a shadow onto a spherical moon is debunked by
No,
the
yeah,
simple
I mean, it's-
nature of
okay,
stop
I got
talking.
it.
By the simple nature of how shadows work.
Yeah, I got
So
it. But like
we're not
for me,
claiming
you're
about
just beating around
how
the bush. I
moon
mean, you,
it looks
No, yes.
spherical. We're not claiming the geometry
No,
or
yes.
how the sky actually works. That's
Drace.
No, yes, of
cosmology.
course, of
We
course.
don't
I
have a
got it, I got
replacement
it.
I have a
cosmology
test for them,
you.
Drace. I
no,
have a
please,
test for
please.
them,
Okay,
Drace.
so I
Hold
was
on,
waiting for him
Victor,
to finish.
Victor,
I was waiting for him to
Victor.
finish to say something.
know, but I
No,
have
wait
a
a
test
minute,
for- I have
bro.
a test for you.
Nah,
This is
I don't
going
want
to
to respond
explain
to
it.
your test.
You
I'm
waited.
going
just
to
wait a minute.
explain it
Just 1
better for
minute.
you.
Waited. You
No.
waited.
Just
your
1
friend.
minute.
No.
You waited your friend
Just
to
1
speak. Let him
minute,
speak.
please.
No. You want to be muted?
Please.
You want to
I'm
be
gonna be
muted?
muted because I'm asking to speak.
You wanna be?
Yeah.
These
So
kind
what
of
I need
people-
y'all to do
These kind of people are
is to look.
hilarious.
I know. I need y'all to look in the side chat, and I need you to look at these
Ah.
4 circular objects in the side chat.
Right,
right.
right.
And I need you to tell me which one of these are spheres, because when you look into the sky, this is all you can see is a circular object on a black background. So if you want to kindly answer to me which one of those are spheres, and then I can give you the demonstration. I have a gift to go with it that will explain it. So by all means, tell me which ones are spheres.
You know that's impossible to tell. This is a flat 2D monitor. I'm seeing it with no
Thank
shadows
you.
behind.
Even if you were looking outside in the sky, that's how you see everything.
Yeah, but how you see things are not how things are. You can see like you can
What?
use again a super, a super telescope and you see the moon. If you start seeing it,
Okay, go
you
get
can
a
see
super
that
telescope and look at those pictures and tell
Hey,
me which
Eric,
one
Eric.
is a sphere.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a
again,
second.
again. Like
Hey,
he
okay.
he just messing. This is like staged actually. Like,
Yeah.
No, bro.
Wait a second.
There's a black
second.
picture with red circles, 2D circles in a monitor with a flat.
Yeah, which one's a
that's not,
sphere?
Okay,
that's not even fair.
I got you. No, I mean that makes sense. So, what is your contention then? What's the problem?
The problem is you didn't gave me
The sun, moon, and planets are all spheres.
of
That's
my
his contention.
question. Like when I asked
So you think?
when I asked you about the sun and the moon, it didn't give me an answer. You just was like
Well,
speaking.
What was the question about the sun? Maybe I can understand it better.
I said again, like are the moon and the planets and the stars flat as well? Do you believe that?
We have no idea. Next question.
How-
Oh, you don't.
Right.
Crazy.
If you don't have an answer, that's
Wait a
not
minute.
science.
Why? No. Nobody here is claiming science. Do you understand what science is?
Oh, really? Really? You're not
Well,
Yeah.
science? You guys.
Science,
You guys.
science-
you
Hold
guys
on a
are
second.
really-
Oh my gosh, fellas. Who here made a claim about science? Do you guys think that geometry is science?
Every single one of you are giving like claims of what things are. Oh, this is a
What
planet.
claim did I make?
This is a planet.
What?
This is how
No.
planets work. This,
No.
all scientific claims. But
it's like
No, they're not science. Wait a minute. Who made a claim that any of the things that you see in the sky are spheres? Who said that?
if it's
no
not
one
science,
did.
what is
the problem
it?
is they don't
What is it
understand
then?
how shadows work. And
No, it's
I
not
tried
about
to teach
that.
them
It's not
how
about
shadow-
that.
Stop talking, little
There's
boy.
no shadows, dude. There's a
The
black
problem
picture
is
with red
You
circles.
don't understand how
can't
shadows
use
work,
a
and you
white
can
shadow.
test it for yourself, and you can check how
There's
shadows
the light.
work and how they conform to
hold on a
the
second.
There's
space
the
they
light in
hit.
object.
You don't
There's the
need to
light in
believe
object.
me. You can just check it for yourself, and then come back and be humble.
Are you two clowns thinking that if we make a claim about something in the sky that it has to do with science? Are you that dense?
If like you're maybe a flat earthers, they believe in science.
No. It's not about that. Science is an empirical method adjudicating cause and effect. You guys were taught about the globe in a science class. You guys got ripped off because you think the globe has something to do with science. Science is a method, but you guys aren't intelligent enough to know that. So you think if we're talking about stuff in the sky, you think it has something to do with science. You are 100% incorrect. You're showing your own ignorance. Now, what is it that we're talking about that would have to do with science? Why don't you tell me, since you guys are science experts or something?
You're showing your ignorance because you said you have no idea of my answer. You said,
Yeah,
I don't
no.
know.
Should I make something up? Should I go ahead and make up a story for you? Or should I just tell you what's honest and I don't know what's going on with the stuff in the sky? Should I do that instead?
Did some flat earther at least try to, prove this, like a point of view?
Prove what? Prove what?
Because there's a lot of people trying to prove the rounded planets and the stars and everything. So you
Yeah, and how did they prove to you? Hold on a second. How did they prove to you that they were spheres? I want to know.
How did they prove to me that it was flat?
The things in the sky, nobody here made claims that the things in the sky were flat. Nobody made that claim. Are you making that up?
I'm not making.
So they
anything
proved
up.
to you that
said-
it's
Okay.
spheres by saying
Just
how
like
did
you're
they
saying,
prove it's
the
flat?
Earth is
You're
flat, but then the
incoherent,
stars
buddy.
and the moon are not flat.
Yeah, you have to understand something. The things in the sky are different than the ground that you're standing on. Who can figure that out with no help?
Oh, so you just believe in something you can't see and touch because you don't believe.
No, that's not it. We're talking about the ground. Is Earth the thing that you're standing on, or no? We're gonna have to take this down to the basic knuckle dragger retard level. Is the thing that you're standing on, is that the Earth?
But the retard level is like you were.
Sorry, friend. I'm just asking you a simple question. Is the thing that you're standing on, is that the Earth?
Yeah, try to answer the question. Don't be a retard.
They're funny, Victor. Are you there?
Is the thing that you're standing on the Earth, or do you?
My floor is flat, and my house is all flat, and my street is almost flat. So Earth is flat. That's what they're saying.
No, that's not what we're saying. We've measured between points over vast distances along the surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature. That's why it's flat. What's going on with the sky is a completely different topic, but this is not that room. See, when you came in here, it said 24/7 flat Earth. It didn't say 24/7 what the fuck's going on with the sky. So you guys are very confused.
Then where are the studies to prove that the things outside of this Earth? Like you're just.
That's a good point. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me where the studies are to tell us about the things in the sky? I didn't make any claims about it. Remember, let me get this. Let me help you out. For the slow kids in the back.
Things outside
Friend,
of this.
for the slow kids in the back, we'll be making claims about the sky. My goodness gracious, Eric, shut the fuck up. So once again, this is 24/7 flat Earth, nothing to do with what's going on in the sky. This is a really simple concept. It really doesn't require a difficult discussion like this. We're talking about the Earth. If you guys want to talk about what's happening in the sky, sorry, we can't tell you. This is about the ground. This is about the Earth, the terra firma. Do you understand? Blink once for yes, twice for no. I guess they don't get it. I guess they don't know what Earth is. Because I asked him what he's standing on. Now he wants to talk about his house floor. This is not 24/7. What kind of floor do I live on? The Earth, man. We're talking about the Earth. Is that difficult?
Why did you mute Victor, bro?
I don't know who Victor is. Who are you, Eric?
Yeah, I muted him because he has a problem with not being able to let other people speak.
Can I say something?
Well,
Does it have something to do with the Earth?
I mean, yes. I was trying to talk with Dreis in the beginning of the VC. I was just about to make a question, and then I got interrupted, and then he was saying that I interrupted him, and I got muted for like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how you guys want to have a conversation if you're just muting the people that disagree with you.
We're not.
No,
it's not even about that. This is mostly about people crying at this point. Are you here to cry?
It's not. I mean, I think we can have.
Okay, well then let's move on. What's your question?
Why interrupting me though? Yeah, why?
And now we're just crying about interruptions. Okay, so do you want to talk about the topic, or do you want to cry? Which one?
Of course. Just to clarify before anything, I got muted because I interrupted someone. So when I got muted,
Hey,
The problem I didn't.
you can talk about the Earth, or you can talk about being muted. When you talk about being muted, I will mute your dumb ass. You can ask a question about the flat Earth, though. So I'm going to take you off mute. No more talking about mutes, please. This is not difficult, but we have to treat you like children because you're acting like children.
Okay, so just unmute Eric and we leave. We cannot have anything about this. Cannot talk about
Okay, bye. See ya.
Yeah. So yeah, just unmute and we leave, please.
You're already muted, dumbass.
No, I'm talking about Eric. And please don't talk to me a dumbass. Have some decorum, right? You talked about it.
Is decorum crying about being muted?
Just unmute Eric and we leave. Simply like this.
I'll tell you what. I'll unmute Eric if you can tell me if crying about muting is having good decorum.
We're not going to cry about anything. Have a nice one, you all. Kisses in the both cheeks. and ciao ciao.
Eric, buddy, he left you hanging there. Now I have to leave you on mute, but you can text in the side chat some kind of apology for Victor, making you look like an ass. It's kind of up to you.
A wondrous argumentation for the globe, by the way. Like, Victor couldn't allow me to get out a sentence before he would try to interrupt, and then he started crying about it afterwards. What a baby.
Yep. Same day, same stuff, different day. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't speak for 10 minutes, so you're delusional, little man? The funny thing is, we had all the answers. We answered everything they had. And they just were dumb. Couldn't actually hold a conversation. And now they're gonna run away. one of the funny things is I didn't even mute that guy. Like, they're going crazy, like, you muted him because of this and that, blah, 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 blah. I didn't mute him. The only time I muted him was while I was speaking. As soon as I stopped speaking, I unmuted him. They're just insane, and so they need to grasp onto straws to try to justify what happened. Well, I'm going to sleep. It's late here. I'll play you one last song before I go. For all the people out there sleeping, I'm sorry. Before you answer.
Pause. Stop over talking, stop racing to win. I'm not here to recruit, convert or bring you in. I'm not selling a map, not pitching a scheme. Just asking you to check what you think you see. We're not trading beliefs like jerseys or teams. We're talking measurements, logic and means. When you interrupt, you miss the claim. Facts don't get louder when you raise the frame. I'm not asking you to drop what you know. Just check the steps that got you there slow. Because confidence isn't a substitute test, and repeating a model isn't evidence. Stop, listen, check the claim. Facts don't care who gets the blame. We don't have a replacement cosmology. We're testing what fails, that's the methodology. That's the methodology. Say it clean so it finally sticks. Falsification is independent of replacement. You don't need a new house to condemn one unsafe. You don't need a new map to say this one's misplaced. When a bridge collapses, you don't ask what's the better bridge, you check the math. Failure stands on its own 2 feet. Truth isn't hostage to what comes next week. So stop demanding a full worldview swap just to acknowledge a test didn't pop. That move protects belief, not reason or fact. It's logic held hostage by comfort and habit. Stop, listen, check the chain. Does the logic hold? Does the test remain? No replacement story, no cosmic plea. Just did the claim survive scrutiny? Survive scrutiny. We're speaking facts, not throwing shade. Teaching how thinking is actually made. Necessary versus sufficient. Learn the split. Compatibility doesn't mean this is it. Underdetermined means you wait. You don't crown a winner just to decorate. If multiple causes fit the same site, none get promoted by sounding right. So hear the words instead of the tone. We're not asking you to stand alone, just to slow down, check your base and let evidence lead, not inherited fate. Stop, listen, measure first. Belief can help or make it worse. We don't have a replacement cosmology. We're doing logic tests and honesty. You don't lose anything by checking your beliefs. You gain knowledge. Knowledge, evidence, knowledge.
And I'm out. Thanks for a good evening. I'm listening in throughout most of the day, and it's been a good day. Like always, Flareth always wins. Glober's got nothing.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Why no one here?
Why is no one talking? Hello.
You.
Never mind. Do you guys think Earth is flat? Oh, I think they disagree with me. That's why they're muted. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, anyone would disagree with me when I say Earth is flat, but okay. Let's go to.
Let's go to veganism is better.
Yeah, let's go to veganism, bro.
And the corrections that he introduces with the math require you to accept that there are meteorological conditions that are present that you cannot actually measure, that have to be present in order for these things to occur, in order for you to have a globe. And the temperature and pressure differences in the air, along with the claims like gravity warping from the stars and everything else that go into both deflection of the vertical and and atmospheric refraction corrections are all based off of conditions that are not proven to be physically present whatsoever. And if they were present, it would require temperature variations and pressure variations that nobody's ever been able to measure. So incrementally, all these corrections are introduced based off a belief that it has to be true because we have to be living on a globe.
Yeah, no, I can get behind that.
What's happened is people believe so much in the globe that they shoehorn all of their physical measurements into it. It shows up in air data inertial reference units that's used in commercial airliners like the 777. It's used also in star trackers. It's used in satellites. It's used in balloons. It's used in boats and even long haul trucks. Everything. It's used in GPS. It's in your TomTom. It's in your Garmin. It's in your iPhone. Everything is construed. Everything is twisted and contorted with mathematics. Everything is trying to make the map fit reality. So when you go look at like an FE core measurement where they're shooting a 40.5 or whatever kilometer laser over the surface of frozen water in the dead of winter, and this is done repeatedly over and over again and done in other parts of the world. And this isn't the only evidence we have. I mean, we've got a whole bunch more. It's just a whole giant stack of stuff. You've got to start wondering what's going on. So listen, I mean, the globe as a coordinate reference system, we can make it work. We've made it work. We have spent over 100 years using modern technology in the second post-industrial age to make this work. And it's working. But it doesn't mean that it's fully accurate. And it, you know, for most practical purposes, it's entirely accurate. You know, but how do you actually measure a distance between New York and Paris without calculating it using latitude and longitude? I mean, these are insurmountable challenges. You know, we can propose ideas like, I don't know, anchoring beacons every 10 miles or so across the ocean, and then using like infrared light or some kind of, I don't know, maybe microwave transmission, installing timers on them. I mean, it'd be great if we could have that, but nobody does that. Instead, boom, I mean, we're launching stuff into space.
Hey, hopping on mute for a second. Appreciate the candor. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
No. I appreciate it. I'm just grabbing running errands.
Yeah, man.
They're launching stuff into space, basing it on half-naked Greeks looking at shadows.
Yeah. Like you can be a flat earther and work for NASA. Not even joking. You just have to understand what you're working with. You're working with a convention, a way of thinking. This is all an interpretive frame. And it's okay to use it. It's okay to be a flat earther and use the globe and use it successfully to navigate, as long as you understand fully and deeply what you're working with. I don't have any problem saying it works for all practical purposes. So far. What we haven't done is we haven't had to use it for the very impractical purposes. The kind of impractical purposes that challenge the topology of the Earth. You know, there's a gigantic margin of error that's introduced in the fields of geodetic surveying and navigation and so on and so forth. And that's where the globe finds its easy resting place, within that margin of error. And if you endeavor enough to go check, you can actually narrow the margin of error and submit the Earth to a test and find out that the results lie outside of that and that Earth does not comport to a globe. And this has to be done using very precise methods, and it gets very costly and it's expensive to do for many cases, if you want to do it definitively. And now there's some cheap methods you can do, like mirror flashes, and I think those are great. I think those are definitive as well. But the problem is convincing the public that it's definitive. The public likes flash. They like technology. They like sophistication. They like stuff that of the likes that FE Core has done for us. So
it's also the ad hoc excuses. Like if you do not account for those variables, if you do not try to somehow get the temperature, the humidity, the pressure at some intervals between you and the target, that becomes harder for you to argue, and it creates doubt. And so all they generally have to do, and all they generally do, is just say, well, refraction could be happening, therefore it must be happening. But the problem is when we start to look for the refraction itself, like that's why I like the infrared camera arguments, and I like looking at the pictures and looking for the refractive effects. I'm not seeing the effect of light bending around the globe, hugging the curvature, making it look flat, because that would result in effects, and I'm not seeing those effects.
yeah, exactly. Like when I've heard Indio bring up two great points. I don't know if he talks about them that often, but he does. And these two really stuck with me and got me digging and researching. He said, look, if there's refraction, you're going to have chromatic separation. And like, duh, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Like take a 10th grade physics course and you understand that different wavelengths of light have different optical paths. And then secondarily, if there is refraction happening the way it does, then it doesn't match the geometry of what you see. So what you're going to have to require is you're going to have to require a meteorological condition over the area that you're observing, in which the temperature gradient changes from where you're standing all the way out to the horizon and beyond. And that change is commensurate with the rate of change of Earth curvature, such that the light happens to unbend itself, and not just at a singular rate, but at different rates, a continuous rate of change difference between your feet and off to the horizon. You have different ray arcs at different rates of change that happen to take a curving surface and producing a flat and stable image. Trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of conceptual mathematical rays that you ray trace that are all following different rates of change of arcing paths to every point from your eye to that surface. And all of them are being bent by physics, by weather, by something happening in the real world, such that those rays of light produce a flat terrain instead of a curved one.
Yeah, it's
to me, that's
it's impossible. It's impossible because, like in the example of the black swan, the horizon should be so close that when we zoom into that picture and we take the black swan, that should all just be sky.
Right.
You shouldn't see any of that. And so if the globe was true and the light was bending around the curve and allowing us to see these things beyond the curve, they would be projected above the eye line because they're coming from above. And you see all sorts of floating anomalies, and the horizon would be a sine wave and jiggly all over the place depending on the conditions between you and that point on the horizon. But we don't see any of that.
That's well said. And the farther you see, the flatter it is, the greater degree of chromatic separation should be present, which is not evident in anything that we've ever seen. And then you're like, okay, let's bust out the infrared. Let's go freaking put this to the test. Because if infrared light doesn't bend as much, then I should be able to see the curvature of the Earth. The geophysical horizon of the Earth should be popping out at me in all of its glory. So I throw it on, and guess what? It looks even worse. Like it's flatter. Like it doesn't look more curved. It looks more like what is going on, folks.
Yeah, that just destroys it, because if there's more refraction and you're supposed to see further, then less refraction should make you see less far. The horizon should appear to be closer. But what happens is you cut through the haze, you have better resolution on those far targets, even though the overall resolution starts dropping fast. It just allows because of the scattering in the air for visible light is more than scattering of infrared, and that's what allows you to see through that haze and detect things much further away. It just doesn't work on the globe. But I am creating an optical framework that goes into this and explains all of this.
Yeah, we can take a look at what's happening, and we can kind of put it. We can start to figure out and properly frame what it is. In visible light, we have Rayleigh scattering, right? So the blue, the very high frequency wavelengths scatter the most, and
Mia scattering.
and it goes down to red, and then infrared, but then it gets even further. You get down to microwave, like they say in in the visual spectrum, it's the optical horizon averages out to about 7/6 R being the radius of a globe. So you're seeing effectively like 16.67% further than where you should. Not exactly, but that's the idea. And then as you move down to longer and longer wavelengths, you get to microwave, like you get to VHF. Then you get to VHF at like 144 megahertz. And around there, the radio horizon is 4/3 R, so that's 25% over the radius of the Earth. And then you get further and further down, and the longer the wavelength, the longer the horizon. You get down to freaking Marconi using like whatever it was, like 1 megahertz, like 2 megahertz to transmit from the UK all the way over to Australia.
A fucking nutcase.
So you have Marconi doing a transmission from the UK all the way to Australia, 10,000 miles at a very low frequency. And he's able to hit Australia, and he's able to get a return signal back. Like, what the heck is going on? So what is the conventional explanation for long waves hugging the curvature of the Earth as it wraps around 10,000 miles? How much curve is there in 10,000 miles? Is there a Fresnel zone? Is it like diffracting again and again and again and again, diffracting in a downward pattern? What causes the downward vector around a curve? Is there some kind of?
It's incoherent. They assume
absolutely.
They assume because they believe in the globe that all of the waves that go beyond the globe are either the closest to the visible light they believe are super refracting with no evidence, and then the shorter wavelengths they end up frickin'. I'm missing the point I was gonna make.
Well, it sounds like you're saying it's wavelength dependent, that the distance that they can travel besides power being equal, is wavelength dependent.
I had an extra point that dovetailed perfectly onto this. I just forgot it. I just been studying this so much lately. The optical horizon, the limitations of it, and I've been gathering citations and sources. But yeah, it's the reflection. That was what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, the reflection.
Yeah.
How do you have a reflected beam off the surface of the water?
How do you have a reflective beam of nothing? They claim it's a vacuum. Okay, and then it's supposed to reflect onto the ground, which is like not a very good reflective surface, and then perfectly reflect straight up without like losing like integrity of the message or anything, and then back down again and up again, down again, up and down again, up and down again, all the way to the other side of the globe. This would destroy the signal if it were even happening. You try to beam that signal, and you got, like you said, Fresnel disruptions. You got like a little tree in the way. It's not even blocking the line of sight, direct line of sight. It's just in the way of the cone, like between the two transmitter and receiver, and just being in the cone. Sorry, you're getting disruptions.
Yeah, you got
You're telling me
absorption and scattering, and you've got a continual attenuation of that signal.
You're telling me you're gonna bounce that beam off of grass and have it come off like no problem?
Yeah, or bounce it off an ionosphere with negative refraction. It's crazy. It's so the mental leaps, and it goes back to the point I was making earlier. Like the mental gymnastics people go through to shoehorn their physical measurements of reality into a conceived model of how Earth should be knows no boundaries. I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
See you later.
You've changed your name again, DJ. So Quantum Flop, that's just funny to me. Quantum Flop has told us that we've started an event. Is that true?
This is true.
What's the name of the event?
And the name of the event is Do We Experience the Earth as Flat?
Oh, good question, Quantum Flop.
Maybe Megamind has something to add. I hear people in the background, Mega. Not anymore.
Mr. The Hacks One Sout? Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
Yeah.
Can I just call you Mr.? Is that all right?
Could.
Awesome stuff. Well, welcome to our channel, my friend. How are you?
Doing great. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. So what brings you by? We've just started an event. Can you remember the title? Because I can't. DJ's only just told me and I've forgotten.
Do we experience the Earth as flat?
Oh, good question. What do you think? Me and you go outside, I don't know, to the beach or somewhere, or to the top of a mountain even. What do we experience?
What I experience is relevant.
That's part of the question, though, isn't it? Which kind of makes it relevant.
Does it, though?
Yeah, it does, because it's the question, right?
You know, English is my first language.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a problem. I will try to remember that, speak slowly, and enunciate my words. But you understand the question, right?
Yeah, I understand the question.
Good. So do you think you can answer the question?
Can I answer the question?
Hmm.
Sure. Earth is relatively flat.
Relatively flat. Okay, so you experience it to be flat. Even if you think the Earth is a sphere, I don't mind, but our base sense of reality, since the dawn of time, apparently, is that the Earth is flat. What about motion to the Earth?
Motion of the Earth?
Yeah, like moving. Right. Do you feel the ground beneath your feet like going somewhere? Are you traveling around?
It's the Earth is at constant speed. It doesn't change. It doesn't accelerate. We only feel acceleration. We can't feel speed.
No, that's fine, but that would be you saying that we don't experience motion then, right?
No, I'm not saying that we don't experience the motion, but we don't feel the motion.
Okay, well, feels and experience is what I meant. So again, that is you saying that we don't feel any motion, right?
Relative to the Earth, no, we don't feel any motion.
Awesome. So we don't experience the Earth as a sphere. When we look, it looks flat, and we don't experience any motion. So being as that's our base sense, what do we do next? If somebody says that the Earth is something else and it's doing something, what would they need to do to prove that to you?
they wouldn't really. They would have to give their points, their facts, and prove their claims.
That's true.
If I were a flat earther.
Or a sphere earther, right? Being as those claims are the ones that are outside of our senses. We perceive flatness and we perceive no motion. Like you just gave me the claim that we are in motion, but it's at a constant speed. So we don't feel it because it's not accelerating. Somebody would have to prove that it's actually going at a constant speed, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Who did that then?
Who proved that the Earth is going at a constant speed?
Yeah.
You can prove it yourself.
How to do that?
You could set up a gyroscope, and it moves at a pretty constant 15 degrees per hour.
Okay, that's a gyroscope there.
Yeah, that's a gyroscope, and the gyroscope moves relatively.
Maintains rigidity in space. Right.
Moves around 15 pretty consistently. So I would say that the Earth is moving at a constant speed that is not accelerating or decelerating, which means that we can't feel it.
Okay, but how do you know that that's the Earth that's causing that?
Because that's just a really bad question, man.
Why? Because you've just got a gyroscope out, told me that it's deviating at 15 degrees and said the cause of this is because of the motion of the Earth. Okay, how have you proven that though?
You don't. Okay. Let's say this, right? I have a gyroscope, right?
Okay.
I have a little vacuum chamber.
Okay. Interesting.
I put the gyroscope inside the vacuum chamber. Right. Since you guys don't believe in gravity, we'll say that this isn't like a very, very big vacuum chamber. You know.
Okay.
It doesn't remove the entirety of air, you know, because of buoyancy and all the type of stuff. It doesn't float around, you know. And
it does something, and you say that's because of the Earth. That is.
I would assume that the reason why the gyroscope is moving with no other, you know, so without anything else interacting on it, would be the Earth. Yes.
Okay. When you have a vacuum chamber, do you just and only take the gas out?
You would take everything out of it.
What, even the magnetic field of the Earth? Do you do that also?
No. We're talking about a vacuum chamber removing matter.
The gas. You know? Yeah. Obviously, we're going to take, I don't know, the cup out and the glass of water we left in there, but also the rest of the gas. Okay. You said assume. Okay. And I get what you're trying to say, but it still isn't proving that this is the Earth that's causing this motion. You've just stuck this contraption in a vacuum chamber, which is, you know, kind of man-made in itself, and said, look at that. That's because of the Earth, that is. I mean, if you're going to claim that, you'd have to vary and manipulate the Earth to make it happen, which you obviously can't do. So how have you proven that the Earth is in motion and causes these things to happen?
Well, you don't even need a gyroscope to prove that the Earth is moving.
Well, we didn't prove anything then. You just assumed, remember? So what else do we do then? What's the easier thing?
I don't really remember the name. I think it's like Foucault pendulum, something like that.
Okay. Is this going to be a little bit like the gyro? Where the pendulum does something and you say that's because of the Earth, that is.
Do you have another anything to say that?
No, I don't indeed. This is kind of what you're saying, right? I don't need to provide anything else. I'm just going to point out that your logic is fallacious.
My logic is fallacious.
Fallacious. It's
okay.
Bad reasoning. It's called affirming a consequent. It's a formal logical fallacy. It has form. If A, then B, then B, then A. So if the Earth is a sphere and it's rotating, then it will cause pendulums to do this or gyroscopes to do that. The pendulum does this, or the gyroscope does that. Therefore, the Earth is moving. It's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. I could have eaten 10 hamburgers and be full.
You're testing your hypothesis. Let's say we're hypothesizing that the Earth is flat.
No. If you were testing your hypothesis, you would vary and manipulate the thing that you thought was causing it to happen. At the moment, you're just watching phenomena and attributing the cause to something that you haven't varied. It's an assumption that the Earth is causing it to happen. So the hypothesis will contain the cause of the phenomena that you will vary and manipulate in your experiment.
Okay.
Right.
Let's say this.
Right. Right. Am I right or am I wrong? Or are you just going to get going?
Sure.
Cool. Thank you.
Now, let's say this, right? I form a hypothesis stating that the Earth is round, moving.
Okay. What's the hypothesis? What's the dependent variable?
We're just speaking hypothetically here.
Oh, okay. Right? Hypothetically, I do apologize. Carry on.
Right? So I form a hypothesis that the Earth is round and moving. Right? So if the Earth is round and moving, I could
affirm the consequent. Yeah.
I could, see. Oh, if I do this thing here, then it should follow the same.
No, this would also be now begging the question. It's not a scientific hypothesis, but begging the question, formal logical fallacy, affirming the consequent. If the Earth is a sphere, like I said, then what? We would observe these things to happen, like you said, the gyroscope and the pendulum. You observe the gyroscope and the pendulum do all sorts of things. Therefore, the Earth is what you begged the question it was, baked into your premise already, that the Earth is a sphere in rotation.
Yeah,
you understand the logical formula.
I understand, and I truly do understand. But
good.
If there was another explanation, right? I'm not saying that there isn't, right? If another explanation was provided and there was proper explanation for it, scientific explanation, I'm sure we would lean more into that if our first explanation wasn't already more true.
Science doesn't really do much about the explanations of things, right? I mean, it'll give you a working understanding, and sometimes hypotheses can, be a kind of explanation. This causes that. Right? I kind of get what you're saying. But if we were going to be backing this up with science, then it's going to be a hypothesis that I've tried to mention, right? That you haven't really given its assumptions. What's the cause of the phenomena again?
The Earth.
Okay, so that would be your independent variable, wouldn't it, in your hypothesis? It's the Earth's rotation that does this, right?
Yeah.
Can you vary and manipulate the Earth's rotation?
No.
Okay. I think it would have to be something else you'd have to do to prove that the Earth was rotating too. Is there anything else?
You could go very far away and look at it.
Cool. Awesome stuff. So I could go have you gone very far away, Nadir?
I'm pretty far. Not far enough.
Okay, but not far enough. Do you know anybody who has?
I believe I do.
Okay.
I'm sure I have connection with somebody that does, but I don't know them.
Okay. Somebody who's been far enough away from the Earth to see it rotating underneath them. You understand from this point onwards, right? This is going to be stuff that you haven't verified, and it's going to be claims that have been made to us and you, right? Maybe you've got a personal family member that works somewhere in some kind of space agency, but I don't think there's many more than 20, 30 people that have been far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive it as a sphere in rotation. Low Earth orbit doesn't really count, I don't think. But even if we did have that, we would still be relying on evidence that I answered it with the first question, right? Did you do this? No. And how would you validate what they've done?
I'm not a scientist. No. So I I'm not a scientist. I'm not into. I am into science, sure, but I'm not into science that much to actually, you know, understand how certain things work. I'm sure if I would have looked into it a lot, I would understand it more, you know? But I'm not really the science guy. Yeah, I still have a lot of things to learn. I'm not like the all knowing, yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. And it's not really about, you being all knowing. Everybody has their own different level of understanding and knowledge.
Hello,
Right?
my friendo.
Hi. Weird.
Hey.
Yeah, shush, just for a moment, please.
What?
Be quiet. Thank you. So everyone comes from their own different point of learning and understanding, like our friend here, right? He's completely different knowledge base to maybe you or anybody else. So we kind of have to meet people where they are. Well, I think what we try to primarily point out to people is, yeah, you're right. You're not an expert. You don't know these things. These things have been told to you. Your base experience is of a flat stationary Earth. So it would be reliant upon those people who made the claim that it wasn't to provide that evidence. So far, you've given me 2 pieces of evidence to say that the Earth was in rotation. And these are like academia, right? Foucault's pendulum, Foucault being an actual guy. The gyro, of course, we use these things every single day. Aeroplanes and so on, drones and whatnot. But even those things that you thought were possible golden bullets weren't. So hopefully this gives you, pause for concern, potentially, that maybe not everything that you thought was 100% true is.
The thing is, especially with, debates, I usually don't immediately side with whatever side, they. I usually do a lot of my own research.
Okay.
What makes more logic. I don't just go based off, this guy said so.
Well, of course. Though you believe the Earth is a sphere, right, rotating around the sun?
Yes.
Because some guy said so?
No.
No? Foucault's pendulum, gyroscope. Some guy said so, right?
Not like Foucault's pendulum and gyroscopes are not the only thing that prove rotation, I'm sure,
Okay. What else?
Again, I'm not an expert.
Again, you're not an expert, so again, because of what you just said, that would be because someone else said so.
I'm choosing the side that makes more sense. You know what I'm saying?
How? Being as you experienced the Earth to be flat and stationary, how does it make more sense?
Because it's been scientifically proven since the 1500s.
Okay, how has it been scientifically proven?
Not up to me.
No, how has it been scientifically proven? It's not whether it's up to you or not. You said it's been scientifically proven. I just asked you how.
I remember, I don't specifically know how. I remember there was some guy in what's it called? In Egypt, I believe it was. I don't know if you've heard about him. There was some guy. I don't really remember the experiment exactly, but it was like measuring shadows of the sun with like sticks. You know anything about that?
Yeah. Aristosthenes. This guy who measured shadow lengths. Okay. What does a shadow length prove?
From what I can remember, it proved that, the Earth was fairly round, and he made not an assumption, he made an approximation on the Earth's circumference and all that type of stuff, and it was, really, really close to what we currently have.
Okay. So he measured shadow lengths?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said he didn't assume?
He didn't assume. I didn't.
You said he didn't assume.
No, I
Yeah,
said no. I said he approximately. Because
okay, that's correct. So he approximately got the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah.
Is that because he thought that the Earth was a sphere, or that he measured a sphere?
Because that's a really. I'm doing something while talking to you. I messed it up. So.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Okay.
But did he think he was on a sphere, or did he measure a sphere?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
I think he thought he was on a sphere, right? This idea that Aristosthenes, a Greek, he perceived the Earth like a perfect plutonic solid, right? Which was a sphere. Spheres all around, right? Sun, moon, stars, blah blah blah. But God makes spheres. The Earth's a sphere. He believes the Earth's a sphere. Did he measure a sphere?
I'm not too sure about how the experiment went exactly. I'm not sure.
It's just a shadow, dude. It's a shadow. You don't need to put a stick in the floor. Just go outside when the sun's up and you will create a shadow. What's so special about this shadow?
From what I can remember, it's about, it was, the distance between the two areas and how the sun, made the shadows. I don't really recall the experiment. I can't lie.
No, that's fine, dude. You do really well.
I used to know it by heart. I used to debate flat earthers like really long ago. I used to know this experiment by heart, but
Yeah, no, you're doing really well. Doing really well. It's just the idea of a shadow length, right? And you can be underneath like a light source, like the sun in the first instance, right? Where he had, I think it was a well in some stories or a stick in others, but no shadow was cast because he's directly underneath the sun. Okay. And then what? Let's imagine he walks forward, not being underneath the light source and watching the shadow increase in front of him until, if we could stop time, he'd magically put a stick down on the floor 500 miles away from where he started. And because he's not underneath the light anymore, there's a shadow. You can do the same thing with all light sources on a flat surface just by walking away from underneath it. Right? Street light at night, stand under it, walk away from being underneath it, watch the shadow increase in size in front of you. If you want, put a stick down. You can measure the shadow length of that stick if you want to, caused by that street light. That's going to tell you what? The angle of the street light, its height from that distance.
Well, shadows don't really change relatively.
They do if you move away from a light source. If you stand underneath a light, like in your living room, okay, you'll notice that the shadows are, under you. Lift your feet up, there they are, because you're under the light. If you walk away from being under the light, the shadow increases in size in front of you. You can watch it, right?
Yeah, but
yeah. So this is what he did. The light source is the sun. 2 points, one under the light, another stick not under the light, and because of the angle to the sunlight, there's a shadow. Do you know what an angle is?
I know what an angle is.
Cool. So. Yeah, good. So two straight sides meeting at a point of vertex, right? And the measure of separation of those two sides. This is a unique way of measuring an angle. It's called a solar elevation angle. It depicts how high the sun is above the horizon. 5 degrees, 15 degrees, 90 degrees, right above your head sort of thing. So this is an angle measurement. The Earth wasn't measured or utilized curve, the angle measurement between the two sticks over 500 miles, right? So he measured or utilized a flat Earth. And because he already thought he was on a sphere, he made some assumptions about already being on the outside of that sphere, the light source, the sun, being really, really far away and causing parallel light rays, and the two sticks kind of converging at the center of the Earth. And where the shadow was formed on one, he could measure that, 7-degree angle at the top of the stick, by measuring the length of the shadow. And then he could calculate a circumference based upon his presupposition that the Earth was a sphere after measuring a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Chinese did this, right? Same thing. I can't remember what his name is. I think it's Lao. Probably saying that completely backwards or whatever. Chinese did this, stick in floor, flat Earth. Excuse me. It was only up until about, the 1700s, where they believed the Earth was flat after that stick in the floor measurement, until the Catholics and the Jesuits came along with missionary work and informed them of the new learning of the day that the Earth was a sphere. So, yeah, Aristosthenes did it. The Chinese did it. It's just a solar elevation angle. It's a shadow, dude. So not the gyro, not the pendulum, not the stick in the floor. What else, dude?
Don't ask me.
Yeah. This is kind of the conversations and debates that we have, right? And we look into these so-called proofs that the Earth is obviously a sphere in rotation. When we look at them, they logically fall apart. They're not scientific experiments, and they obviously, most definitely, work on a flat Earth. Even some of them, like Aristosthenes, kind of used one angle measurements, right? So, yeah, not everything that guy said is true. We shouldn't take things at face value just because that guy's wearing a white coat, right? Sometimes it's best to validate the stories, my friend. Anyway, I've really got to get my dinner out of the oven, and I have spoken for too long. So it's been a pleasure speaking to you. If anybody else wants to take over the conversation, that'd be.
I have to go for 5 minutes.
Okay, my friend. Thank you.
Welcome to the Flat Earth server, Tanmay. Would you like to speak?
Hey man. Hey man, how's it going?
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing very good as well.
Good to hear. Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
I'm open to listening to your guys' thoughts.
Well, that's fine. I mean, currently right now, do you have that belief that you live on a globe?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. We all did. It's not a big deal. We're not here to be
all right.
We're not here to be judgmental and adversarial. We're just trying to share information with people. So, do you have any questions? There's plenty of guys here that can answer questions. If we can't answer them, we'll tell you we don't know. So, go ahead.
Appreciate it, man. So yeah, what makes you think that we're in a flat plane?
Well, if you're asking me personally, the main thing that keeps me off of the globe is the behavior and natural physics of bodies of water. Like a body of water does not maintain or display convexity on its surface. I mean, that's a true statement. And to have a globe, you have to have a body of water do that. And bodies of water don't do that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right. I hear what you were saying.
So, for example, the Pacific Ocean, it's generally level. That's how we get mean sea level. I mean, there's waves and stuff, but it's not sitting there in a ball in the middle of a space vacuum, as far as I can tell. Go ahead.
All right, I hear you. Anybody else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's countless amounts of long distance laser tests, long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe. Okay, and there's also 0 tests out of the probably in the thousands of tests that have been done that show that there's any curvature over the surface of water or over the surface of the Earth over, large distances where there would have to be, a calculatable amount of curvature. And yeah, anyone can go and test this for themselves as well. So yeah, that would be one very, very solid reason. And, just quickly as well, flat earthers aren't claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape. And we're definitely not claiming a flat disk planet or anything like that. Just wanted to throw that in there.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess what you're saying.
Up, DJ, it's important to, if you're under the impression you can't take the globe cosmology and just stick a flat planet in there. That's not what we're talking about. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
Exactly, Dave. Yeah, like that's what a lot of people, like even outside, sometimes forgets to sort of clear up that common misconception. And sometimes the conversation will be going on for like an hour, and people will be wondering, oh, how come this person's not taking what I'm saying seriously? Because in the globe earther's head, they're thinking, oh, this person thinks that there's like a flat planet floating around in space. That's ridiculous, right? But that's absolutely not the claim.
Yeah, I get you. Very interesting. Would you mind if I ask a question about the lasers, the laser experiment?
Yeah, please.
I've heard about an experiment that, some scientists or some people tried to prove that the Earth was flat, and they ended up proving that it was a globe. Do you know something about that?
Yeah. There's a stoner named Jaren who got tricked to go on like a hit piece show called Behind the Curve on Netflix, and that was supposed to do a laser test, and Jaren actually left the laser on and melted the laser, broke it, right? So because they had everything set up and everyone was there, they decided that they were still going to try to do some type of test. So they used a flashlight instead, which is kind of ridiculous tool to use for such a test. And and then the way that they edited the show, it made it look like it validated a globe. If you actually have a decent look into it, it's literally 50 seconds of footage. They're using a flashlight, not a laser, and they really don't even show the setup. The guy that's doing the test, right, the flat earther Jaren, he's a total moron. Okay, we're not claiming all flat earthers are geniuses or anything like that. This guy, Jaren, he got tricked, basically. And, even people that try to debunk flat earth for a living, right, like Craig from Fight the Flat Earth, even he looked into it and he said it's just edited in a way to make it seem like he's debunking the flat earth, but it's just kind of ridiculous. We're talking about professionally done laser tests where we're using high-end equipment. Some of these are done by teams of field engineers going out with extremely expensive laser beams and weather stations and, accounting for all the variables and shooting them over huge distances like 40 kilometers and documenting the whole process, in the form of technical PDFs as well as video to go along with it. So yeah, there's a ton that have been done now. The Netflix thing's just a bit of a mockumentary hit piece against flat earth.
I get you.
Well said, DJ.
Yeah.
If I could add real quick that it's kind of sad that we have literally thousands of well done documented laser tests that prove no Earth's curvature, but millions of people have seen that Netflix documentary, and that's their first question. But anyway, go ahead.
Even in the test, they got all the math wrong, right? The people that made the documentary, they didn't get the math right. The whole thing was just ridiculous. Apparently, they even stitched the footage together of Jaren saying things that he had actually said 4 hours earlier, completely unrelated to that test. Like when he says "interesting" at the end, apparently he didn't even say it then. He said it 4 hours earlier, and they just stitched that footage together. But yeah, anyway, it's not really a test that anyone that looks into it is going to take seriously. Personally, I like the long distance observations.
Golden opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. I like the long distance observations where we get a really, really clear day and someone will set up a camera at a certain height and then zoom across a large body of water with a landmark at a known distance. And then we can calculate how much should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth and how far away the horizon should be. And then, run the observation and see what we can see and see if it matches up with the globe. And you'll find that it never does. And we can see thousands of % further than you should be able to see if the Earth were a globe, and there's no sign of any curvature. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff to look into if you're interested.
Yeah, I get you. And now, why would you say most of the people in the world believe that they're living in a globe?
Purely because that's something that they were taught from a young age. Most people don't really know anything. They don't know any of the basics about the globe. They've never questioned it. They've never really been presented with an alternative worldview, or not one that they would take seriously, because most people are presented with propaganda surrounding Flat Earth. Okay, so it's aimed to turn people away, and that they're not going to take it seriously, right? Like claiming that we think the Earth's a big flat disk with water falling off the edges, floating in space, that kind of thing. But yeah, most people have never questioned the globe. Most people have been sort of conditioned to just regurgitate what they learn in the textbooks at school and not to really question the mainstream under fear of being ridiculed and that kind of thing.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, totally agree. Nobody really questions anything. But I'm open to it. And why would you think they're pushing it so much that the Earth is a globe and not a flat Earth?
Well, it's something that's been getting pushed for a long time, so it's part of the curriculum. Pushing outer space travel, it's all connected, isn't it? So, when you say they pushing it, do you mean like in movies, or do you mean like in the education system, or what?
Yeah, the biggest space agencies like NASA.
Well, NASA, gets $80 million a day. Wherever that money's really going, we're not sure. But NASA's not really doing much. They've cut their funding. They've reclassified NASA's position as an intelligence agency, like a spy agency. Even if you go to nasa.gov right now, it says this website's not being updated anymore due to funding cuts. So I don't know. It's maybe for self-preservation. I'm not sure, because if it would be in the government's interest to keep pushing for the globe, right? Because they can't admit that they were lying, can they? They lied about the moon landing. If they lied about the moon landing, then it would be in their interest for self-preservation. People already don't trust the government. So imagine if they came out tomorrow and said, "Oh, actually, guys, we've been lying about outer space travel and about the globe," and I think they would crumble instantly, because you could ask just about anyone, "Do you trust the government?" They're going to say no. "Do you think the government lies?" They're going to say yes. So for self-preservation, maybe for money, for power, for control, to push their narrative of placing themselves as the people to look up to, rather than maybe religions and things like that, right? They're teaching in schools, along with the globe goes evolution and the Big Bang Theory, which is essentially that we're here by accident, just by chance. We're tiny specks on a universal scale. We could get killed at any second, like the dinosaurs did, by a big rock that's going to come from space. And we'll tell you everything about space and everything about this universe, and look up to us, and if you go against it, you get mocked and ridiculed. So I don't know. We can only speculate about those kinds of things, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. Very interesting, I must say. Very interesting conversation so far. And now, if you mind, I can ask a couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah. Any questions, man?
Hey, awesome. So we are debating that the Earth is a flat plane, right? Not the shape, but just it's not a globe. And if we look to the other celestial objects like the moon, which is the closest one, and the other planets in the solar system, they all appear to be round or spherical, right? So why would you think that the Earth would be an exception?
Well, I would say that when you're saying other planets, you would be pre-assuming that the Earth is also a planet floating around inside of the space vacuum. Okay, so it's a fair question. It's a fair way to think about it because we've been conditioned growing up to think that there's this big giant vacuum of outer space and then there's all of these objects floating around in it, and we're one of them. That's once again trying to insert flat Earth inside the globe model, inside the theoretical concept of outer space, the big space vacuum. And we've been told stories about specifics regarding what we're seeing in the sky. You know, we'll see a little blurry light through a telescope, and you know, we'll say, "Oh, this is X distance away. It's in the space vacuum, and it's this certain size, and it's this. This is what it's made out of, and that kind of thing." So I would say that there's no evidence that the Earth has any characteristics in common with anything in the sky. In fact, you know, comparing, say, the moon or the sun or anything to Earth, it's just a false comparison. It's like if I go out in nature and I see trees everywhere, okay, that obviously I'm not a tree or something else isn't a tree just because I can see trees off in the distance. It's even sounds silly just to give an analogy like that, but it's the same kind of thing. Okay, so if we can go and empirically test the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, it doesn't work with a globe. Okay, if you have like a 20-mile body of water and there's zero curvature, that's not possible on a globe.
Okay, I get you. So you're not even considering that the Earth is a planet among the others, right?
Well, planet, I mean, if you look at the original, you know, like what planet really means, the ancients would call planets wandering stars. And
Sorry, your audio's getting a bit cut off. Could you please check that? Or if it's just my internet?
Is my audio, can anyone else check if my audio is good? Is it cutting out?
Dude, you're perfect.
Yeah, maybe it's just maybe it was just on your end.
Yeah, let me fix that. Okay, should be good. Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wanted to claim that the heliocentric model is true and that Earth is a planet that's a globe shape, then that would be on them. We're not making that claim. So yeah, like we're more empiricists going and actually checking things in the real world rather than wild speculations about planets and space vacuums and things like that.
Does all 17 members believe in flat Earth?
Not everyone. We have a mixture of people here that think it's a globe or think it's flat. So, what about yourself?
I believe in round.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we all used to believe in the globe Earth as well. But after years of research and testing, I've come to the conclusion that it cannot possibly be a globe.
Why?
Because there's no empirical evidence to suggest that it's a globe. It's just a belief or a mathematical concept that people have been taught since they were children.
That go on the ocean? The farther they go, that we can only see the top of the ocean, the ships, right?
Well, I grew up next to the ocean my whole life on the east coast of Australia at a hub where cruise ships leave to go out into the ocean, and I've never seen that happen unless we have big ocean swells. So I don't know where people hear that argument and then they just repeat it, but I don't think people really see boats disappearing over the horizon very often unless there's ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean, or there's a miraging effect named sinking or an inferior mirage that can cause that to happen sometimes. But I can show you footage now where that absolutely doesn't happen.
So do you think NASA was lying to us?
Yeah, NASA faked the moon missions pretty obviously. But at the end of the day, we don't even have to claim that because we can actually measure.
The universe then? About
What's
the
that?
gravity. How do you explain the universe? The Earth was flat. About the
Yeah,
gravity.
the universe is a mathematical concept, as we've been taught. Okay, so you've been taught a big story about the things that you can see in the sky. Okay, and most of it's pseudoscience by definition. Okay, most of it exists as theoretical claims, not actual empirical evidence that's been tested. So we've all been taught the same story about the universe, the Big Bang Theory, the distance to the sun, the distance to Mars, how big they are, the space vacuum, all of this. You know, we're all well aware of the story that's related to what we can see in the sky, but it doesn't match up with the Earth. Okay, the Earth is measurably not a globe. Okay, so the heliocentric model is false. And it wasn't something that was proven. It's something that's theorized into existence.
If NASA was lying, as there are some videos in YouTube where some people went to space some people sent a bread to space. They captured with GoPro that Earth was round. You haven't seen those videos?
Yeah, but they're using wide-angle lenses, okay, and they're not going up very high. It just looks high because they're using a GoPro. If you have a close look at the footage, you'll notice that sometimes the Earth looks like it's curving, and then sometimes the Earth looks like it's curving the wrong way. Okay, as the camera pans around, you'll notice the horizon line will be warping and distorting. So if the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving, like a globe. And if the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it looks like it starts to curve the other direction. So it's inconclusive evidence.
The Earth was circle, but it was flat, as your theories.
No, we don't claim it's a circle. We don't claim it's a flat planet. It's what you're thinking about is trying to change the globe to a flat planet, and that's not what we're claiming. This is a completely different system, a different worldview, a different way of thinking about the entire system. Try not to think about the globe Earth version of outer space and then try to insert the flat Earth inside of that. It doesn't work. That's not what we're claiming. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat is not a shape. We're talking about the surface area that we can test, not measuring any curvature. Okay, so if you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat. And that's what we mean in that context of flat Earth. If you have a look in the side chat, FLW has posted some examples of what the GoPro lens and any wide-angle lens will do to a horizon.
Oh.
And then Stark has posted a nice zoom footage of a ship. Okay, so when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship. But then as he zooms in, all of a sudden, the ship wasn't gone. There was no ship gone over the curvature. You just couldn't see the ship because the ship was too far away for your eyes to be able to resolve. When he zooms in, you can see the entire ship again.
Then why moon is globe? I mean circle. Why moon is round?
Well, because the moon's the moon. I mean, that's like asking, like, why is a tree a certain shape and then something else is not that shape? The moon is round. It looks round, but the moon and the Earth aren't similar. But I understand your question because we get taught from a young age that the Earth is also an object in space. Okay, and then you see all of these other round objects, and then you think, why is the Earth different than these other objects? Okay, the Earth is more like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in, and it doesn't have any resemblance to the things in the sky.
If the Earth was flat, why if in India it was daytime, but why in America it was nighttime? It should be round, right?
Well, once again, if it's the globe model, okay, we have the sun is giant and the sun's 93 million miles away. That's not what we're claiming. If the sun was closer, okay, and the sun moves over the surface of the earth, just like we experience, okay, we see the sun moving across the sky, and it will take a particular circuit over the surface of the earth, and it will light up different areas of the earth. So when it's daytime in Australia, for me, it's nighttime in Europe for my friend, you know? So, and then when it's daytime for my friend, it's nighttime for me, because the sun is smaller and the sun is having to push its light through all of the atmosphere, okay? And the atmosphere will absorb the light as the light pushes through the atmosphere. And also the intensity of the light as it moves away from the source will diminish exponentially as it moves away from the source, right? It gets less bright as it moves away from the source of the light. So, yeah, if we have a closer sun, okay, and it's just moving over the surface of the earth above us, then it's going to light up different sections of the flat plane that we live on. So it's once again, try not to insert the flat earth inside the globe earth model of outer space. Because yes, if you did that, then it wouldn't work. It would be daytime all the time.
What Bible say about flat earth?
Well, the Bible, I'm not religious personally, but the Bible depicts a flat earth, and a flat earth with a firmament. And then you have the sun and the moon and the stars within the firmament. The sun and the moon are much smaller than the earth, and they move in cycles above us. So it's very same thing, right? All of the ancient cultures mostly depicted a flat earth, and religions. All of the ancient cultures had a very similar depiction of this system that we live in. If you want to have a look in the side chat, I'll show you a chart that has the different cultures around the world's ancient depictions of the earth. So they all depicted a flat plane within a contained system. And the Bible depicts a similar thing. So as you can see, the Hebrew depiction there on the right-hand side.
You need to back up. Okay, nobody here thinks Earth is a planet.
Okay, what is the Earth?
It's the floor of the universe. It's the base. It's the basement of the universe. The entire cosmos is above it.
Yeah. Okay, it's a good idea, but it's a 50-50, yeah?
No, we don't measure a globe, and the sun, moon, stars, planets always appears above us.
Yeah. Okay, understand you.
Yeah, he thinks if you get a telescope, you can see for thousands of miles horizontally.
Yeah, no. Because of weather, because of the diffraction limit of the optic.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And because of topology, which is to say terrain.
Okay, but yeah, but I think it doesn't make a sense because it's a it's do more sense for me example, I cannot see the people 1,000 kilometers away from me because the Earth is a globe. So
No, it's because of what's called
because
absorption and scattering.
the curvature. Yes,
You have Rayleigh scattering and me scattering. And also you have the absorption of light due to water vapor in the air and particulates.
Yeah, understand you. When you say this, I understand you. But doesn't make sense for me.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. There's got to be a lot of interference going along if you're looking horizontally. So, no, you cannot see thousands of miles for a telescope. No one claims that. That doesn't mean it's a globe.
So, when you look in the horizon, you can see the everything vanish in your vision. I understand when you say this, but if what caused this would be a particulars in the earth or in the air, you could see this vanish a little bit and a little bit and a little bit and a little bit. But when you look in the horizon, you don't see the thing disappear a little bit. You see the everything disappear like a cliff in the end. Understand me?
Yeah, so that what you're looking at on the horizon is usually an inferior mirage.
Yeah.
So objects disappear bottom up because just above the bottom of the object is an inferior mirage that's reflecting what's above in the sky and the object itself. Furthermore, there can be sinking, what's called sinking refraction, even though it may not be refraction.
Yeah.
Right, so that's not curvature.
Quasar, are you trying to say that the horizon is the curvature? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah.
What do you think the horizon is? You think it's the curvature?
Right.
Of the Earth?
When I see the horizon,
Yeah.
No, for me is the curvature.
And what about when it moves?
Because we all the earth pull us for it is a normal thing for me.
So we just described an optical phenomenon called miraging, along with total internal reflection.
Oh, I understand mirage.
That's not curvature, dude.
Example in the desert. When you are in the desert, you'll see the mirage because the heat in the earth.
Yeah, and you can see the same thing over water too.
Yeah, because the example when you see a fire, when you take a fire in the something, example in the wood on the paper, you can or in the gas in your house, you can see the gas distortion your vision. This is a mirage, and in the desert is the same thing. When you see a thing a kilometers from you, you see the distortion this because the heat. Yes.
Yeah, that's not curvature of the earth, is it?
No, yeah, this is not a curvature, but is an example for the mirage how it manipulate your vision because the temperature or weather. Understand me?
Yes, it's called a temperature inversion.
Oh, yeah. But example, I have a question. If I looking for the horizon and in the stand, if I stand up and I see for the horizon, you trust and we cannot see because the weather, yes. In summary, because the weather.
Right, weather conditions. Yeah, you can more broadly call it meteorological conditions.
So, but example.
Listen, hold up. 56 minutes past the hour. I posted in text chat. This is a boat going over the horizon on a man's driveway.
Hey, but if I stand up and I look for the horizon and I see and I use the something for the meter this and I have 1,000 kilometers example and 1,000 kilometers and I see, but if I am in the fly I can see far away.
Right, just like in the example I posted at 56 minutes past the hour. If you raise your vantage point above the critical angle for the mirage to take a path to your eye, then you don't see the mirage anymore. You also see the bottom of the boat again, just like in the GIF that I posted. This is what people mistake Earth curvature for all the time. People think this is Earth curvature when it's an optical effect, and demonstrably so.
I have a finish a last question. If the flat Earth, if you trust in the flat Earth, why the flat Earth is not a trust for everyone? What is the difference and you trust in the global Earth and the flat Earth? What is the understand me?
Why do people believe it? Because they were told to believe it, and they were told that if they don't believe it, then they're not very smart. They're not intelligent.
Okay.
Yeah, you were taught to believe in the heliocentric model, and if you don't believe it, then you're stupid.
But what you can do, Quasar, is go find out for yourself.
So, but it is. Wait a minute. But it is not underestimate you when you say this. Example, if I trust in something, I am intelligent, and if other people don't trust in this, it is not a intelligent. It is not a under. Overestimate you. It is not a overestimate you when you say this.
Sorry, what was that?
Example, you have a very courage when you say this. Example, there are million of people who can debate of you, debate with this about the plate and the globe Earth and the Aristotle himself study about this, and you in your house can determine what is intelligence and what is not intelligence. What do you think about yourself about this thinking? Because this
Yeah, this is called critical thinking. This is called using your senses to derive information and knowledge about your world.
Yeah,
This is
but
evidence-based thinking, right? So if you don't think this way, then what you're doing is you're imagining a belief to be true, and then you're trying to apply your senses to fit the belief, which is
yeah,
not
yeah,
reality.
so
We're teaching people to think critically and align their senses with their visible reality and their lived experience. And this is a very, very powerful thing, a powerful achievement.
see, but do you know the exist a thin line between arrogance and critical thinking?
Here we
I
go.
do, but
Here we
listen,
go.
I know that this is true and I can prove it. You can't prove what you believe is true. That's the difference.
Yeah. Yes, I can prove it because my intention here is only see how you thinking about this. My purpose here is not a debate with the people about this because
So
there
you're
are a lot of
claiming that you
people.
can prove your belief, but you're not going to?
No, I don't see this. I really cannot prove this for you because
Well, no, you can't prove it to yourself either.
Stop. Wait a minute. Sorry. Wait a minute. I cannot prove because I didn't study about this enough. I study other things. But apparently you study a lot about this. Is a good thing. But for me you have is a lot of arrogant. How I say this? Oh my god.
You think we're arrogant? You think we're arrogant because we're smart?
No. I don't see this. It's a very arrogant for your part. Open.
No, we're just right, not arrogant. We're just right. You can't prove it. You can't prove us wrong. So we're allowed to be arrogant. We're allowed to be.
That's a good point. We have facts, we have reason, we have evidence, we have proof.
No. You don't understand me. Sorry. Arrogant for you. Open a room in the Discord and say this. Example.
I think the word he's looking for is bold. You guys are very bold. I think that is the word he's looking for.
I call it very intelligent.
So
yeah, we're unapologetic.
So yes. Why you don't or you don't go in the university and debate with other professional or
yeah, they come here. Some of us are from the academic environment. We debate physicists. We debate NASA employees. They come here all the time.
Here?
Yeah. We debated an astrophysicist a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, actually.
Yeah, but here
and we recorded it.
Here in the Discord, the people.
Yeah, it was a special event.
Can speak everything. So
somebody could probably post the link in the live chat if you want to watch. You know what he said at the end of the debate? That he couldn't prove that he had even hands.
Yeah, but I see a lot of not, but a little bit debate about this. But I stopped to listening.
Okay.
About the flat Earth versus globe Earth.
Well, you should probably look into it if it piques your interest, because the more you look at the globe, the worse it gets.
Yes, but thinking about this is impossible. The proof the both sides, because there are a lot of things the people cannot explain in the.
No, it's not true.
And
absolutely not true. We have measurements.
No. It's impossible because if other people appear and say the Earth is a other thing, and the people will debate about the things he cannot explain. Example, there are a lot of things we cannot.
This isn't about explanations, it's about evidence. Listen, have you ever met a good liar? Somebody who lies for a living has explanations for days, and their explanations seem very plausible. That's what makes them a good liar. So you know what we do with liars? We fact check them. So we go out and we do the measurements that these liars have never done, and we prove them wrong. That's what we do in here.
And the time, what do you say about the time in the Earth? Example, my friend is in Japan, and is the other clock time.
What? So the sun comes and goes throughout the 24-hour day and night cycle? Why is that a problem?
So in the flat Earth, the shine of the sun cannot take everything. Yes.
No, that's not true. The problem is how does it work on a globe? Did you know that the sun changes its brilliance by 23,000 times from the moment it's above the horizon to the moment it's directly over your head? This cannot be predicted with your globe.
Yeah, but how many kilometers in the moon is from the Earth, in the flat Earth?
Nobody knows how far it is in either case, and it doesn't matter. Non sequitur.
Okay. Okay, but so okay, let me think.
What you see is what you get, and you can measure it.
I am thinking in the ask something, and I think I can create a a question. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Just don't strawman my position.
Hey, so if I get into the fly, it's possible I see the example 100 or 50 cities, and I see 50 cities in the horizon, and is it possible I see rain in the city and the other sun in the other city, and the other rain in the other sun? It's possible I see this in the flat earth?
What, that you can see it raining on the horizon in a distant city? Yeah.
Yes, it's possible I see the different weathers in the cities. For example, as example, snow in the one city, in the other rain in the other sun.
We see exactly what you see. Nothing. Our eyesights are the same. We don't see anything different. We do see the same things, you know.
How? But you will understand it when I say you get into the fly and you are thousand millions for in the air, and you when you look for the horizon, you see a 50 or whatever 10 cities is possible in the air, in the fly in the air, 1,000 kilometers up in the earth, in the sky. It's possible you see the different weathers, and
weather will get in the way. You can't see in the visible light 1,000 miles.
Yeah, but
except in infrared, and that's one of my points. I can show you a video by somebody in our community who has gone in airplanes and used infrared optics to zoom in very, very, very far.
as a limitation, the vision you say, yeah.
Yeah, the optical device and the sensor and all that. Yeah, I mean, he was able to document terrain that's 1,000 miles away and 1,200 miles away in infrared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do you know how far away the horizon should be? From, I don't know, 35,000 feet, maybe 10,000 meters? In miles, it should be about 250 miles away, which means you should not be able to see the surface of the globe beyond 250 miles. But in infrared, at that height, you can see beyond 250 miles. You can see to 400 miles, 600 miles, 800 miles, 1,000 miles, 1,200 miles. Would you like to see?
Nothing. I am thinking.
I mean, yeah, I can share, but if you don't want to see it, that's all right too.
I mean, I would love to see it. I would love to see it, but I would want to add to Corsa's inquiry. I would like to add that it is not necessarily very. You know, there is an approximation. The Earth is not a perfect sphere. There are imperfections in the sphere that takes it away from a perfect sphere. So it's
yeah.
Yeah, do you know how much imperfection there's claimed to be?
I mean, so your friend actually. So what did your friend exactly do? He flew on an airplane and he directed the infrared light towards the horizon, and that infrared light.
Yep, and kept zooming in, and he pointed out very obvious, very conspicuous geographical features. In this case, what I'm referencing is one particular video. He zoomed in on the Great Lakes from the United States, looking northward, and he kept zooming in. He's got another one from Texas where he zoomed in on the Baja Peninsula out in the Pacific Ocean, which was 760 miles away.
So doesn't exist the space for you?
Yeah, I mean, just not the same way. I don't think outer space is a gigantic vacuum, because we couldn't be breathing air if that was the case, not without some kind of physical containment.
So what about gravity? Breathing because of atmosphere, and atmosphere is held because of gravity, right?
Well, that's what they say, right? But if you understand molecular behavior, gravity is not a force that compresses gas.
No, but it attracts, right? It attracts molecules.
So I'll give you an example. So I work I'm a dental student, and dentists use this dental mirror a lot. Now, when we use our mirror, we kind of get an advantage of seeing things that we can't really see with our eyes. And we would put this mirror into the mouth in an angle so that the light actually refracts. So the light will actually bounce on the molar teeth, or the teeth, the teeth that you have far back, like the grinding teeth, and it will bounce on the mirror. Very similarly, the infrared light, what might have happened, I'm just trying to hypothetically come up with what possibly might have happened and why he's seeing what he's seeing. It could be that it was maybe somewhat a humid day, and the light actually refracted on the horizon of the Earth, or the atmosphere. So tiny droplets in the air, and this refraction went into the camera, and he was able to register. So it register what he saw further away.
Yeah, well, infrared refracts far less than visible light. It diffracts more, right? Because the Ares disk are going to be like twice as big at like 720 nanometers than at like 400 to 500.
I have to go again, guys. I'm so sorry.
All right, so yeah, I mean, infrared diffracts more, but now for you to claim that we're seeing this far due to water droplets forming a lensing effect now requires that every ray that you could trace of every point of light, trillions and trillions and trillions of them, each of these rays is following a different optical path independent of one another that is bent coinciding with the curvature of a globe. So they're all bending at different rates, physically being redirected due to meteorological conditions localized for each ray. Trillions and trillions and trillions of them are conspiring together to produce a flat and stable image in infrared. Is that what you're claiming? Sounds like a conspiracy theory. And doing it in a wavelength that's not visible to begin with. It's freaking hilarious. So I'm going to need some evidence for that. You know, like logically, we should be able to pop open an infrared lens onto the camera and then see the globe horizon. Instead, the opposite happens, right? Yeah, like what kind of temperature would be required? You're going to require some kind of very exotic temperature gradient. The temperature gradient must be somehow conformal to roughly 8 inches per mile squared, and it altering an optical path in the infrared spectrum, not the visual. That's what's so insane about this scope. Like the more you guys claim some kind of atmospheric refraction effect, the worse it gets for you. And then ultimately what you're going to be left with is wondering, how could these people be right and the rest of the world be wrong? How is it that it's more difficult for me to accept the reality of the world just as I see and experience it in the face of a world population that doesn't? Why is everybody else rejecting what they can observe and measure? I mean, it's like we've got people right now in chat who are giving us their best evidence for the globe as a flat Earth, and I find that ridiculous. "20 minutes ago, they were telling us just how much boats going over the horizon is obvious proof that you see everywhere. And then we pop on an infrared lens, and they're saying, well, that's also proof." We pop on an infrared lens to cut through the haze, to cut through the distortion. And when you should see the curvature in all of its glory, you don't. And then that's proof of curvature. Okay, guys. Did you check your brains at the door?
But that's the debunk of their claim, because they claim that more distortion of light is that shows flat Earth and puts you away from the curved Earth, the ball Earth. But if you use those lenses like infrared lens, thermic lens, something like that, or thermic camera, not lens, it's not a filter. So if you use those, you would expect, like you said, to see the curvature where it should be, to see that horizon where it should be. But it's not. It's just farther than you expect on a globe. It's farther than when it was with naked eyes.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, when I see an obvious mirage, then this to me is obvious curvature. And when I don't see a mirage at all and it looks flat, then that's also obvious curvature.
No, sound.
Yeah.
So it's the curvature of the Earth with refraction or no refraction. They are just talking with the opposite things or contradicting things with the same mouth. It's just nonsense. More refraction. You see more refraction. You see like those observations where they put their finger on the distortion on the crane in those oil rigs. Because there is distortion on the crane, so meaning that it was that distance to the horizon. It was just because of refraction. Now, just let us diminish that refraction and that distortion of light using infrared lenses or thermic camera. And they will claim it's proof for the globe also, meaning that the opposite effect is also on the side of the globe. They want to make their claim unfalsifiable. That's all.
Yeah, it's like, oh, every time it looks curved, it is curved, and every time it looks flat, it is curved, and every time you can't measure the Earth rotation, then it's still rotating, and when you think you're measuring rotation, it's also rotating. Even when your gyros spin backwards as predicted, or the Foucault pendulum oscillates and precesses backwards than what was predicted, it's still evidence of rotation in the right direction as predicted. It's so stupid. It's like when in Hafel Keating, when they took the atomic clocks on 747s, flew them in opposite directions to test for relativity. Well, some of the clocks actually went backwards in time when they should have gone forward relative to the ground, and some of them went forward in time when they should have gone backwards relative to the ground. But this too is also proof of relativity, you see.
Yeah, and also the test Michelson-Morley. So they expected to see difference in those beams when the beams will split. So one will reach the detector before the other, and there will be visible difference. But there wasn't no difference. A little bit, just a little bit of difference, but still a proof for the globe.
Yeah, it wasn't enough as predicted.
Yeah,
and just like Foucault pendulum, the Sagnac effect was only visible once they started spinning the lights on the table.
Yeah.
So you put an optical measurement device on a table and you spin it and then say this is proof that Earth is spinning. You take a Foucault pendulum, you start to swing it, and you say this is proof that Earth is spinning underneath it. But somehow you can take a torsion bar, hang a couple balls from either end of it, suspended on a string from the ceiling, call it the Cavendish test. And if that thing starts to oscillate, then it's totally not due to Earth curve or Earth rotation. It's due to mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter which way you slice and dice all these claims, they are bizarre and contradictory. And what it is evidence of is data fitting, backfitting observations to match previously held expectations. This is an affirming the consequent fallacy. It's fallacious. It's a bias. And what makes it bad is how dishonest people are about their interpretation of the results. And so they're basically being dishonest about it, and then they have the gall to come here and say, why would people lie? Why would people lie about the globe? And then they give us a Foucault pendulum, they give us half L Keating, they give us Cavendish, they give us the Sagnac effect. And these are prime examples of them lying.
Also, yesterday we talked about a test that was similar. When you drop different object with different masses, like a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum chamber, with the explanation of gravity that it's dependent to the mass, so the more mass, more attraction. That's what they say. So you will expect that the bowling ball, because it has more mass, so the exchange of potential between the Earth and the bowling ball will make the bowling ball fall faster than the feather. It didn't. Still, it's proof for gravity. You should expect to see more attraction between more massive objects. It didn't happen. Why? Isn't gravity dependent to the mass of the object? More attraction if the object is more massive? Why was the attraction between the Earth and the bowling ball that is more massive than the feather same as with the feather?
Right. And at this point, the question is, or the statement is, you don't understand. You Flurf, you do not understand. You're not smart enough.
Yeah.
So somebody else did it and they're smarter than you, and you're just denying their intelligence.
Yeah, I don't have a degree. Because I don't have a degree. So they will ask me, what degree do you have to be able to talk about those things, to be able to question them? So I have to have those kind of degrees from those people, those same indoctrinated people that I don't believe.
Well, then we get those people with the degrees in here and we talk to them and they don't know either, because somebody else with some other degree always has the answer. Nobody seems to know who that exactly is.
Yeah, true.
Now on Facebook, I'm just scrolling through, and maybe I can post that picture. Oh, mad, I can. Sweet. Right, I can post that bit up. Loading. Come on. Do you think? There it is. So this numpty. Now, Columbia Sportswear CEO Tim Boyle, who is 76 years old, recently launched a viral challenge promising to give away his $3 billion company to anyone who can prove the Earth is flat. The campaign video invites participants to photograph a literal edge of the Earth, with Boyle joking that the winner receives the entire company. A spokeswoman in the video clarifies that the image must show a real physical termination point of the planet. The stunt is part of Columbia's marketing campaign, using humour and satire to spark global attention and online debate.
Yeah, I heard something about that, Matrix. Yeah, I didn't realise what the prize was. Whole company, eh? Huh.
That'd be nearly worth borrowing a battleship and going for a little bit of a sail. getting a big ass crane, jumping up on the plateau and going for a walk. But then again, last time someone tried that, quite a few went down and not many came back. Don't know why. There's only penguins there. Maybe they do have laser eyes. Oh! I love some of the bullshit stories that they say, eh? Well, that's right. The social media stupid thing starts today, didn't it? Wow. I wonder how many kids are going out and going to find alternate forms of entertainment, like getting great big firecrackers and blowing up wheelie bins and. Oh man. Oh wow, that's going to be great. We got a couple of cities where there's major youth problems, and these idiots think that by kicking children off of social media or banning them from it because of their underage is going to help our youth crime problems, or it's going to make our kids safe. That's what they said. It's going to make our kids safe. What it is going to do is make our kids bored. They're going to want to seek entertainment elsewhere. And as a result, I can see our youth crime problem going through the roof. But anyways, that's my take on it. Oh, wow. There's a few bites on that one. All right, so one person posted up. So that the pressure is greater in water the deeper you go is a fact. Same as air pressure drops the higher you go. Explain that without gravity. Anyways, the next person gets on there. Gravity has nothing to do with relative density. As world famous physicist Michio Kaku says, there is no such thing as gravity. Now all of a sudden we've got 25 bites on that. So as we all know, it doesn't take much bait to go fishing. The very first clown on there, didn't Cavendish fail? Next one was try to understand what Kaku said. What else we got? Michio Kaku never said that gravity doesn't exist. The way flat earthers claim, he said gravity isn't a force in Einstein's model. It's the curvature of space-time that's not no gravity. That gravity is deeper than Newton's thought. Relative density only works because gravity pulls denser objects downwards. Without gravity, density would just make things different thicknesses. Nothing would fall, so no. You didn't debunk gravity, you just misunderstood a quote from a scientist whose books you've clearly never read. Ooh. I'd like to invite that numpty in here, he'd get wrecked. Oh wow, this dude's even going for more. Also, here's what we get when we search for the Dr. Kaku quote on Google. Dr. Michio Kaku's no gravity comments stem from Einstein's general relativity, which describes gravity not as a pull, but as the curvature of space-time caused by mass. So, objects follow these curves, creating the effect we feel as gravity, with space pushing us down, not a force pulling us. He's essentially saying there's no force in the traditional sense, but a geometric effect, explaining that things like satellites are falling around Earth because they follow the curved space-time path, not because they are pulled by a distinct force. The universe always has gravity or space-time curvature. My God, these people are so deep into it. What else we got? If you're going to quote Kaku, use the full quote, not just the bit that supports your position. Oh, have a cry. What do we got? Yes, yes. Now explain how pressure gradients come to exist without gravity. All right, what other cries have we got? Oh, what's this talk? Hard to explain if the person is an idiot that believes the world is flat. Well, it's not a belief, so you failed. Next. One person just put in there, buoyancy. Comments incoming. Very good. All right, what other stupid shit we got? Oh, we've got another maptard. Wow. If you assume that the azimuthal equidistant projection used as the flat Earth map is actually flat, then Adelaide goes from 654 kilometres from Melbourne. What? Then Adelaide goes from 654 kilometres from Melbourne to 1,592 kilometres. Can any flat earther explain how I can drive this distance in less than 8 hours? Okay, numpty. Oh, he's got 99 comments. What's this? One of the comments. Because flat Earth is almost an exclusively American politics issue. Flurfs never anticipated meeting someone from Australia. Oh, shit. That's good. I like that. And there's 5 replies to that. The Flurfs, oh, here's the first dumbass. There are Flurfs all around the globe by their own site's admission. Well, obviously, this numpty has been to the Flat Earth Society. Anyways. Oh, someone doesn't like the Australian Flat Earthers. Amazingly enough, there are Australian Flurfs, and they are arguably the dumbest of them all. Really? Here's an idea for you, kind sir. Get in your happy little car and go for a drive across this little continent. And you tell me how much curvature there is. The first person, another one gets on here. Bless your heart. Gleason's map is the only map with accurate distances. Ouch. Holy shitballs, that is a long post. Wow. The entire heliocentric model is based on esoteric numerology. Every major part of it is built on a harmonic code. Here is the full breakdown they never expect you to see. If you believe the heliocentric model is a scientific framework built on measurement, buckle up, because once you review the full pattern, it becomes painfully obvious that the model is a numerological construct disguised as astronomy. Every pillar of it, not one part escapes the pattern. So let's begin. Number 1, the sun-moon illusion, the 400-to-1 code. Heliocentrism begins with its most absurd coincidence. The sun is said to be 400 times larger in diameter, 400 times farther, which makes it appear the exact same size as the moon. A perfect ratio, a perfect illusion, a perfect number for numerology. This ratio alone would sink any truly random cosmology, but this is only the beginning. Number 2, the 108 harmonic, the skeleton key of the system. Heliocentrism is built on 108, whether you notice or not. 108 moons fit between Earth and the moon. 108 suns fit between Earth and the sun. Moon radius equals 1,080 miles. 1 to the power of 1 times 2 to the power of 2 times 3 to the power of 3 equals 108. 108 is sacred across ancient cultures. 108 stitches on a baseball. 108 beads in a mullah. 108 temple designs. 108 is the backbone of sacred geometry and the backbone of your scientific model. Number 3, the cube code. The 216 and 2160 family. Here the pattern explodes in your face. Moon diameter equals 2160 miles. A cube's total angle sum equals 2160 degrees. 6 times 6 times 6 times 10 equals 2160. Processional harmonics tie directly into 2160. Even 4K resolution uses 2160p. 216 is embedded in temple design, musical ratios, Kabbalah, and Saturn symbolism. If the universe is random, why does the moon match the cube? Number 4, solar harmonics, 432 and 864. Everything about the sun lives inside this harmonic. Sun radius equals 432,000 miles. Sun diameter equals 864,000 miles. Day length equals 86400 seconds. Music resonant tuning equals 432 hertz. 432 appears in Viking myth, Hindu cosmology, Tibetan chants, Gregorian masses. 432 and 864 are the signature of the entire solar framework. Everything fits the same harmonic. Number 5. Earth fits the same harmonic set. The random planet Earth just happens to match the same numbers. Earth radius equals 3960 miles. Earth diameter equals 7920 miles. Earth plus moon radii equals 5040 miles. 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7 equals 5040. Earth is not an exception. It is part of the coded system. Number 6. The number 6 and the 666 material code. Here, the Saturn symbolism becomes unavoidable. Tilt from vertical equals 66.6 degrees. Orbital speed equals 66,600 miles per hour. Curvature formula equals 0.666 feet per mile squared. Carbon-based life equals 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. Your entire physical universe is numerically coded with sixes. This says Saturnian symbolism, not physics. Number 7, the Saturn cube religion connection. Saturn is the god of materialism, time, restriction, and form. Now watch how heliocentrism ties directly into it. Saturn's pole has a hexagon that folds into a cube. Kaaba in Mecca is a black cube. Jewish tefillin are black cubes. Christian cross is an unfolded cube. Moon equals 2160 miles equals cube's total angular sum. Material life equals 666. NASA encodes Saturn symbolism throughout their missions. Heliocentrism is not neutral, it is a part of an ancient materialistic cosmology. Number 8, the precession and great year harmonics. Even the largest cycles follow the pattern. Great year equals 25,920 years. Breakdown 432 times 60. Precession equals 1 degree every 72 years. 72 times 30 equals 2160. Zodiac divisions fit the same scheme. Ancient temples encoded these cycles long before NASA existed. Time itself is coded with harmonics. The number 9, biology matches the same geometry. Your body mirrors the sky. Skull, 22 bones and 7 openings, equals 22 over 7 equals pi. Hands, 28 phalanges with 7th triangular number. Turtle shells, 13 center plates, 28 outer plates equals lunar calendar. Life is literally built with the same geometry as the luminaries. 10. Technology mirrors the harmonics. 4K resolution is 3840 by 2160. 2160 again, the moon's number, the cube's number. Why does your TV match the moon? Number 11, the 137 constant, the signature of the whole system. 137 is one of the most mysterious numbers in physics. 137 is the fine structure constant. 137 controls the strength of electromagnetism. 137 is the 33rd prime. Masonry encodes 90 plus 47 equals 137. The golden angle in nature is 137.5 degrees. Earth's rotation speed is claimed at 1,037 mile per hour. Drop the 0 and you get 137. National Aeronautics and Space Administration equals 137 in the septenary cipher. 137 is the fingerprint of intelligence, not randomness. Number 12, the variations excuse does not save the model. Globers love to say distances vary, orbits vary, cycles vary, tilt varies. They think variation helps them. It destroys them. The averages always snap back into the same numbers. 66.6, 108, 216, 432, 864, 2160, 3960, 7920, 5040, 86 400, 432, 000, and 137. These are the skeleton of the entire model. The variations are camouflage. The averages reveal the architecture. In a random universe, the averages would drift. Here, they converge. Number 13. The entire heliocentric framework in a single numerological system. Distance values, mass values, diameter values, orbital periods, rotational periods, speeds, tilts, day length, month length, year length, great year length, precession rate, chemical structure of life, geometry of the moon, geometry of the sun, geometry of the earth, biological structures, sacred structures, religious symbols, timekeeping systems, even modern resolutions and physics constants. All of it repeats the same ancient harmonic set. The odds of this occurring randomly are 0. The impossible challenge for any glober. Provide one example anywhere in nature where a random, chaotic system produces a perfectly repeating harmonic set across astronomy, geometry, physics constants, time cycles, biology, chemistry, religion, mythology, architecture, language ciphers, technology, all at the same time. Just one. You cannot, because heliocentrism is not discovery, it's design. A numerological construct disguised as science. It collapses the moment you examine its numbers. Holy crap, that was a fair write-up. Hopefully I didn't bore you to death.
That was a good summary. Thanks.
So yes, I don't know if you're interested in numerology stuff, but yeah, there it is. I find some of that interesting. Other parts are like, huh? But each to their own, I suppose. I'm not here twisting anyone's arm. What the? Who put that up there? I recently heard the most absurd thing flat earthers believe, and that is that math is government-constructed lie. I don't know any FE guys that would say that. So I don't know if it's just someone having a laugh or what. Oh wow, you must be a newbie. I'm gaining here. Still have some questions. Is the moon real? And if so, is it flat? How far away is it? If it is also flat, how do we explain the light hitting as if it's more or less round? My last question is this. If the Earth is flat, how do we explain the fact I can actually see the curvature of Earth on a beach? Ah, really? Wow. Your eyes have curvature and they lie to you. What's this? So I assume that also applies to high altitude images that are taken from weather balloons where you people crop out the center of the picture and claim that the Earth is flat. Like, seriously, why would flat earthers grab some random photo, crop the guts out of it, and then claim it's flat? Like, what flat earther would do that? Every single flat earther I know would leave the image alone, especially if it shows it's flat. Why would you mess with it? And you'd just go, here, data, choke on it. That's it. They just drop it in front of you. Let the data speak for itself. Crazy. Some of these things these guys come up with. Oh, here we go. According to flat earthers, so insert straw man here, boys and girls. According to flat earthers, the sun and moon are local. The distances given by most flat earthers is between 3,000 and 5,000 miles. I live about 5,000 miles from Moscow. I can easily fly to Moscow. Why can't anyone fly to the sun or moon? Why do FEs say no one's landed on the moon if it is so close? What's preventing humans from going to these objects?
Hello, this is Hagi from Kazakhstan, bro. Abu Hamza, bro.
How's it going, bro?
Yes, I'm from Kazakhstan, bro. I'm Kazaki, bro.
From Kazakhstan. Awesome.
Yes,
I'm from
Kazakhstan.
Australia.
Where from you? Where from you? Where from you?
Australia.
Australia.
Oi, oi, oi.
And people are white, and they have the charm and the cool and fat. Thank you. Fuck you, bitch.
Okay. Have a nice day. Wow. You're pretty excited pretty quick. Imagine what it'd be like if we showed him that the Earth is measured flat. Holy shit. Anyways, where were we? Yeah, this guy's right up. Blah, 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 moon, 3,000, 5,000 miles. Yeah, I live about 5,000 miles from Moscow. I can easily fly to Moscow. Why can't anyone fly to the sun or moon? Why do FEs say no one's landed on the moon if it's so close? What's preventing humans from going to these objects if they're so close? And don't give me any crap about Van Allen belts because you believe the moon and sun are local, so the Van Allen belts don't even come into play. Oh. What comments have we got for this? Do you even watch rockets being launched? There's one very recent. You should watch it. Okay. Let's click on comments. Ooh, the firmament is rocket-proof. No one enters, no one leaves. They are not physical. What's this? With the sun so close, would there even be an ice wall? And a little laugh emoji next to it. You cannot go to the moon and watch the sun and the moon interact with the clouds. It is obvious they are not at the distances they claim they are. They just work like spotlights. Oh, someone's redirected him to 200 Reasons the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay. You can't land on the moon, it's impossible, because the moon is plasma. Oh, wow, that's got some posts against it. Oh, here we go. What's this one? Flurfism and space denial are trends, and like all trends, it will disappear. Not a single flurf or space denier believes in anything they say. They have just jumped on the latest bandwagon. And all of that was in caps. So I don't know why you needed to yell that out, but anyways. Might have been a typo. Some numpty gets on here. Flat Earth gets destroyed again. Yeah, come and visit us, mate. We'll see how you go. Lots of pictures of space posted. Scrolling. Oh, the usual memes. All of the planets and Earth as a flat square thing.
Hi there, can I give you a drive-through code?
What's the code?
It's gonna be 1925.
Hey, you're
Can I
hot
get that
micing.
with no ketchup and no mustard, please?
Yeah, we might.
No, go ahead and add the ketchup and mustard. It's good for you.
Actually, you see a
Oh, somebody muted
no,
you.
he's not a mob. Yeah.
Why did
What
you
if
hear
he
the
says
rest of
something
that
rude? Yeah, what if his order goes bad and he flips his shit at some poor person? I don't want to hear that. Anyways, I was reading stupid comments before I go to squash.
And where are you seeing these comments, on YouTube or in the chat?
This is on Facebook. So there's a page on Facebook called Flat Earth Friends. So if anyone else wants to jump in there, they're more than welcome to do so. But most of it is Globers. Just to give you an idea, Matthew, one of the moderators is McToon.
Interesting.
That should say enough. So, yeah. Oh, we've got a poll. This poll is directed at FEs who think every picture showing the entire Earth is CGI, including the ones from the 50s and 60s. I just got to know how old you are. Oh, so they just want ages. Between 10 and 20, you got 1%. Between 20 and 30 is 33%. Between 30 and 40s, there's none. 40 and 50, 33. And over 50s, 33. I have a good reason for asking, but sharing it now would bias the result, so I'll reveal it later. Oh, okay. Fair enough. If the moon is a hologram, how can amateur ham radio operators use it to bounce a signal to the other side of the globe? What? Well, we could test and see if that's bullshit or not. Because what we could do is we could get on Discord and we could talk to our friends in the United States or some other country when the moon is not near me, and we could get the old ham radio out and we could test this. If that shit works or if it does not. Ooh, there you go, ham radio, boys and girls. Something for you to go and check out. Here we go. What do you think is the single most compelling argument for your favoured planetary shape? Please, no arguments against the opposing views, rather a credible, verifiable argument in favour of your position. Something we can look into and learn from. Memes are fine, but please provide sources for any claims. I'd ask that this doesn't descend into name calling and ego stroking, but we all know it will. Okay. And he's got 268 comments. Oh, wow. Photo evidence of a round Earth. Okay, so you got to verify your photos. So you're out. The Tychos model. The Tychos, our geoaxial binary system by Simon Shack. Okay. Globe. We have pictures. Now we've got a hot dog Earther. We can't leave them out. There's no such thing as a flat Earth. We know it's a sphere for over 2,500 years. Obviously, that person didn't read the other bit. No arguments against opposing view, just supply your own. So you're a numpty, you're out. Globe. Gestures at the complete unit available in libraries, the internet, textbooks, models, maps, personal observations, and others' personal observations. So you haven't given us what they are. So you've got models that you've yet to prove, maps that you can't prove. Someone said so in a textbook. Someone said so on the internet. And libraries. Ooh, let's go to the library. This person didn't state which way they are leaning. Leap years. Leap years prove the shape of the ground, everyone. Done. Sold. That's it. Back to Globetardia. Leap years do it for us. What do you think, Matthew? Leap years prove the shape of the ground?
No, they just show that the number of days doesn't fit equally into the number of years.
There we go. Sorry, Mr. Facebook guy. Matthew has shot you down. All right. Oh, this one's got a decent write-up. For me, it's this. Physics tells us about the conservation of momentum. On a flat Earth, where does the angular momentum come from to make hurricanes spin? Well, you're assuming that that's the cause. It has to come from somewhere. Hurricane Melissa this past year released 200 times more energy. Well, that's great. No one cares. What if it's just the fact that heat energy from the sun's path is what causes this? So any storm system that appears on the left-hand side of the line will spin one way, and storm systems that appear on the right-hand side of the line will spin the other due to the heat energy from the sun. Crazy idea, I know, but yeah. Anyways, why do hurricanes always rotate in a specific direction in the northern hemisphere and they rotate clockwise? Well, actually, there's anti-cyclones. So, yeah, that does actually happen the other way around. So this guy's out of his depth. All of these are quite... where are we? Why do hurricanes only form between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn? Why do they never cross the equator? In fact, they never get within about 5 degrees of the equator. All these questions have simple and easy answers on a globe Earth. Well, actually, you started off on a flat Earth. So you're trying to have a crack at the flat Earth, which you were told not to do in the instruction manual. But anyways, however, the FE model provides no explanation for any of them. And then, oh, here we go. Before you start talking about how hurricanes are man-made, well, I didn't say they were man-made. Here are some facts. The entire region of Earth between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn can be affected by hurricanes. Okay, so depending on exact area, they can also be called cyclones or typhoons. The area where hurricanes can exist circles the globe. Oh, so you're assuming it's a globe to start off with. That's great. Guess that would be a ring on FE projection. You wouldn't believe it. That's the same ring where the sun travels around its path. That's interesting. Hurricanes and cyclones follow the sun's path. The area where hurricanes can exist in the circle of the globe, I guess that would be a ring on FE projection. If you want to believe that hurricanes are man-made, tell me which ones are man-made. Well, I'm not interested in that shit. And which ones are natural. And how can you tell? Well, because the man-made ones have a digital ID number, and the natural ones don't. They don't have a jumper on. They're open. They're going au naturel. Oh, man, there's a big flashing sign on it that says it's man-made. Of course they're... God. Anyways, we have written evidence that hurricanes have been hitting Florida since the 1500s. And scientific evidence that they go back 3,000 plus years. Well, that's great. So if hurricanes are man-made, how were they made at the end of it? So obviously you're more interested into knowing how they're man-made as opposed to proving the shape of the ground. But we'll leave you alone. Oh, here we go. I'm a Bible-believing globe earther. Compelling scientific argument for a globe earth. Isn't that a bit of a contradiction there? On one hand, you're a Bible believer, and on the second part, you're going to tell us about scientific arguments. I thought science opposed religion.
I think they're compatible, science and religions. Cause, the way I say it is all
bit?
truth is God's truth.
Which bit? Anyways, back to the story.
Life, that type of stuff.
Why this evidence is compelling. Geometry requires Earth to be a rotating spheroid due to this observation. A stationary flat disk Earth, solid dome, would have to have the dome do the moving for the stars, embedded within its interior surface to be seen moving. And according to geometry, what would be seen would be a monopolar celestial hemisphere instead. We do not observe this. That's because it's observer-centric. Sorry, dude. Anyways, likewise, the geometry of the stationary flat Earth model precludes Polaris appearing anywhere but high overhead in everyone's sky. Oh. So you're saying we should have infinite vision and see from everywhere. Excellent. So why is it when I'm looking along an exceptionally long stretch of road, do the lampposts appear to dive into the ground? Wouldn't the sky do the same thing? Due to perspective? Appear to ramp down to my line of vision? Food for thought. This is not geometrically possible if the flat disk Earth model is true. Well, you weren't supposed to be arguing against, you were supposed to be putting your thoughts forward. This evidence requires no photographs at all. Oh. So you're not going to back it up with anything? Or you're going to put that there as some kind of well poison? So if anyone says, get photographs, you can put your hands on your hips and go, nah, photographs not required. This avoids the incessant questioning of the provenance and validity of any and all photographs posted on the internet. Yeah, so straight away you can dodge the, put out the, nah, I don't have to. Plus avoids the need for anyone to go to high enough altitude to directly see the shape of our world within a sufficiently wide field of view. All anyone has to do is go to their backyard on a clear night and observe their portion of the celestial sphere for a while. And neither NASA or anyone else controls the view of the night sky you obtain with your own two eyes. Those who are distrustful... Oh crap, that's a write-up and a half. Man, that's going to take me about 10 minutes. Those who are distrustful of the word of any other people who live elsewhere in the world as to what their portion of the celestial sphere looks like can travel across the equator is the most helpful to those locales themselves and verify firsthand what that other portion of the celestial sphere looks like. Such travel costs something, but is affordable for many people. Those who are willing to trust the word of other people, who can select people they know personally if they wish, but who live on the other side of the equator, can schedule a mutual observation of the night sky in their respectful locales, and then compare notes later as to what they observed. The universal and constant result of such collective observations is that Earth is surrounded by a bipolar celestial sphere. Our knowledge of physics precludes the stars, given their distance from Earth, doing the moving themselves to accomplish the constellations' apparent movements we see from our backyards at night, because that would require the stars to be moving many times the speed of light, which they cannot be doing. So Earth itself is doing the moving. Oh, so you've just assumed that the stars must be travelling at some crazy-ass speed, and therefore it's down to us. Okay. So Earth itself is doing the moving. When the stars trace circular trail patterns in the sky, either seen directly in live time or over the course of hours, or in time-elapsed photographs of star trails, this is direct evidence that they are being seen from a curved surface. No, it's not. That is not direct evidence they're being seen from a curved surface. For anyone with half a brain in their head, they can go, there is three options. Number one, the ground is moving. Number two, the sky is moving. Or number three, they are both moving. How you establish which one after that, that's another story. Anyways, I maintain that the Bible is silent on the topic of our world shape and celestial mechanics because the Bible never mentions Earth. The capitalized name of our entire world/planet as in flat Earth or globe Earth. The problem with Bible-based flat Earth advocates is that when they see the older, improper noun, Earth, in the Bible, a rendering that translates the OT Hebrew word eretz, which refers to the land, a country/territory/region, or its people. The ground or the soil, they mistake it for the lookalike proper noun Earth. The name Earth refers to our entire world/planet, but the improper noun Earth does not. Such as Bible So such Bible readers are either unaware that earth and earth are not the same word, for they are simply unaware that the capitalization difference between these words. So, if they even notice it, exists and means something important. Flat Earth advocates are not the only people who are unaware of or sloppy about the capitalization difference. And it is to an extent understandable because earth, lowercase, is nearly archaic usage in contemporary English. We say ground or soil or land now instead. Earth has been retained in Bible translation work out of tradition, not out of helpfulness to contemporary readers of the Bible in English. Earth and earth, capitalised, are easily enough mistaken for each other, except for the capitalisation difference. The two words are spelled alike and pronounced alike. Aspects of the internet, example, texting, case-sensitive search engines, downplay English capitalisation conventions or make them irrelevant. So it's no surprise to me that the internet has occasioned a rise in Flat Earth movement among fellow Bible believers for this reason. Well, a lot of people are in here not because of religion, but I also see other kinds of people being similarly sloppy about capitalising Earth when we're talking about the world/planet as a whole or about the world's people as a whole. Even our English language style manuals, which advise you when to capitalise or not to capitalise words for correct writing practice, are not consistent about earth and earth in capitals, but they should be consistent because the capitalised word earth is a name, and we capitalise names in English with complete consistency. Accordingly, Bible translators have consistently avoided using the capitalised word planet name earth in their work, which is very clear and telling about all of this. There are 0 flat earth passages and there are 0 globe earth passages in the Bible. The Bible being altogether silent about earth is thus not in conflict with physical science over the shape and celestial mechanics of our world/planet. As a fellow Bible believer, I'm sympathetic with the sense of loyalty to God and the Bible, which the Bible-based flat earthers manifest, but their loyalty has become misdirected due to their misreading of the Bible with regard to earth and capitalised earth. Where they are then make matters worse is in telling non-Bible believers that flat earth is what the Bible teaches, which statement then predictably puts people off the spiritual message of the Bible, which for Bible believers is paramount. So, to summarise all of that, whinge, celestial sphere getting contaminated with terrestrial sphere, whinge, I'm a Bible believer, whinge, someone forgot to put a capital E in there. So that was pretty quick, eh?
What's up?
I don't know. I'm just bored, and I want to learn English.
Well, you've stumbled into the Flat Earth room. Have you heard about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I know that thing, but I don't know. I'm just curious about the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, we're here in the English Hub to help widen people's vocabulary by talking about the flat Earth, talking about science.
Yeah.
And,
That is interesting
empirical.
topic.
Yeah.
That interesting topic.
Yeah, so our position is that the flat Earth is it's actually empirical evidence. It's not a belief. It's not a model, or we're not telling you the shape of the Earth. What we're telling you is that the Earth is actually measured, utilized, and experienced as a flat topographical plane, or you could say planar. So we don't actually have any evidence.
Yes.
We don't have any evidence of curvature or rotation on the Earth. Were you aware of that?
Yeah. I see. I heard that Flat Earth Society about the kind of geometric theory or something like that.
The what theory?
Geometric theory.
Oh,
about
geocentric.
sun running into Earth. Just
Yeah, so the geocentric idea, basically.
That's what I mean. Geocentric theory.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the sky, it doesn't matter whether you're, heliocentric or geocentric. The sky would do the same thing, so it's no way to tell, really.
So where's the others about this opinion? I want to hear that, and I want to hear about a flat Earth. Is that community or something like that, or just a theory and theory and theory? There's if there's something about scientific evidence, it's kind of interesting, just like that. I'm just saying.
Hey man, sorry dude. The door went. I missed what you said. Can you repeat what you said?
There's I need to know about the scientific evidence like that. I'm just saying, the flat Earth theory is that a bigger community, or there's the movement about the happening right now. I'm just saying. I don't know. Where's the other opinion?
Yeah, flat earthers there's a lot of people. There is a lot of people all over the world who are flat earthers. There's actually quite a lot of people who don't tell you, or you would never know, are flat earthers, because it's the type of topic that can attract a lot of controversy. But in terms of us guys here, we basically are what you would call empiricists. Do you know what empiricism is?
I don't know. I'm just new.
No, I mean,
in
have
this
you ever
topic.
heard of the term empiricist, or empiricism?
Yeah. Empiricism. Yeah. It's based on the practicing. Is that wrong?
It's a
Empirism.
view.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Empirism.
it's a view that knowledge comes from direct experience, right?
Yeah. The fruit. Yeah.
It's literally the foundation of the scientific method. Have you heard of the scientific method?
Yeah. I know that.
Right. So as an empiricist, we say we know things, we don't believe things. We know things because we can observe them, verify them, test them. So when it comes to the flat Earth, we believe it's an empirical argument, not a belief. We believe that you can know the Earth is flat by observation, by experimentation, by validation. So there is no evidence of curvature. There is no evidence of the Earth spinning on its axis. And there's no evidence that there is an out of space. So empirically, it's a logically sound position. The flat Earth position.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? What about solar system?
The solar system is a story that we've been told. So all the movies and what we've learned in school has told you that the lights in the sky make up a solar system, and that we have 7 wandering stars called planets, and that they are balls of rock and gas in a vacuum in the sky. But empirically, we have no way to know this or prove this. And actually, the term planet never meant a rock or a ball of gas in a vacuum of space. It's only ever really meant wandering stars. It's just recently, the last few hundred years, we've moved to believe that these wandering stars are planets and that the Earth is rotating around the sun. Everything is in the solar system is rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun, but we have no evidence of that. And in reality, when we look up at the stars and we look up at the sun, we don't have any evidence that any of this stuff is in a vacuum. The fact that there could be a vacuum in the sky kind of goes against the laws of the gas laws, the thermodynamic laws. So consistently, it's illogical. It's not consistent with the laws of science and nature as we know them. So solar system, it's a story we've been told, but evidence for it. That might sound like a bit extreme or of a shock to you, but if you really think about it, everything you've learned about the solar system has been via cartoons, CGI pictures. We have no footage. We have no means to get there and validate it, so it's just a belief system.
Wow, I'm shocked. Now I've been told on the scientific movie, sci-fi, I like watching anime, and also I'm really thinking about it, about what I was saying about the solar system, and it's kind of confusing to me because I believe in geometric centrism. It's like I read a book about Ghazali and Galileo Galilei. So I don't know. I'm quite interesting about this topic.
Yeah, the thing you've got to keep in mind is a lot of the stories we've been told about the ball Earth, the heliocentric model, they're not based on any evidence, direct evidence. They're based on assumptions that we live on a ball. Now, they decided we lived on a ball before they had any technology or any actual, means of understanding it. They just decided it was. They decided through, a story that was told in ancient Greece that a man measured some shadows, and it could only be possible to get those shadows if we lived on a ball. But now that time has passed and we're smarter, it's obvious that this is not evidence. This is what we call circular reasoning. You have to assume we live on a ball to begin with. So when you read the articles online that say we've known the Earth is a ball for 2,000 years, blah blah blah, we haven't known empirically. We haven't observed the solar system. We've assumed it. And for some reason, they pushed this as the mainstream narrative. And I'm not trying to confuse the situation, but there was a lot going on at the time in history when they pushed this idea. So I would say, yeah, they pushed this idea originally, not knowing whether it's true or not, but it worked, and it was convenient for them to have us believe that we're on a spinning ball on the edge of a solar system in a galaxy. It really does change and affect your philosophy, the way we think about existence. So I think there's plenty of benefits for them to have us believe that. But yeah, in short, if you want to be an empiricist and if you want to be logical, the globe is not a empirical logical position. So you've got a choice. You've got a choice to either be a follower and believe these stories with no evidence, or you can stand on your own 2 feet, question the narrative, and follow the evidence. I mean, when I said we observe the Earth and treat the Earth as flat, I'm talking about every industry, whether it's in aviation and ballistics, whether you're building, anything that leaves the ground, we treat the Earth as motionless. It's evidently motionless. You know, we don't measure any curvature, and we have no evidence of space. So really, this is all direct evidence points to the fact we live on a planar topographical Earth. And we know most of the Earth is water. And we know that water at rest lays flat. You know, we have a mean sea level based on the principles of water. Water's one of the things we know a lot about. And just the water itself will tell you that we live on a planar, flat topographical Earth. Hope I haven't overloaded you there, sir. But I feel like you get what I'm saying.
You may have given him a stroke.
Yeah, I thought I said too much in that last bit. Ixan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you guys. I'm just curious about this thing, you know. Can think about the universe every day, but I wanna learn English. I wanna speak improve to, you know. I'm just student in here in Asia, you know. I don't know about anything about flat Earth, and yeah. So scientifically, you said it. Full of yeah, you know. I don't know assumption, anything like that.
Yeah, I've sent you a friend request. I've sent you an invite to the home server. We have a server that has a database of information, observations, videos, articles, documents.
Yeah.
So good.
That will
If you're
help.
genuinely interested, it's a great place to start, my friend.
That will help.
A good place to start is if you are interested, is if we do live on a ball, what evidence do we have? And is that evidence direct evidence, or do we have an assumption in that assumed evidence? And that's where it really gets interesting. That's where you can actually know this to be true empirically. And you can go out, you can do your own observations, and you can verify that.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go out and do observation in my own.
Well, get your head around the globe, right? Because they claim it's a certain size. They make specific claims about gravity. They make specific claims about the curvature. So get your head around it and ask yourself, okay, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And not believe, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
Once you start realizing things can be known through empiricism, kind of changes your whole perspective on things, because we're just bred to believe stuff, right, from school. We're just taught to believe stuff. Don't ask too many questions. Everywhere's been explored. Sit down, read your book, and regurgitate. So this can have a profound effect on your general philosophy, really, your approach to information. This can improve your critical thinking skills.
Yeah. I agree with that.
So, Ekshan, what do you think about NASA and the moon landings?
NASA, right? Yeah, I think they are a big company who runs to colonize Mars or outer in the space, you know, and they run a satellite, and then yeah, I don't know anything about that. I'm just curious about the UFO, you know. I think NASA knows something I don't know. What about your opinion about NASA?
Well, when it comes to NASA, I believe that they're very deceptive. There is numerous instances where they've actually fabricated footage. They've taken basically images of the flat Earth, stitched it together to make a ball. They have been caught using technology, augmented reality, green screens.
Yeah.
They're deceivers, my
So
friend.
they just shoot on the studio. Do you mean and the green screen?
Yep, we've got evidence of that. We've got evidence that their footage, even the moon landing itself, has been debunked by, not flat earthers. It's been debunked by Globers, and a lot of scientists don't agree that the moon landing was real. But they will say, oh, they faked it because of political reasons, right? But actually, this is the only evidence we have of anything credible in actual out of space. If we lose the moon missions and the Apollo missions, there's not very much we have that we can verify from NASA. And with all the deception that they've done, my question is, why should we believe a liar if we can't validate it to be true? Because they're known liars. And they like to troll us. I think it was the Mars rover mission. They had, the Rick Roll guy, Rick Ashley. They posted one of his tweets on the launch or the landing of the Mars rover. They like to troll. They do funny little gestures to let you know that they're actually trolling. But yeah, it's NASA's a rabbit hole in itself. When it comes to UFOs, my friend, UFOs
what
are
about
just unidentified
hey,
flying objects, right? Doesn't mean these unidentified objects are from a vacuum in the sky.
so what do you think about Neil Armstrong, who first landed in the moon and the media make it viral, and then he famous about the first man landing in the moon? Is that NASA help him back there? I'm just
Yeah.
curious about that.
Yeah, ask
And
ask
why is
NASA.
he become famous about that? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It doesn't make sense to me. Really, really doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say let's get Neil Armstrong on an interview. The problem is he doesn't do interviews. He's supposed to be the first.
Yeah, as
well,
we know that Neil Armstrong first man land to the moon. Just think about it. How they
Yeah, just look into the
Yeah.
situation regarding his death, and
that's
you'll
the
find
story
out
we have
some
told
weird
in
stuff.
every year, every generation. I've been told
yeah,
that in
I
school.
forgot. Yeah, he died a long time ago.
Yeah.
But he didn't do interviews. He didn't do interviews when he was
But
alive.
he is really, really inspirational. I think Elon Musk, think about him. There's a lot
Let me
of
ask you this:
pictures
they say he was the first person on the moon.
of him.
Yeah, but who filmed him? Who filmed him when he got out of the craft?
Yeah.
Wouldn't the cameraman be the first man on the moon?
And guess how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon?
Oh, so you have it?
Yeah, take a guess of how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon.
Wow.
There's only 2, and they're not very good. There's more picture of Buzz Aldrin on the moon than there are of the first man to step on the moon.
Yeah. But so they're lying to us?
Well, if it was this historical event, why are there so few photographs of this historical event? And the other thing they're missing is how many feet of 16 millimeter film did they take of the Earth from the moon?
Yeah.
And the answer is 0. They didn't bother to
What?
point the cameras. They went to the moon, didn't bother to point a film
Oh my
camera back
God.
at the Earth.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Because
blowing this
taking
guy's mind.
motion pictures is a lot harder to fake
So they
than
film it in the
individual
studio
photographs.
with the green screen? Did you mean that?
No, I just mean that taking film of the Earth, like motion pictures, is considerably harder to fake than just taking an individual photograph.
Wow. Why he become so famous, I mean, everybody knows who first man to land in the moon was Neil Armstrong. In history.
So remember, nobody knows
It's kind of hard to
that.
believe for me,
But remember, nobody knows that to be true. That's not empirical.
Yeah.
People believe that. They believe the story because they broadcasted some footage live, and people believe it. But we do not know for sure whether any of that was true. And there's actually a really good documentary by a guy who we were discussing earlier, actually, a guy called Bert Sabrell. He has a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I can't verify that footage, but if you watch that documentary, you're going to see unedited film, a film reel of the picture of the Earth when they were apparently halfway to the moon. But the camera, the footage they used was only a small piece of footage. They had footage of them actually setting up the shot, and at the end of the footage, you can see that they actually faked the shot of the Earth when they were halfway to the moon. And I would say that's pretty damning. That video that's on that documentary, you can literally see how they did it, how they forged it, how they made it look like they were halfway to the moon, and then you can very clearly see that they were not halfway to the moon. They were just at high altitude, but they managed to pull off a shot that made it look like the window was the Earth. So whether you want to believe that or not, that's up to you. But I would highly suggest have a look at that footage, and you'll see why so many people, so many globe believers, don't believe in the moon landing.
Wow.
So it's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I highly recommend you watch that.
So the funny thing is, it's like making a Disney movie, I think.
If you look in the side chat, Old Dude has there's a guy called Old Dude who has posted the documentary
It's
by
like
Bart
Hollywood
Sabrell.
movie.
Yeah, they staged it. They staged the footage of the moon landing to have people believe that they went to the moon. So everybody started to believe, of course the Earth is a ball. Of course there is an out of space, because look, they went to the moon. But we can show you footage, like I said, in that documentary. You'll watch that documentary and you will start to see that, they have some very underhand tactics of having you believe something that you can't verify.
Yeah.
Guess what is the worst shape to photograph from a
There,
distance?
Flat Earth Society or community underground to, you know, to prove and learn about this stuff. I can't sleep and think, really think about it.
No, I wouldn't concern yourself with anybody called the Flat Earth Society. The problem is just like
No.
politics.
I'm just new this topic, and it's quite interesting to me.
Yeah, there is a group called the Flat Earth Society, and they make some claims that cannot be verified. So you'll come across all sorts of flat earthers, some flat earthers who are like us, very empirical, very logical, and then you'll come across some flat earthers who have got their own belief system, and the Flat Earth Society guys, they believe some stuff that cannot be proven, that, I don't think necessarily makes sense. But whether they're genuine or whether they are, I don't know if you know how some of these grassroots movements works, but you can infiltrate a movement by creating a group that are supposed to represent an idea, but actually they misrepresent the idea and they can throw out some false information. So I personally believe the Flat Earth Society are one of these groups that are an infiltrated group. They are speaking about flat Earth, yes, but they are actually steering people to ideas that cannot be verified and basically replacing one belief with another belief. We personally over here, me personally and the guys over here, we don't really agree that's the right thing to do. We do not know. If we do not know things, we shouldn't really be giving people, alternative cosmologies and ideas that we can't verify. So, for us, the Flat Earth Society is a little bit of misinformation, but, there are lots of different flat earthers, as you can imagine.
Wow. I'm speechless.
We would prefer you.
I'm speechless. I'm just. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
I
to
should
take
say.
in, but I would just encourage you to just get your critical thinking hat on. Forget about beliefs and focus on what we know. What and when I say we, I mean collectively as humans, what can we prove? We know that if we put water on heat on water, eventually that at a certain temperature that water will boil. You don't have to believe that. You can know that to be true. And I'm telling you, with the flat Earth, you can know that there is no drop over distance, there's no curvature to be measured. You can know this to be true. You can know that there's no measurable movement of the Earth or rotation of the Earth. You can know this to be true. Amongst other things that you can know, which will take you to the logical conclusion that the Earth is not a spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
Yeah,
you can know this.
Yeah. Sometimes the truth is becoming late. Arrive late. I don't know what I'm saying, but it's truth.
Yeah, there's some good there's some good content on that channel that I sent you. Did you get my DM?
Yeah. I see that.
Yeah. Flat Earth Discord. Yep. Down the bottom, you can see topics. You can see things like horizon, Earth curve, spin of the
So
Earth.
you guys think about academically in this channel and discussing?
Yeah,
Wow.
we take it from that
You
perspective.
guys making progress, You're making progress about this science. Really good job. Really good.
Well, that's it. Science is supposed to be the observation and the validation of phenomena.
It should be.
Yeah, science shouldn't be about galaxies far, far away. That's science fiction, right? Real science is, like we said, it's tied to knowledge. It's tied to direct observation and experience.
Yeah.
So when it comes to science or the scientific method, knowledge, this is where the flat Earth shines, my friend. This is where you'll really start to know things to be true. You know, you won't like it, but you're going to realize that there's no evidence for a spinning ball Earth. It's just fantasy. It's a story. So do you want to believe stories? Or would you rather know things to be true or not? And the same goes for the flat Earth people who are telling stories.
Yeah. I'm just wanna hear the truth, you know.
Yeah. We don't agree with anybody who wants to tell stories, and if you want to talk about philosophy, great. There's time and a place for that. But you know, when we're talking to new people, we shouldn't be sharing philosophy. We should be sharing the truth, knowledge, logic, and that's where flat Earth shines, my friend. That's where you'll realize the Earth is not a spinning ball. What is the Earth? Who knows? But it's not a spinning ball.
So, what about the globe? They told in school. I mean, in the school, they told us about the world in the globe, you know, not in the flat.
Yeah, they taught us a lot of things that we can't verify.
Yeah.
Is it so hard to believe? Is it so hard to believe that the things that we learn in school aren't necessarily true? Would it be so hard to believe that they're misinforming us from a very young age? I think if you apply this approach, there are other subjects you can disprove that you were taught in school. They told me in school that the sea levels would rise by 10 inches by the year 2000. We're in 2025 now, and the sea levels haven't risen. They taught us that we would be in commercial space travel on moon hotels by the year 2020. Yet we're no closer to commercial space travel.
Yeah.
They tell us a lot of things that is not true.
What their mission?
That's a speculative question. This is easier to understand if you've come across this in other subjects. Like I said, there's a multitude of subjects that we just believe to be true, and turns out there's no evidence for it. If you've found things out about the government, found things out about the education system, the health system, that are not true that you believed, then you start to recognize a pattern. And I think when something foundational or fundamental has been lied about, there is then a web of lies that needs to sort of, sit in place. So there's many angles you can take to get to this truth. I think flat Earth is a fundamental truth. But why do they lie? Man, I could sit here and speculate all day on why they would lie. What's more interesting is uncovering how they lied. Because if something is true, then anything that's in the dark will be brought to light eventually, I believe. And I believe that you can just figure this out whether you like it or not, Like if you really look into it, you're only going to come to one conclusion. We've been told a story, and the globe is like a religion. And we're in a cult. We call it culture. And there's many lies being told to us from birth. It doesn't have to be a negative either. It can be quite liberating to start uncovering these things and start realizing. Cheers, Josh.
So they start seeing propaganda and brainwash every student in school about that theory. I mean, what their mission? Is that commercial or they are anything about they are hiding truth? I mean, hiding the truth.
Well, look at what they've achieved. People think that they evolved from single-celled organisms. People think that they're on a ball spinning in a vacuum of space on the edge of a universe, very insignificant. And look at the state of our religions. Look at the state of our philosophies. People are basically caged.
That's good alternative.
People are basically caged animals now, and it's because of their philosophy. Most people think that human beings are a plague on the earth and that we're contributing to the destruction of the earth just by breathing. If you would like to control a people, there's definitely benefit to having them believe these sort of ideas, right? Can you see the benefits? Never mind the money that we give them for global warming, for NASA, space travel, research. So we pay them and they make us feel like we are a plague on the earth. And most people have no religion anymore. Most people have very little spirituality anymore. Most people have very little integrity anymore. And I think this has come from some of the beliefs that they have. Akshan, do you know of any scientist, geologist who can confirm that they've measured the curve of the Earth?
I read a little bit about Galileo Galilei about the geometric theory. The sun rotating the globe.
Right, and how did Galileo prove that Earth is a ball? How did he know this?
With proof, with science.
Which science? Which proof? How did Galileo know the Earth was a ball?
I think she do observation, She put the work.
Observation of what?
Observation of her work. I mean,
of what, sorry?
In the universe.
I misheard you. Of the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, so who is the famous guy with the telescope, right? He observed the moon. He observed
and then,
Venus.
I don't know. And then he died.
Right. So he looked at the lights in the sky.
What the fuck?
Think about
There's
this.
something wrong with society. I don't know. There's something wrong with
Think
society.
about this, though. Think about it. Don't panic.
There's something wrong with society.
Don't panic, bro.
No.
Don't panic. Just think. Just think.
I'm just learning, I'm just learning.
Just think. Don't panic. Just think.
Yeah.
Galileo looked at the stars. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the so-called moons of Jupiter, right? What did he prove by looking at them? What did he prove?
In the sky, and she observed it, and she observed it, and then
I like your answer. He proved
And then
that they're in the
do the
sky.
work,
Yep.
and
Yep.
she calculate, and then she observe,
And then he made an assumption. He looked at the phases. He looked at the phases of the moon. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the wandering stars and decided that proves we live on a ball. He didn't do any science.
Rods, you so made me think about simple question about, but it's hard to answer. You know, I don't know what I'm saying. It's simple question, but hard to tell, hard to answer.
I don't expect you to answer. I just hope that you will, next time you think or you hear of Galileo, I want you to think, what is being said here? Are looking at the phases of Venus proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. Is looking at the moon proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. It's an assumption because they built a model and they say, okay, if we live on a spinning ball, then these things in the sky could make sense if the ball was this size, this diameter, this radius, then yes, we would see this at this time. Great. This is proof we live on a ball. No. You have to assume we live on a ball first and then fit the observations in afterwards. There's no science there. Just assumption.
How do you know? How do you calculate this thing? I mean,
Ask yourself, what are they calculating? What was Galileo calculating?
I don't know about anything about Earth. Really? I don't know anything about Earth.
I'll tell you, he was calculating the phases of Venus, right? So when he looked at the phases of Venus, he said, this can only be possible if Venus orbits the sun. So this supports the heliocentric model, right? But the phases of Venus doesn't prove that the heliocentric model is the universe that we live in. It just matches the observation if the Earth is a certain size. Now, how do we know the Earth is a ball in a certain size to begin with? We don't. We don't.
So the answer is we don't know anything about that.
We know we can't measure the Earth being a ball.
So what is conclusion,
The only conclusion I'm making here is that the heliocentric model is a religion. There's no science backing it. It's a religion. You have to believe it. You have to assume it's a ball. And then by looking at the world and nature, you can say, okay, the ball must be this big. The sun must be this far. Venus must be this far. But you've not validated we live on a ball to begin with. You've created a model and you've backwards engineered that model from what you can see in the sky. This is not science. This is not direct evidence. This is a religion, a belief system. So whether you decide the Earth is a flat or not doesn't bother me. I'm not, that's your prerogative. But you need to know that Galileo didn't measure anything. He did no science. And there has been no science or direct measurement of the Earth being a ball, a rotating ball in a vacuum of space. I hope you look into it, bro. I really do.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not a quick, it's not a quick thing. It's going to take you weeks, maybe months to look up this stuff, but I hope you genuinely get an interest in knowledge, in logic, and applying that to the question, do we live on a spinning ball? I really do. And if you do, you'll hopefully come back. I would love to hear some of the research you've been doing. If you find anything you're unsure of, come back. There's some great minds in here, some very smart people who can answer some very technical questions. I'm
Hey
not one of them,
guys. Oh no, don't
but
take
there's some great guys here.
don't take higher expectation to me. I'm here to learn English, and I found this interesting topic, and so I can join, and yeah, it's going to make me think about it. What?
Well, this is a great way to learn English, right? We're learning about physics, we're learning about logic, we're learning
Yeah.
about truth, and I think there's a lot of new words, that you're learning or will be learning if you hang around.
Yeah, you guys drive me to think, this called rationalism. I think, is that true? Rationalism?
Yeah, rationalism. Through empiricism, you can prove things, right? And I think that's the basis. That's the basis that we work off, and it's the basis of knowledge. Knowledge is to know something.
Yeah. Knowledge is power.
Yeah. Look at the trouble we're in because of belief. Everybody believes this. Everybody believes that. Left wing, right wing. Everybody believes stuff and fights over it. Who really knows stuff, It's only through a method that you can start to know things. And this scientific method, there is a version of that in critical thinking. You can sort of take this approach into critical thinking, and you can apply this method in different areas. It can really sharpen your mind, my friend.
Yeah. People believe socialism, people believe capitalism, and people believe, communism. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just feel the human when I know my brother starving in the street. I really can't sleep, Just like that. I mean,
You right, babe?
there's something wrong
Babe, you're
in
ringing me.
this society, I'm just really thinking about it.
That's it, bro. That's it. Keep pursuing truth. Keep pursuing truth. Stay rational.
Yes,
follow the knowledge, and be skeptical of the belief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the information about this. I really, really appreciate that. What are you saying that makes me think hard about? So people believe what they want truly believe, I don't know. I just want the truth,
Most people follow the crowd, right? Most people follow the majority.
Yeah.
People don't even believe what they want to believe. They believe what they're told. And that's the scary thing. What we're told isn't questioned.
Yeah.
That's a fundamental problem within society.
Yeah.
People don't question what they're told from an authority. They blindly follow authority, and that's why human beings are always compared to sheep. I don't think we should be like that. I don't think we thrive in that mindset. And I think that's why so many people's lights, I say their lights are dim. I hope you know what I mean. Most people don't shine. Most people don't show their personality. Most people are nowadays, I believe, are quite reserved. And I think it's because of this mentality we've been taught. We've been bred to be sheep. We're not explorers anymore. In the mind, in reality, we just believe what we're told. We do as we're told. That's a problem.
Yeah. It's quite slightly, when we believe and we, start fighting about our brother about what we all believe. There's so many cases, I don't know. In politicians.
They're fighting about things they don't know to be true.
Yeah.
They don't know. They just believe.
I don't
It's
know.
a waste.
I really
It's a
don't know.
waste of time. It's a waste of time, brother. Politics is a waste of time.
They knew it was a sphere. They knew what the Quran was actually referring to before it was discovered, like by science. They already believed. So we don't look at science and we apply that to strengthen our belief. No, this is before science. They already knew. So we're not using science to whatever. We already knew that. Okay.
Well, discovering the globe is not a scientific endeavor. It is a matter of measurement.
No. Here's the thing, because measurements can actually be wrong, so that's why that's why there's science to like observe it, so that we can eliminate like errors and mistakes. That's why there's observation, so that there's no like brainer.
Well, no, I would say observations can be wrong. That's why we measure.
So that means that your eyes can lie to you.
Right. So that's why we measure things, to make sure that we're not being deceived by our bias, by our senses.
No, I'm talking about your eyes themselves, your vision. Does your vision lie to you?
Your vision doesn't lie to you. You lie to your vision.
Okay, cool. So if you see something and it's truly there, then yeah, you do know the truth. There's no brainer. Your eyes don't lie to you.
Right. Right. So nobody sees the globe, like you established earlier.
Huh? No. Allah doesn't need to see the globe, or Muhammad doesn't need to see the globe to believe it, because Allah tells him, and everything Allah says is true.
And you're saying the only place in the Quran that we can find out that Earth is a globe is by using this particular word to mean wrapping the Earth, the same word that can be used to wrap a flat thing, like a tray of food.
Again, I told you, the exclusive use for this word is in reference to things that are a sphere. Also, we're not only dependent on this verse. We have many other verses, and we also have hadiths, which are directly from Prophet Muhammad.
No, this word has multiple uses.
No, during the context.
Yeah, and wrapping a turban around a head, I mean, you can wrap anything in a dome shape around a flat surface too.
My friend, is turban a sphere? Are you seriously?
No, it's not a sphere.
Turban is not a sphere.
Yeah, a wrapped turban is not a sphere.
Is a sphere round?
Yeah, is a half a ball round?
Yes, it's round.
Yeah, a dome has a flat surface.
Okay, but it's round. Like, you don't look at the specific spot and you say, okay, because it's round on the side,
round on top.
It's not going to be, because everything that curves, it has at least microscopically a flat surface. But we don't look at this little thing. We look at the whole picture, and we see that it's round. It's a sphere. So a turban is a sphere. It's round.
No, it's not. You can remove the turban off your head very carefully and place it on a flat surface, and it's not going to roll.
Oh my God, my friend, we are we are talking about the turban itself when it's wrapped, not when it's unwrapped and placed flat.
No, not unwrapped. You can very carefully lift it wrapped off your head so as not to disturb the folds and place it down on a table, and it's not going to roll because it's not a sphere.
my friend, things that okay. Listen, again, I told you, it doesn't have to be a perfect sphere to fit in the definition. All we have to understand is that it's circular. Is it a circle that wraps around your head?
I mean, is a round table flat and a circle?
Oh my god. My friend, is it a circle that wraps around your head?
Yeah, circles are flat.
Okay, thank you. So it's a circle that wraps around your head. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a flat circle.
Cool. Thank you very much. Flat circle.
Yeah, circles are flat.
By your logic, wait. By your logic, because by your logic, you are not flat, but I can smash you and I can make you flat like a paper. So by your logic, then that means that you're also technically flat.
Well, what is a sphere but a flat, or what is a circle but a flat sphere, right?
Huh? No, I'm telling you, like a circle.
Yeah, circles have no third dimension. They're flat.
No,
But
my
Earth,
God, no.
Earth measures flat, but it has mountains and valleys.
We are talking about we're talking about shape. We're not talking about any dimension. Don't jump now. You're jumping now. We're talking about shape, not dimension. Even like, how is this relevant?
Well, if I go to a planetarium to go see stars inside of a domed room, the sky is wrapped around the flat surface that I'm standing on.
Yeah, I don't get what you're saying. But anyways, what do you have to use? I'm curious. Like, why do you have to use the Quran to strengthen your case? Do you actually believe the Quran? That's very good. That's very good, brother. You become Muslim.
The worldview of people from that day in that part of the world was that the earth is flat. That is indisputable. There were fringe Greeks and Gnostics who thought the earth was a globe, who received their knowledge from Jewish mysticism.
Yeah. And there's idiots who believe other things. Does that make it? Okay? Let's say someone believes that the Earth is a donut. Let's say 2,000 years ago, someone believed the Earth is a donut, and this became a very famous belief. Everyone began to believe it. Everyone began to believe it, right? But then someone comes later and he uses that as a metaphor, even though he doesn't actually mean to be literally a donut. Would you say that because of that, they are wrong?
I would say that's a false analogy. For the reason you mentioned earlier, we can only see and experience a flat and motionless Earth. So describing the Earth as flat and motionless is just describing observable reality. We cannot see the globe. If I were to say Earth is a donut after everybody sees and experiences a flat Earth, and I say that Earth is a donut, I'm going to need to provide some tangible proof, some evidence, perhaps some measurements.
Okay, and I told you, I think you didn't listen to what I said, because I said, what if someone uses it as a metaphor, not literally?
Well, no, flat Earth is not a belief. Unlike a donut, flat Earth is a description of reality. You and I both see and experience a flat and motionless Earth.
Hello, guys.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So if there is a field, and half of the field is like it has like grass, the other side doesn't have grass. Are you going to look at this little bit that has grass and not the other side, and you're going to say, okay, because this is that means it's all going to be grass?
Can I ask you guys a question? Can I ask you guys a question?
Ask me.
Okay, so I'm assuming all of the people here are actually flat earthers.
Fuck no.
Yeah, you're in the flat Earth room. I mean, what do you mean by a field that has grass on one side and no grass on the other? Do you mean like a pancake that has syrup on top and no syrup on the bottom?
Stop giving me these NPC analogies or whatever. Listen to me. I'm telling you, you need to look at the bigger picture, right? So if there's a circle, And a little bit of that circle. But okay, for example, look at a circle, right? Do you agree that circles are also flat somewhat at microscopically?
I mean, a circle is two-dimensional, so yeah, it doesn't have height.
Okay. Let's say something that's a sphere, and it's like a circle, and it's in the 3D shape. Would you say that for like a turban? Would you say that turban has like a flat surface?
I would say that the turban has a circular base that goes around your head.
Okay, and that circular base is also like microscopically flat, right?
No. I mean, the turban is basically a bowl.
Okay, and if we look at, let's just say, at the edge of the ball, and we zoom in, we can see it's like a straight line. If we zoom in a lot, right? It's made of straight lines, but are slowly bending, which makes it curve, right?
Well, it's curving in 2 dimensions, not 3. The surface, because you can take a bowl and lay it face down on a table, much like you could take a turban that is unwrapped and place it on the table. Where the table contacts the turban is the same as where a table contacts a bowl, and that contact area draws a circle, which is flat.
Okay, cool. So when I gave the example of a turban, you seem to take it way too seriously, way too scientifically. That's we're not doing that. Okay, what I'm saying here is that as long as it looks like a sphere and it's circular, and we're not using any dimension bullshit, and we're just looking at shape, then my analogy.
Well, then it's a hemisphere.
It's completely successful.
Well, it's a hemisphere with a flat surface.
Oh my gosh! I don't think there's a point. I don't know what you're doing.
Well, we measure the Earth flat. We have laser tests. We have long distance observations and infrared. We have radar and radio microwave tests. We can see too far for Earth to be a globe, and we can prove it.
Okay, cool. But here's the thing. If you want to completely seal your belief and claim that it's a fact, then you should actually show me a little picture of Earth from far away being completely flat. Show me that. I want to observe it.
Would you like to see high altitude infrared footage from an airplane?
I don't give a crap. I want to see the whole thing. The whole Earth being flat. Show me an image from space.
An image from space? What makes you think outer space exists the way you believe? Earth is not a flat planet. So flat Earth is actually the floor for outer space above it.
So there's no space. You're telling me that we exist inside nothing? We exist inside ourselves or whatever?
We exist within God's created realm. And we know that when we dig down deep, that it gets denser and denser and denser and hotter. And when we go up, it gets less dense and colder and colder.
Okay. So,
right? And all the stars and all the planets, the moon and sun, are above the Earth at all times.
Okay. So, let's say I live, okay. I don't know how to say it. Okay, let's just go back to what we were talking about. Why are you using the Quran for your case?
I'm not. You asked me if I knew anything about flat Earth, and you brought up the Quran, and I mentioned the Quran describes flat Earth as a carpet.
Yeah, and then I refuted that. You give me another argument.
I wouldn't say so. You made my point very clear that the Quran describes Earth as flat, and it comports with what we see, and that when you wrap something, you can also wrap other things than spheres.
Yeah, well, yes, you can wrap anything you want, even if it's something flat. But I'm telling you, you're ignoring the actual definition of what the word actually refers to in Arabic, which is to only wrap something that's a sphere.
In what other context can that word be used? Can you provide another sentence where you're wrapping a sphere in reality using that word?
Yes. We could say like a ball. Like a ball. You could wrap a ball.
And you'd only use that word?
For what? For only a ball? No.
And you'd never use that word to wrap something to put in the fridge?
You could do that, yes.
Right, so...
Is it curved?
I mean, I don't know if the sky is curved. I don't really think it is.
Okay, so when I'm using this word, right? This word is not literally referring to anything that has to be perfectly sphere. As long as you get the idea, then you're good. You will understand that it's a sphere. Also, I can
to the ancients, the sky looked like a dome.
I don't care what they say. This is about the Quran. I don't care who says. Okay.
Well, it's obviously, and so thinking of the celestial sphere. I mean, this idea came from the Greeks and the Babylonians. And you could say that the celestial sphere wraps a flat earth.
My friend, the Babylonians, they also come up with the idea that God exists. The Quran does as well. Does that mean the Quran is wrong?
Not suggesting that. I'm talking about the flow of ideas from culture to culture through history.
Okay, cool. So what does it sound like to you? Night wraps into day. Day wraps into night. A continuous, seamless blending. That's exactly what happens on a sphere rotating. The light source.
Well, that's just one interpretation. You don't have to imagine a sphere.
Well, this is the classical interpretation. It's universal. There's no way. There's no other way. Maybe there is another way.
You can also wrap a box.
Well, I don't care. I don't care about the box. We're talking about something that's a sphere.
How do you know it's a sphere from that definition when you can use the same word to wrap a box?
Oh my God, my friend. Because of the word, we can only wrap things that are a sphere, that have sphere shape.
You can wrap a box.
Oh my God. Okay, whatever. You know what? Here. I will give you a website. I will give you a source. You should read it about this verse, and it will explain to you. What you want?
Oh, you can post it, but I need to understand how this reconciles with our measurements of flat Earth, because I can present to you laser tests and long distance observations. They don't show a globe as possible.
Oh, are you really trying to prove that the Earth is flat? Are you really?
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just telling you that we have evidence that Earth is flat and not a globe.
Okay, present it to me then.
I trust globe measurements, not...
What evidence? What evidence?
The evidence are all
let me go find some. I'll post it in chat.
Okay.
I need a few minutes.
Okay.
Hey, sure. They only have like measurements. They don't have any like pictures or anything.
Well, pictures aren't good evidence. You need data to go with the pictures and video.
Okay. Do you agree to this? Measurements can be mistaken. Just as simply yes or no.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, cool. And your eyes cannot lie to you. You can lie to your eyes, but your eyes won't lie to you. So
no, it will.
That means that the only option that's infallible is observing it, which is an image, a picture, not some measurements that have a chance of being wrong.
No, I mean, pictures can be falsified, right? People have been faking pictures for 150 years.
I'm talking about a real picture. I don't care about any falsified.
A real picture. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Telling the difference between a real picture, like what I'm about to show you, versus pictures that you can't determine are real, like those from NASA.
My friend, I'm talking about a literal picture, like a picture. You know what I mean? Like an image. Show me that. Can flat earthers not afford paying for a rocket to launch themselves or whatever? And get a picture from there? Because I think one picture can completely change you guys. Like it will. Just one picture, it's gonna change everything. As long as it's not, as long as it's true, like it's honest. But then you guys use the excuse that space doesn't exist and you can't go there, so that you can't get a picture. Because you know you cooked after that.
All right, this is a long-distance laser test that was conducted. It's conducted in 2 places on Earth. The first place was Lake Balaton in Hungary. The second place was Lake Isel in the Netherlands. I'm going to post an infographic that describes what the video. Okay, so what you're going to see in this video is you're going to see, now I want you to focus on the measurements that were taken at Lake Isel in the Netherlands. They set up a laser. The laser was mounted to a GPS-enabled aiming device that was custom built using CNC machines that has millirad accuracy. They shine this laser a distance of 24.94 miles. That's just over 40 kilometers from one side of the lake to the other. The laser was visible from 1.5 meters above the water's surface on the other side. Now, if Earth is a globe, do you have any idea how much the globe should be blocking that laser's path? And the answer is 90.8 meters. In other words, for that laser to shine and hit the target on the other side of the lake, if Earth is a globe, there would be a hump of water 90.8 meters high in between the laser and the target. But that hump of water for the globe was not there. The laser was shined with pinpoint accuracy from one point to another, and the globe did not get in the way. Here's another infographic if you're interested. Oops. Same one. Let me back up. Now, this test was conducted by physicists, by engineers. The group is called Field Engineers Corps. They've gone all over the place with this custom-built laser costing around $30,000, conducting these long-distance laser tests. And I believe that these are the longest-range laser tests in history for the purpose of measuring the Earth. It's interesting to me that nobody who believes in the globe can present such rigorous evidence as this. This is something that anybody can conceivably do. The barrier to entry is not very high. you can go make long distance laser measurements at the same exact place. Now, what's the barrier to entry for NASA photos, for pictures from space? The barrier to entry is insurmountably high. You need to become an astronaut, which means you have to have a master's degree in a STEM field. You might need some flight time, so you might need to learn how to pilot airplanes. You need to go through the physical exams and the psychological exams for NASA. And then once you become an astronaut, you need to be able to freely, independently verify the images that were shown to you before you became an astronaut somehow. So you might need to go up in the space station. You might need to go up in a space shuttle or do something like this. And what we're presenting as evidence, the barriers to entry is not as high. We're not going to a place that is an environment that is considered to be unique and special. We're just going to somewhere on Earth with a lake. Now, what's unique and special about space is how they claim space is a violation of thermodynamics, of natural laws that we can demonstrate on Earth. And what I mean by that is space is considered to be an ever-expanding vacuum. And yet we have an atmosphere, we have a pressurized environment that exists adjacent to this vacuum without that gas, without that pressurization expanding to fill the void. This is the only instance they claim that this is possible in an environment that nobody can really go to test to see if it exists in the way they say it does, except for a handful of astronauts. So what I'm trying to understand is if Earth is a globe, if the Quran states that Earth is a globe, and you believe in the Quran, how does that reconcile with these flat Earth measurements? And of course he left. Well, that's what you get when somebody's best evidence for the globe is the Quran. All right, I got to head into my office, so I'm going to go on mute. Hope you guys have a good day.
It's good to see Stone in here. I only seen the very beginning of the Goldbusters, like basically the map. That's all I saw, the very, very beginning. I'm gonna go back and watch that.
Oh yeah, it's a hoot. I pretty much nailed it.
Is it IFR one?
ILS, yes.
Yeah.
It is indeed. And hi, everybody.
Did you
Post a link if you can.
Or is it the presentation? Or are you presenting how to do it? Or did you guys actually do it?
Well, it's actually a 3-part story about the data that I have collected.
Oh.
And the data that we're seeking to collect now. Oh yeah, no, it's a well-rounded recap as well as an official response to the objections that the Globies pretended to make at the quote summit last month. I'm sure you guys are aware of that. Yeah, well, I don't know. The Globies
flames, or like what's the status of that? Did the summit go down in flames?
Well, not in their opinion. I think they plan to meet again in a couple of weeks for the solstice to take an observation of the sun at that point in time and see if their math still holds up or something. I don't know what their plan is right there. But yeah, it's pretty sad. No, the what I did yesterday has more to do with the direction that I'm going. Oh, the stupid bug here. It's one thing to show it to these guys, but really, I guess the real net effect for me was wider exposure. on another social platform because I really don't spend a lot of time on Twitter for fairly obvious reasons. I think most of the time, I'm there Friday night, but that's about it. Yeah. So the first part, of course, is the data that I've already collected over the past couple of years. I mean, this concept is not new for those who are in the loop. I started all this in 2021. And then part 2 came out in 2023 in September, and we're actually witnessing, or part 2 rather did, and we're witnessing part 3 now in 2025, starting in January with Dave Weiss and Shiva. So by the time we get to the summit here, we're looking at a modified experiment, actually, because it's not the same method as where I started out 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was about appealing solely to commercial jet pilots, because they have constant opportunity where they're intercepting the glide path every day. They're on the plane.
Yeah, 1,000 times a day.
And I wanted to meet those guys at their level of need. So typically, ATC will vector a plane in to intercept the glide path at 10 nautical miles away, roughly. So I wanted to make use of that data point. And over a 2-year span of time, there were 2 pilots in particular who responded to me and started to send me videos straight from the cockpit, their own iPhones and stuff, shooting the primary flight display. And I put together a small body of data based on an intercept at 10 nautical miles away. And if you haven't seen that, get over to the Rumble channel, Flat Earth Man of Stone. Just type in FEMA, and by the time you get that far, the autocomplete will show you that it's right there. And grab the ones about that I took Eric Dubé. I deconstructed him, I tore him apart and reformulated him 4 years ago. And then there's the one that's 2 years ago titled that the Earth is not convex. And then you're catching up to now where you got to check both the beginning videos listed chronologically on that channel and the most recent ones chronologically on that channel, because in between that point of time, when I opened that channel just in September of this year, I put a couple of videos up relative to the summit, and then I migrated the vast majority of the videos that I've produced and put up on BitChute, and that's nearly 50 videos, relative to Flat Earth. And I did that because, ironically, it's a UK corporation, but nobody in the UK is allowed to visit their site to watch videos on BitChute, unless you got a VPN or, you get up to some other skullduggery. So fuck them. We're done with BitChute for a number of reasons, that just being one. We're over to Rumble with the rest of the content. So you'll find it, bookending the current collection of what I have on that channel. When you do, you're going to see some really entertaining stuff about Shiva and MC Goon, our favorite anti-hero, in prep for the summit, to which you guys know quite well now that I was uninvited purposefully, so that they weren't going to let me anywhere near that thing. So yeah, that's what yesterday was about, was following up to everything they threw at Kevin and exposing some of what they said as bullshit and giving real figure to the figures that they, some of which they asserted in complete error, grievous error. And we came to the conclusion in
they're
the end.
showing the error on the screen while they're saying it.
Like, pardon?
Like in the first one, right? It's literally on the screen while that guy was talking, whatever, not McToon, the other anti-flat earther.
Dan.
Right. Yeah, they're showing a screenshot of that it doesn't match the spec on the screen, and he's saying, well, the spec says, but the words say that it doesn't match the spec, and that it's way better. Like, you can't make that stuff up, man. They're utter clowns.
They really are. And that, again, is what I spent a little bit of time yesterday exposing, is that there was a point in day 2 of the summit on the 15th where Goon came back to the table with his assessment, trying to produce this, quote, equation, this mathematical model that she was demanding. And in the middle of his calculations for margin of error, he starts to talk about the glide slope emitter angle precision.
Yeah.
And as he does so, he pulls up from the FAA instrument flight manual the page which details the error margins or the beam spread for the localizer, not the glide slope emitter. The localizer is a single beam instead of a pair like like glide slope is, and it's got totally different figures. It's horizontal instead of vertical. You know what I mean? And Goon is just too stupid to even see that.
He makes so many mistakes. It's almost
he takes
scary.
that margin of error and then applies it to subsequent additions and, trying to get the final figure of what the total margin of error might be like. And of course, he's way off, he's just completely out to lunch. So, yeah, yesterday I pulled up all the relevant FAA standards, specifications docs, where they list minimum tolerances or maximum tolerances for error, like how tight things need to be, both in the glide slope situation as well as the distance measuring equipment. The DME is the thing that works in tandem with this tower to tell you your slant angle distance from the tower while you're trying to figure out whether or not you're on that 3-degree path. So we put that together with the other incorrect assertion that Goon made about altimeter error. And we threw all those together with a 4-part set of trigonometric calculations to show what the total error would be with those 3 actually relevant margins of error combined. And then I put it out graphically in an overlap layout where you see, okay, according to the flatter scenario, here's what the error margins represent. This is the total range of expected values, minimum possible, maximum possible values for the scenario, and then the globy ones next to it. And you see that the overlap between them is only 0.93 nautical miles, and that the medians for both of them are outside of the overlap, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, I end with a comparison in terms of the expectation of the data we might be getting from these pilots. And I show 4 case scenario, or 4 scenarios, I guess, 2 being inclusive, or Jesus, get my brain straight. 2 being what it would look like to receive inconclusive data. If it was just all over the fucking place, it would be inconclusive. And if it was all just within the overlap, then it would be inconclusive. And, if it's hanging over the other, each side, it's obvious what the data represents. And I kind of left it there. And I spent some time also dealing with their bizarre objection about cost. I mean, seriously, anybody from the mainstream who has a problem with the cost of renting a civilian airplane for a couple of hours on a single day to get a data point, or 8 in a single flight, is out of their fucking mind, when it comes to, hey, look, what if you were going to take into account mainstream physics and the average cost of their budgets to perform experiments? What do you think that figure would be? Like, into the hundreds of thousands, right? Like they blow money like oxygen. And so at the end of it, actually, I put together another vector where both pilots who want to do this experiment but might not have the funds, and groups of people who pool their money, you know what I mean, and are prepared to send it to a pilot, that they could just, all of them could just email me and I'll put them in touch with each other. You know what I mean? And completely blew that objection out of the water as well. So it was a good session. We wrapped it up pretty tight.
You do realize these are not actual objections they have. They're doing
of course not
tactics, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They're just trying to just do FUD. It's nonsense.
Oh yeah,
that's everyone. All of us see right through it. It's like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, all the flat earther guys could see it instantly. But, I mean, that's why I went to this amount of effort to produce graphics that are fully quantified in terms of the expectation of what the data might look like as well in the end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, you say it's going to be inconclusive. Well, here's the two cases where it might be. And what do you think the chances are that that's actually what's really going to happen? I mean, really, especially based on my previous data that I've collected at 10 nautical miles. Because we're working at 20 now, and that's where they all just fall off the cliff, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, are there any outlier like airports that would where they pick up the glide slope from even further away? Because there might be the typical practice, but there might be like weird airports where they have to do it from like farther.
Oh, well, I also present 2 still frames from the second pilot who contacted me over that length of time. The guy from Vietnam, who, as a part of his job, trains other pilots too, right? Like he's the right guy for this job. After he sent me data from Hanoi and 3 approaches going into Ho Chi Minh City, all that excellent data, and I present all that in the video, he also sent me some still frames of yet another approach where he first picked up, I think, possibly just the DME signal from 130 nautical miles away when he's up at 30,000 feet. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And then he sent me a second frame where he's at 59 nautical miles away, and he is indeed picking up glide slope signal as well, because you could see the ID in the lower left of the flight display. The tower ID and its distance, you know what I mean? And then a third frame from 35 nautical miles away when he's right on the path. And I do the math out for that and say, okay, well, if we were just going to do the trig and reverse engineer that figure, how far are we off on that altimeter to the figure that it should be if we were right on the path at 35 nautical miles away? And the answer is 1%. That we were like, what was it, 110 feet out of 11,020 feet he is up in the air, that he should have been at 1,130 feet or something like that, you know what I mean? Or 11,150 or whatever the hell it came out. You can check out the numbers. It's all right on the screen. When I present it, the point is that, you know, he was 1% away from the expected target figure, but of course, still descending at a few hundred feet per minute at that moment in time, right? Still going pretty fast. So that may cause some, and obviously does cause some altimeter lag in a barometric altimeter. So if he had leveled off and then hit that, it probably would have been exactly right. Like bang on at 35 nautical miles away. So, you know, when we're doing it at 20, I don't think margin of error is an issue at all.
Radar altimeters, though?
They do. Yeah, like, well, no, the smaller planes don't, but the big commercial jets definitely have a radio altimeter. But again, this is something I discussed with that very same pilot 2 years ago. And it's straight in the manual. It says, look, you don't actually turn that thing on until you're down to 2,500 feet above. They just don't use it that far up.
Yeah.
It's not a useful piece of...
Probably not strong enough transmit, right? They're too far away to get a...
Well, you get fuzzy bounces.
Signal. Yeah.
When there's topography below you, it's also a doubtful reading. And it's not... They don't need that kind of precision when you're still that far up in the air. They don't use it. So it's a waste. So, yeah.
That's why the horizon dip thing, that thing kills me. They're not... like the horizon dip in an airplane, they're like... Look, the horizon's above, or the horizon's below their artificial horizon. Yeah, because if they pointed the plane, they lined them up together, they'd smash into the ground. They're like, what are you talking about?
The whole dipping the nose thing as you fly is actually one of 2 original premises around which I designed the opening of the first, like the part 1 video 4 years ago. That it was a story about Eric Dubé and Derek Marbles and the things that they say. You know what I mean? Like, this was me keeping flat earthers honest. Yeah, that was my original intent, and I'm utterly dismayed at the Globies, although of course I expect it from the anti-flat earthers. Look, I started this out by smacking down two prominent flat earthers. You know what I mean? I'm interested in the data, not the dumbass things that these people say. And I went to my typical level of detail to explain one that you level in the plane. Let me back it up again. Derek had the big idea that he was going to grab his spirit level, jump on a jet flight, and put it on his tray table.
Oh, you're talking about D-Marble. Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Man.
right? Right? Yeah. And he's like, oh, man, 15 minutes have gone by at cruising altitude, and this thing still shows level. It must be flat. Blah, blah, blah. No. That you're doing it wrong is the expression that I used at the time, and I took a piece out of Mr. Mom to highlight that. And then, of course, a nice shiny graphic, which I also present yesterday, of what is called a moving reference. You know what I mean? That vertical moves with the craft.
Oh, of course. It was silly. He just blew up on the algorithm got him, and he blew up and got internet famous for 5 minutes.
For being a dumbass. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Great.
But that was the thing. He made the Golbies mad, too. So the Globers were posting, look how stupid this flat earther is. Yeah, we kind of agree.
And that's why I did it, is because I don't want flat earthers making us all look stupid. You know what I mean? And I will call anybody out when they say something stupid. That if it's just incorrect, it's incorrect. It needs to be corrected. Hey, let's get back to the facts. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who it is. Even me. If I say something stupid, cut me in half, man. Here's my invitation right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's my
your MO?
My methodology, and I would rather say something and be corrected and then learn where I was wrong than keep silent and not learn that I was wrong this entire
Exactly. So 4.5 years ago or whatever, when I first started to produce these kinds of videos, one of my very first one was about what I called a gravity test. That we were going to take GMM over R squared into account, and we were going to get some data all over Earth. That was the intent anyway. And I designed an experiment, a drop test, that people could build themselves using a $15 Arduino board. You know what I mean? Some really cheap materials around the house. Just set it up and connect the wires. Here's the programming. I handed people everything on a platter except the actual hardware. You know what I mean? Here's how you do it. Here's the code. Here's a spreadsheet. Go ahead. Just send me the data. I'll play with it. You don't have to do anything except the test. You know what I mean? I was interested in getting the data, and nothing has changed for me. But that is still my sole intent. And that's what this current thing is all about. It's about getting the data so we could talk about something real. We don't have to go, oh, no, man, if this, then I bet that. Oh, no, you can't possibly be right about this. Well, because it's that. Well, if you don't have the data, why are you even talking about it? Why would you assert something where you don't have the data?
The data is the arbiter. That's what's happening. What you imagine is the cause or whatever, it doesn't matter. The data speaks.
That's right. That is totally right. So that's what yesterday was about. It was a day of reckoning for me.
Because we deal with it all the time with all these Globers, right? They want to come in here and it just becomes story time. Explain this. I have an explanation for that. Yeah, but do you have actual empirical data to back up your explanation? And you know, that's a big no. They don't. They just have a story that they like.
They have appeal. They have nothing but appeal. To authority, to possibility, to incredulity. There's a lot of appeal going on. To credential.
Probability, to begging the question. It's all
on and on. On and on. Nothing but appeal. So, yeah, they make it so easy for us to own them. You know what I mean?
But ironically, they think, this is the thing I've noticed with Globers, right? They're like, well, science is on my side. I go, okay, well, science is empirical, right? Right. Okay, so give us the empirical data to back up anything you say, and then it becomes story time. Like,
Yes. Yes. Man. But it was a fun romp.
Story.
It's too bad more people yesterday didn't have more questions for me. That would have been a way to enrich the experience, I think.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I didn't know it was like, I just didn't have time to watch it yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's full on. It's like I did not pull any punches at all. I wrote the thing out. It came to over 6,000 words and 30 pages of images and stuff. I also brought a full-on animation, 94 seconds long, that I put together, showing both scenarios concurrently, where the planes are up in the air. You're looking at the cross section. There's the path of the planes, there's the curvature of the earth, there's the flatness, there's, here they are flying at 100 knots, and also here's the primary flight display of each craft and what it looks like to fly that in real time at 100 knots, etc. You know what I mean? Like, I took every possible unknown right the hell out of this scenario. And what I find really disturbing is even after I go that far and give those materials to Kevin to present, etc., Shiva either pretends or just doesn't understand what he's looking at, because it's not in the form of a, quote, mathematical model, which is nothing more than an equation. Y equals X plus or minus this, plus or minus that, plus or minus this, plus or minus that. That's all he was prepared to look at. And that's tragic, because I over-delivered. You know what I mean? I didn't just give him that. I gave him the equations for all scenarios and the expected outcomes for all scenarios. I put all the math right up on the page for him, and Kevin presented that. And the guy acted like that never happened. It was tragic.
I would say that he doesn't even know what he's looking for. I don't even think he understands the fundamental claim based upon that interview I saw with him and Dave.
Yeah.
Right? And then they were going over the math, and he seemed genuinely like confused.
He couldn't figure out the geometry of a 100-mile drop.
Yeah, but that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
In a way. Because what he does, if you look at what his field is, right? He's just finding statistical correlations between two phenomenon, which is a totally different thing than like a geometric proposition, right? He's just like out of his element. He has no idea. He's like, well, we'll do some trig. I guarantee that if I showed him a diagram of what a trig function actually is geometrically, he wouldn't even recognize it as that, right? So it's a right-handed triangle inside of a circle. Like, I bet you he wouldn't even know that that's what that actually is. Like,
I find it the height of irony that guy claims to teach mathematics at the post-sec level.
Oh, I know.
And the best that he could come with analogy to the table was F equals MA. And I think I mentioned this to you before last time I was here, that F equals MA is an incorrectly constructed fucking equation. That it's actually A equals F over M.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we were talking about that last time you were in here. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I was. It's all about putting the independent variables on one side of the function sign and the dependent ones on the other. The known on one side and the unknown on the other. You know what I mean? The one side where you can fill in the variables and you get the other one as a result. That is how you put an equation together, and he can't see that. He's not even that literate. All he does is repeat the curriculum to the students.
Oh, obviously.
He's never thought about the curriculum. Pardon?
He has 4 degrees, dude. Of course.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, there's no way you're getting 4 degrees unless you're a parrot.
I would concur. I would definitely concur. I paid for one of them. I got a degree, and frankly, I want my money back.
Hey, I got 3 degrees.
My condolences.
Let me prove it right now. Hold on, I'll prove it.
So entertaining.
Yeah, look in the chat. You proved it.
Do you guys have any
I'm
questions?
working outside.
Any of you guys currently in the room that you have seen yesterday in its entirety yet?
I go to rewatch like the first 30 seconds.
Okay.
I didn't have the time because I know I need to like watch it and think about it. It isn't something like I can skim through.
That's
You know what I
true.
mean?
Yeah, it's detail intensive. That's for sure. Now you got to have eyes on screen. Yeah, and even then, there's no guarantee.
Yeah, especially when I knew about their objections, right? So like I knew what they whined about the last time. So I gotta pay attention.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I just look forward to looking at it. That's what I said.
Good thing. Yeah,
What's the status of Goldbusters? Has Shane and Alan taken that over for good? Is that theirs, or is it?
I don't know if that's the proper verb to have taken it over.
Okay, let's put it this way. I watched Goldbusters. They turned the shit, and I stopped watching them. But now Shane and Alan are doing it, and I watched the presentation Shane gave, and I watched a couple other ones. So I'm non-committal because I don't know if am I going to go back on there. Then I see some freaking woo-woo shit. So but you know what I mean? Because I get the notification, Goldbusters is streaming live. I'm like, should I even look? Like I'm scared still.
Well, yeah, I mean, you just don't know which member of the team is up unless you memorize the schedule. We're doing Sunday afternoons. That's when you're going to find the three of us doing our thing, and we're just rotating around, and we're bringing some other people in here and there.
Well, that's when they did it. It was a regular Sunday show, and I just stopped watching it just because they started going off the frickin' rails on speculation, and that's not my thing, really.
We did one in August with Cammie and Karen together with us as kind of a handoff.
Yeah.
And so in that way, I mean, you could use the verb take over, but I think it's more like they just handed us access to their platform. And from what I saw in the comments yesterday, and I haven't even looked at the Globebusters channel as a whole, but I'm pretty sure that guys like Kevin and Cammie are still also putting out stuff under the same channel at different times in the week.
Okay.
Right? So it's just the team got larger, I would say.
Oh, cool. What Karen does is useful. I'm not saying that, like, the sociological parts of this flat Earth versus globe are important, but, I don't have to watch that. I live it every day in here. The mental disorders that I come across.
So. Yeah, I guess there are other people out there who are interested in the different angle, but frankly, the only thing that matters to me is the physics of it, the reality of it. You know what I mean? That
you're a nerd, just like me.
Totally. Okay. I prefer the word geek, but that's it.
Oh, geek. So you bite the heads off of chickens? No, just kidding.
No, I'm the electronics geek type. I don't know how much of my history you know about it, but I've done a lot of prototyping. Yeah, like I'm the in the lab guy building shit, 3D printing, designing shit, and designing electric circuitry to replicate things that are in the papers that we read sometimes. Like, did you see what I did with the Marinov motor, for example?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know what a Marinov motor is.
Well, shit.
Is it
I don't know.
Electric motor?
Maybe I should supply you guys with a list of. Well, you know what's faster? You guys are on Telegram too, right?
Yeah. I think I joined your Telegram channel.
Okay, which one though? The Stone Cold Truth channel or the Stone's Very Own channel? Because one of them's a group that where you can discuss it and talk to people that are there, and the other one is just broadcast of my work. And it's that one where all of the stuff that I'm talking about is on display. I originally started that Telegram broadcast channel as an Urbano Monte map channel. And right up at the beginning of its history, you can still see it. There's 25 tiles of this gigantic digital map of the Earth done by Urbano Monte, or whatever the hell his name was. And it's beautiful. I know a guy who pulled it down and turned it into the top of his coffee table. for example.
Wow.
Like really big, like 12 foot square. And like the tiles are 400 or 200 or 400 megabyte a piece. They're just gigantic files. Anyways, that time went by, and I uploaded more and more of my own stuff to it. So I just changed the name of the channel to something.
Did you do over Unity stuff? Didn't you?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We started back with Tesla and Bedini and those guys. We did a little bit of Meyer with Resonance mixed in there. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I did that shit for years. And I
that's right.
Back
your
then,
stuff before Eric Murakami and Dollard and
yeah, I posted a bit of that.
Yeah, and you know Ken Wheeler and
I don't touch him too much.
Forum. I made a lot of posts in there. I've probably seen your stuff.
Gotcha.
I'm sure
No, you probably have. Oh yeah.
I had a big freaking beef with Ken Wheeler. He blocked me. He was mad.
Oh really? That's cute.
Yeah, he was quoting some guy about reductionist logic, and then I posted what he actually said, and then he blocked me.
How mature.
Yeah. I wasn't even trying to argue. I'm like, oh, you know, he didn't say that. He said this, and I just went to archive.org, right, and took a screenshot of his book and posted it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh well.
Ken is yeah, he's a little. He's nice until you kind of say, nah, Ken, I kind of don't agree with you, and then he's not nice.
Pleasant until challenged?
Yes.
Gotcha.
And, like, he had a lot of posts, and I don't know when the last time you were over there. I haven't been over there in a while, but he has a lot of posts.
Never.
It's Eric Murakami's forum. It's called Energetic Forum.
God, that's one place I probably will never go. You know what?
Why? I don't like him.
I know too much about Eric's history.
You can tell he's a snake oil salesman. Just like,
oh yeah, for sure. That's just the beginning of it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure. I've heard some pretty bad stuff about him. I'm not gonna
yeah. For 20 years, man. It's a long sordid trail with that guy, and no, I don't give him any airtime at all. There's so much more to expose myself to out there. I don't need his output.
I don't know what Dollard's problem is. Like, he's just like he promising stuff for years, dude, and not a goddamn thing has come out of it. That's all I know. Maybe there's something I don't know about. Dude, I'm sure you have your own opinions, though.
Dude, his name is Dullard, not Go Get Him.
Not sure what you mean.
Dollard talks a big game, but you know.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the game he's talking about at the time. Because when he does lecture on history and stuff,
his history,
you know,
yes, exactly.
That shit's great.
His history and theory of electricity and magnetism. That's like freaking phenomenal. It's the best. It's the best on the internet. It's the best I've ever seen by far.
I would
going
agree.
through the history of everything.
Yeah, you know, and it's just, it's not even that. It's the stuff that he was doing back in the 90s with the crew, with Brown and Lindman.
Hey, Lindman's the other guy. With Peter Lindman.
Yeah, well, that's another guy that I'm really not impressed with over the years. I saw a video.
They're stuck like in their era, and they haven't like advanced, right? Like people kept working on the work they started or branching off from it, and they kind of stayed fossilized in like what they were doing at the time, and haven't kind of. That's just the way I see it from the outside.
I saw something that he did at an energy convention a couple of years ago to do with, oh God, I could barely remember it. Some high voltage spark gapping. And I don't even think he was magnetically quenching at the time either. But yeah, it was. He had these other old farts, these gray-haired guys standing around him, who were trying to pick his brain about what he was displaying on the table. And when I'm looking at the setup that he brought, I mean, as somebody who is, quote, skilled in the art, I know exactly what I'm looking at, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
And it was really deceptive. And you could see that it was purposefully so. Hold on a second here. I got a bug problem to deal with here on the desk here. There we go. Anyways.
Funding.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for funding. He was looking for something to finance his next phase of development, quote, of this particular technology that he had on the table. And it was...
That's what irritates me about these guys. I've been watching these guys on YouTube for freaking almost 20 years, and that nothing. You know what I mean? There's two types of people that do the electricity stuff. There's people that are just like pure experimenters. They're not trying to sell you anything. They're not saying, hey, give me some money so I can develop some new gadget, and this time it's really going to freaking give us free energy. Because there's those guys, right? The fundraiser guys. And then there's just like the pure experimentalist guys. You know?
Yeah,
I respect for the pure experimentalist guys, because that shit's hard, dude. Inexpensive.
It is. It's a lot of effort and fairly expensive, but...
So many things can go wrong, as you know.
Well, yeah, but when I talk about myself in that context, for me, the focus is more about I want to know about it, and I'm up for that kind of cost and that kind of effort and that amount of time. Those many years that I'm prepared to spend on a particular technological vector. I'm into that, and I like to share what I find. You know what I mean? That I don't need to be able to sell something at the end in order to call it a success.
Yeah.
And Lindemann in this case was the exact opposite of that. He was bringing something to the table where he says, okay, the message he's delivering here is, look, I've got a mechanism at work here. I'm figuring something out. And here is something representative on this tabletop scale that I'm showing you that I'm intending to build. But I just don't have the funds. Geez, And if I could have your money, then we could do this big. Now, the three guys with the white hair that are standing around, these fat fucks that are looking at it on the table, these guys are trying to pick his brain so that they can just go do it themselves, right? And Lindemann knows that. And that's why he did what he did on the table here. He used completely inappropriate parts to get the job done, such that it just barely... exactly. Because these guys are not, quote, skilled in the art. You know what I mean? That they haven't learned what they need to learn in order to manipulate this technology correctly, and they just kind of want to skip that. So Lindemann pulls out this piece of crap and puts it on the table, although it does demonstrate the science, of what he wants to get across to these guys, but it's a really piss poor contraption, And frankly, I think he shoots his own foot by doing that, because to the person who's not considering the analysis on this level, it appears that that's the best he's capable of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The whole thing is just like... Did you ever see that? I think the channel was called Old Man or something, like Old Man Electrician, or he made this like looked like a freaking Buddhist Vajra. It was like a double Tesla freaking. Dude, it's hard to describe, right? So imagine imagine a Tesla coil, right? The upright with the ball at the end. He made a double one of these that was like handheld. Dude, it was freaking retarded.
Oh, it sounds like you're talking more like a Van de Graaff generator contraption that just happens to be transformered up.
No, he connected two Tesla coils like end to end. Right?
So he just up the voltage, and then what?
Yeah, he was just showing it on a table. I can't remember, this guy made like all these. He was really into like the Tesla coils, so he had a whole bunch of versions of it. But that's all he did was like experiments. The dude never asked for money. He was just like experimenting with different pancake coils.
That's what I was about to bring up.
Yeah.
When you mentioned Tesla coils and he had one end to end and he was doing that and this, you know what I mean? That when I look at the lay people,
2x5 coils, I think that were. I can't remember how he wired them. I can't remember. This is a long time ago. This is over 10 years ago.
That's something that I wish the audience would take the time to, avert their gaze from the standard cylindrical transformer that is known as the Tesla coil, which is nothing more than a flyback. You know what I mean? It's just a couple of turns of the primary and thousands of turns in the secondary, and oh boy, the voltage is really high and you can run it resonant. Okay, great. That is really just
toy, really.
It's scratching the surface of what Tesla did. Like, in my mind, the first thing I would like audiences to check out is exactly what you just mentioned. Bifilar pancake coils are the shit. In terms of inductance and what they do.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The self-capacitance, that was like a...
Yeah. Evo was getting onto that for a while. Did you see his stuff?
Yeah. The self-capacitance of the bifilar coil. The other thing with that is he showed an animation of what the magnetic field is. I'm really curious as to what the actual magnetic field of a bifilar coil looks like, because some of the turns are running in the opposite direction.
Well, that's creating a bucking field within the strata itself, if you're going to do that. No, you actually have to run the coil in the same direction again and again in series to get that kind of benefit.
Yeah.
You have to run them congruent polarity in order to achieve that alteration in inductive rate, for example. You know, what's going on on the hysteretic side. Because you could core these things too. I never saw anybody even think about that. You know what I mean? That you could drop a nice short squat cylinder and wrap your bifilars around that. Flat pancake bifilar style, right? Further, yeah. I don't see anybody engaging in Litzwire with the same concept. That it was always parallel, side by side, bifilar windings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That there's no twisting going on. And there's mutual inductance benefit there that nobody's thinking about. It boggles the mind when I look at the lay people who think that the Tesla coil, quote, which is nothing more than a high voltage transformer, cylindrical, plain, and it's two pieces of fucking wire, is the answer to free energy.
It just certainly is not.
You know what I mean? And it is the lay people have given this contraption just immense amounts of godlike qualities. Mystical qualities that it doesn't have, never did, never gonna.
It do. I mean, he used it for that purpose, right? To fascinate crowds and light up light bulbs, and you know, he's guilty of it too. Like
to introduce a really large voltage potential, sure, that's what you use it for. Great. All this one-wire technology that people keep talking about, that's nothing more than carelessness. That's setting people up to get electrocuted by becoming human spark gaps. You know what I mean?
That's a bad idea.
Very, very bad idea. Unless you really like the idea of having your skin punctured by thousands of electrons in an instant.
I mean, we should do, like, not tonight, but like sometime in the future, we should get, because there's a couple questions that you might be able to answer about, like the magnifying transmitter.
Yeah, that'd be hot.
Because I don't think anyone's ever actually done a replication of that. I know people say they have, but every replication I've seen is missing like a key part in the patent.
Oh, right. Well, that brings up 2 points, and I guess we could just bridge it all into one point. That if you're going to bring up questions like that to me, the requisite that you bring detailed diagrams, whether they're correct or not.
The patent
don't matter. I mean, well, the patent ones are intentionally vague. I mean, Meyer is a classic example, and that's something you'll find on my very own channel in one of the 2 live streams that I've got up there from years ago. That they do that to protect themselves, just like I spoke about Lindman with his contraption, that he's changing it, but it's still the same thing, and still displays the technology that he wants you to learn about, or he wants to showcase, but it really isn't doing it the best way. And Meyer was a classic example of that, throwing a blocking diode into his circuitry when he's claiming a resonant function. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah,
I'd be interested
think a lot of the geometric configuration of these electrical systems is way more important than people have, I think, ever realized. They're always like, the voltage, the resistance. All those things are important. But how they functions as a system, I think, a lot like the bifilar coil, right? And whether you stick something in the center of it, right, a cylinder, like that totally changes the geometry of the electric field, the magnetic field. Like, there's so many configurations. How can any human being or even any group of human beings go through every possible one? Like, I don't know. I just think that we've only gotten so far in electrical engineering because that key component like having a theory, a geometric theory that matches the phenomenon, right? The actual physical geometry of like how far apart are the wires, like how long is the wire, what is their shape relative to each other? Is it a square? Is it a circle? Is it a
orientation?
A cylinder? Is it like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I think that part is like, if someone figures that out, that'll propel us forward, and people will be like making like these 3D printed circuits that do way more than any old circuit could ever do.
Pyramid-shaped coils, magnetically quenching the spark gap, on and on and on. The things that are not being embraced by the mainstream is just such a long list, tragically so.
So that's one of the things about the magnifying transmitter. If you read the patent, it says the top is covered in a bunch of hemispheric domes. I'm like, why the hell does he have a bunch of hemispheric domes? And it was to make sure that there was no sharp parts sticking out, and then maximize the surface area. That's what he's trying to do, to maximize the surface. Why the hell would he do that, right? So just that, like if he would have made it out of something else, like, because like a Tesla coil on the top is just like a globe, right? It's just a sphere. Mm-hmm. Well, if you have a sphere covered in a bunch of hemispheres, it has a lot more surface area.
Well, just consider that it's dome-shaped due to radiative formula. It's all about R squared.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
That's why it's dome-shaped. And you're right that he wants to have nothing sharp on it to eliminate the possibility that it's just going to arc to the ground through somebody when you rank up the voltage. Yeah.
I have a whole theory about that, but I don't want to get into it now.
Yeah, sure.
It's supposed to be a flat Earth server.
Well, we're kind of near. We're flat Earth adjacent, I think.
Yeah, we're definitely.
All right.
I think we still just got in under the wire so far in this conversation. It stemmed from something flat earthy.
Well, speaking of flat Earth, and Ken Wheeler, that's how I found Bill Gaty. Bill Gaty, who runs Rational Science, had a challenge to flat earthers, which was why when a car accelerates, does the balloon not accelerate as fast? You know that classic
God,
balloon
not
thing?
that shit. Oh, God. William, of whatever the fuck is...
His take on it, his take on it was very interesting, because I don't know if you know that guy, but he's famous for what's called rope hypothesis.
It rings a bell. With the balloon in the van...
Stealing AMD's blueprints and then fleeing to Cuba.
That's just all about
he did that?
Oh, yeah.
What was that? I missed that.
He was an engineer at AMD or Intel, and then fled to Cuba with like specs or whatever for the design of some chip Intel or AMD.
God, why would he go to Cuba? Holy crap.
Because he was a communist.
Maybe he knows the family. You know, then I can see that. But anything short of that, that's dumb. Cuba's a shithole. I mean, I speak from personal experience. Okay,
I've watched some videos about it. It's pretty like them going into restaurants. They're like, I don't even know what this is.
I think it was 3 years ago that I actually went for my birthday for a solar return. That I was just west of Havana for the second week of November a couple of years ago, and oh my God, there are the places around wherever in the countryside where the white man has come in and developed a tourist zone. You know what I mean? And then there are the in-betweens where the natives live, and they have their schools and their malls and their shopping centers and their bus routes and their banks and, you know, and a lot of their houses in betweens. And the contrast is staggering. Let's just put it that way. Anyways, much farther off the flat Earth topic. But no, I can't picture why anybody would want to spend some time in Cuba. That's just insane. Yikes. I mean, if you had like the choice to pick the country, that would not be my first 20. You know what I mean? If I were going to flee, I would pick Uruguay. which is, of course, where I'm at right now. But that's another story.
Rich people live in decent areas in Cuba.
Yeah, all 80 of them. You know what I mean?
Let's do a lighthearted quiz.
Sure.
So first, I got to remember this guy's name. India will help me. It's the guy we always quote from MIT about certain optics things who has crazy hair.
Llewellyn?
Yeah, Llewellyn. So who has the best hair? Bill Gates, Llewellyn, or Einstein?
Oh, wow. I guess that's a subjective call. No, I don't think I could answer that one. I'd have to see pictures side by side, and I could give you an opinion, I suppose. Just answering Sheepdog's almost hour-old question there on the DM. Sorry, guys. All right, I'm back to focusing.
So, Stone, have you heard some of the new Flat Earth music on the Flat Earth radio?
No, I haven't.
It's playing 24/7. If you scroll up in the server, you can find it.
Okay, so skill testing question. How much of it is produced using AI?
Currently, all of it, because I am just populating the radio with AI.
Gotcha.
But it's the infrastructure is there for other flat earthers to add their music to the radio bot to have it played.
Okay, feel free to extract mine. And just throw my label on top. Just say, hey, yo, Stone wrote this. I do a little bit of parody. Have you guys heard my tunes?
That's awesome. I can add your socials or links to your channels into the metadata, and if they do /info, the bot will give them the lyrics if I have them, or just the embed with the link and the basic metadata.
Oh, well, that's something you could easily produce, because I subtitle all my music videos as well.
Oh, brilliant. So, I'll extract it from there.
So on Rumble, just type out FE Man of Stone, all one word.
Yeah, I'll add that to the radio. I'll consider this auditory license to play your music on the radio.
Yeah, by all means. The first song was called Lats and Longs, and I co-wrote that with Dave.
That's funny.
New Perspective. Yeah, that's a great song.
For everybody, just so you know, I posted Stone's Rumble link. It's in the content creator channel. So
cool, man.
That's up. I also posted in the main chat. So
we did a spoof of Hey There Delilah called Hey NASA Liars, and you'll find one in there about light propagation, and that is the Green Day cover of the Who song My Generation, and it's called Light Propagation. Shane loves that one. Let's just put it that way. That was a blast. And I think there's one other one in there somewhere too.
Yeah, I used to perform my own rap songs myself. I just don't think they're as good as the AI songs I make.
Cool, man. Well, actually, now that you mention it, I am trying to pull it off of the back burner. I've already written out the lyrics to a rap song, and it's MC Hammer, a parody of one of his tunes, of course, the famous tune. Everybody knows it.
That's cool.
Yeah, but I'm not letting the cat out of the bag until I release that. You guys are gonna love that one. It's hot. But it's another thing I just gotta get done. So many things in the way, not just real life, obligations, Yesterday, one of the comments came from another Globey zealot named PD194. You know that guy?
I've spoken to him many times, yeah.
Okay, well, he's got a video that he was pointing at in his comment, saying, "Hey, you're looking for curvature. Well, here it is," and he just drops the tag to his video, which is actually a photograph he claims somebody else took Jack somebody or other at Southport. So that's the southwest corner of the UK, looking across the water through an amusement park and where a big tower is at the mountains on the far side of that in the background. And it's the standard, okay, how come the tower's higher than this when it should be that or that, the other way around, right? It's because there's drop. Yeah, game over, Flurf. Well, I took a quick look at that last night, end of the evening, right? So I didn't have a lot of time. And frankly, it looks fake as fuck. So I responded to him. And I said, frankly, that's how it looks. And after I do more digging, and when I do prove that that's actually the fact, I'm going to make a video to expose you. You know what I mean? That I don't smile, I don't act kindly to people who drop propaganda on us as if it's fact. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
He's offering this picture as proof of curvature when he didn't take the picture, for one, and it's probably fake, for two. And he's slapping it around. It reminds me of this other guy, Christian Avalos, I think his name is, something close to that. The guy's barely English literate. He's doing the same kind of shit. He shoots or brings pictures of stuff and says, "Okay, flatties, explain that." When all you got to do is a little bit of digging, a little bit of homework, and plot a little bit of topography, and the answer just pops right out. Why we're looking at what we're looking at, and it's not fucking Earth curvature.
I know what you mean.
You know,
I just like to listen, but then they come in being super fallacious, and I'm like, bro, just stop. This is a fallacy. Like, I can't listen to that for too long.
Yeah, no, neither can I. And when I come across stuff like that, I am divinely inspired to put together the debunk. The data-driven, definitive debunk to expose these people for what they are. You know what I mean? And make it public. I am absolutely driven. Like I feel it on a deep inner life purpose kind of level. That is how I derive joy in this arena. You know what I mean? Shining the big giant flashlight of truth on the whole thing and watching those little bugs crawl into the corner.
Yeah. When you're passionate and inspired about a subject or you're talking about a thing, it's easy to get lost in it and just like flow. I totally get you.
Yeah, and that's what's keeping me from putting up my rap tune. Is that like now I got this dude on the front burner. He's in my crosshair right now in my mind. Like when I'm going to sleep at night, I'm thinking, dude, Petey, your moment is coming. I can feel it. You know what I mean? And I need to do that before I'm done, before anything else can happen, you know? Soon.
Where did that happen on? Was it on Aether Cause or was it on another Discord?
Right on the Globebusters channel. He dropped that. Okay. He actually interrupted a dialogue I was having with Jenna Ferrari, who originally commented on the video yesterday after watching it, and she was asking a clarifying question on what the slope looks like in this scenario and that scenario, and she was kind of missing the point. So I responded. I said, okay, well, actually, it's like this, and you need to consider that. And while she was busy responding to that response, Peter just dropped right on and shit on it with his video. That's like not relevant to what we're talking about at all, other than, hey man, you're looking for Earth curvature. Why are you going to spend all this money renting planes and stuff? I got it for you right here. Come check out my 4-minute video. Stupid Flurf. And yeah, he's asking for it. He really is.
Is that in the Globebusters video?
It's in the comment section of the one I did yesterday. Yeah, it's in the streams tab, not the videos tab, right?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, I spent an hour and a half laying this down. yesterday. This was 11 pages.
Come in and not even talk about the
of
subject
text.
that you're talking about, right? Is just rude.
Yeah, he's just spamming. Rude, really rude. So yeah, we're going to respond, I think. Well, we're going to look into it first. And if it goes the way that it invariably has gone in the past, he's going to get his.
Good. I mean, it's the same thing all the time. It's just really weird. I've never seen a flat earther fake stuff yet.
What would be the motivation? You know?
That's what I mean. I don't understand. Like, why would you want people to believe the earth is a globe because you faked something and they believed it and was like, oh, there's proof?
The only scenario I can think of is if you also want to sell them something.
Maybe.
And I, only until recently, earlier, I think this year, did I create a coffee account. And that was on somebody else's advice or request. You know what I mean? And then that guy dropped me $100.
I totally get you. I've been making music, and people have been telling me, make some way we can contribute to you, and I'm like, nah, I don't feel like.
Well, some
this
do.
is not about money to me. This is about just the truth and what's observable and basic logic. The money doesn't matter at all. And I recently put out these 2 albums, and somebody bought them. So I'm like,
cool.
Well, I'm not gonna use this money on myself. I'm gonna somehow roll it back into the community. I'm gonna find some way to invest it back into the community. That's
as noble as it gets, man. No, for sure.
It's for the community. It's by the community. So why would I waste it on me?
I just attribute it to my materials cost of what I've been doing for years. You know what I mean? This is just I'm getting paid later in life or whatever. How you want to think about that?
You're using it for the community, for the material cost to get you more information, more data to expose this shit.
For sure. Conversely, I've never paywalled anything ever. Anywhere.
You know what I mean? You mean you don't have a course that teaches you how to be a man to help your wife out for $350?
I don't sell my personal time for $1,000 a session like Jay, the Mr. J does. No, I don't do that. No.
Dude, my favorite was the virtual dinner where you just eat dinner while you're on cam with them. I'm like, what?
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm chewing my mouth open. I have to pay for that shit.
Well, when it came to the coffee account, I just saw it as, again, I'm just meeting people at their level of need. Some people need to donate. Some people want to throw cash at a situation and think that's a solution if they can't be part of the people who are on the team to build the gear or solve the formula, get the data, you know what I mean? That some people just are so busy in their own lives and they're just like, well, I want something to happen here. Who can I give some money to? How can we get this going? You know, I will get this ball rolling, and I want to meet those people at their level of need too, so they feel better about themselves. Even that'd be fine. Yeah. But it's not so I can get rich.
If you don't want the money, just send it my way. I need to raise $300,000.
Oh no! Every once in a while, like on my Telegram channel, we talk about projects and what we could be doing, like building a rocket and driving down to the south tip of South America, which for me is not a very long drive, and firing southward up at 45, and maybe we'll hit the firmament down there when it's presumably at a lower altitude, and do it in a way where we're not going to get caught, etc. It's like, okay, hey Stone, what do you think that kind of budget would be? You know what I mean? Hey Stone, what if we're going to build a fucking airship and just do it ourselves? What's the budget? You know, what would you need? That kind of thing. I get those kinds of questions. Not that we ever act on them, but that dialogue comes up a lot.
Well, I want a multi gyroed unit that can be taken over the surface of the Earth from one location to another.
You're kind of breaking up there. You want to build a gyro? What?
A gyro unit which has multiple gyros that are completely open. So what I mean by that is there's some gyros out there that they have proprietary data inside them. So you want ones that don't have that stuff. You know, that you know everything how it's working, right? So you can you can see the raw data, not any processed data.
So you're thinking mechanical gyro, not a fiber optic or anything like that?
All of them. Oriented in different directions, spun up. Some spun up this way, some spun up that way. At least in 2 axes, right? The vertical and horizontal.
A multi-type gyroscopic array.
Yeah, in a box that's being live streamed, recorded, all that stuff, and then have 2 of them that are redundant. So one can go from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast, and then back again, and then from north to south, south to north, and back again. And if they're not displaced, yeah. So for example, I was thinking, I think it's I-40 goes all the way from Boston to the West Coast. It's like 3,500 miles.
Oh yeah.
And then I-95 is like 1,500 miles. And so either one of those you're going to get about like 17.5 degrees displacement north to south, and then of course you're going to get 50, I think, east to west.
Yeah.
West
so you just want to take advantage of rigidity in space, but I think the problem here is that as it would be, gyros, regardless of their nature, are simply not fit for the task. Have you guys seen my 35-minute analysis of Bob's fiber optic gyro data? Nobody.
No. Even if they're not fit for the task, it wouldn't matter because it zeroes out and it would still debunk some Glover claims. And I already got plenty of Glovers that said if this result doesn't come out to Globe results, they would be forced to accept the Earth as flat. So at least for them, it'd be definitive.
No, it won't. We need to end this entire chapter of the argument definitively, and I thought I had done that. The problem is nobody's seen the bloody video, and I put it out quite a while ago, and it was a lot of effort to produce.
You're a horrible self-promoter.
It's something that nobody had done up until the point when I actually did fully analyze the data of the experiment itself and the readings they took in multiple occasions at multiple times. You know what I mean? They had all that data and they sat on it for years until after Bob freaking died. And then somebody, years later, no, I'm not kidding. Years later, someone said, hey, Chris Matra, hey, dude, where's the data? And I was one of those people asking for it. You know what I mean? Because I'm tired of listening to people saying, oh, thanks, Bob, when they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know what I mean? Because they've never seen the data. Nobody ever had. It had never been looked at. It was ridiculous. So, guys, that is a requisite piece of information. Anybody
you have it on your Rumble, the video?
You bet. You absolutely bet. It's
what's the title off the top of your head, if you know?
Let me just jump it up for you. I'll find it for you.
I would love to see that. We had Bob explain it to us in person. But what about infrared cameras? This is one of the tests I would like to have repeated a lot so that we have confirmations that we can shove in their face. And that's having infrared cameras mounted right next to visible light cameras.
Okay, hold that thought.
So you're looking for when you see too far beyond the geometric horizon, and then looking in the infrared to see if the horizon appears closer to the observer. That debunks their ad hoc assumptions that light is hiding the Earth curve, etc.
Yeah, Jay Tolan has a lot of data on that. A lot of flights, a lot of shots, a lot of setups, a lot of camera work. I leave him to that argument.
But I think it would be more conclusive for the Globers to have more data.
Oh, it would, from more people. I agree. But frankly, I consider what he has done as fairly conclusive. So I don't personally feel the need to add.
He's done great work. We're dealing with people who don't have a rational standard of evidence, and they have a very double standard.
Oh, for sure. So the video in question here, it's called Fiber Optic Gyroscope Analysis -- Globebusters, Bob Nodell. You know what I mean? Real easy to find. And it's it's up on the Rumble channel. I mean, it's got hundreds of views over on BitChute. Pardon? Oh yeah,
So when they were doing it way back when, I got to see some of the data, like a little teeny piece of it, less than maybe 100 entries of the output in a spreadsheet, and that's all I got to see.
Okay, well,
I'm not going to say you gave it to me, but
all right, let's say that. Let's pause for a second. Let's say that's all well and good, and you're correct. But there's plenty of people who have no idea what you're talking about because you haven't even gave a little primer about what it's about.
Who are you talking to?
Me and you are talking shop, and nobody.
We all know. Yeah, we all know. Like the in guys know, but nobody else knows.
Yeah, very true. And this is why I'm saying, look, everybody
I'm just saying, take a primer and sell it. That's great and all. Sell it real quick.
Well, we're gonna give it exposition. I'll give the exposition. So
here and now.
Yeah, I'll just do it right now. Well, I mean, we are live streaming, so we try to.
Okay.
Because people listen and they're like, "What the hell are these two talking about?" Okay, so Bob Nodell, there was a Netflix documentary, and Bob Nodell said in it that they measured 15 degrees per hour Earth rate drift of the fiber optic gyro. Well, on Netflix, they claimed there was a ring laser gyro and a bunch of other stuff. That's not important. But the actual data was never revealed on if there was any Earth rate drift, and if there was, what was actually measured.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what anybody listening, that's what we're going over. What the actual data was, the actual gyro output.
But even when Bob was telling people about his results, he had not fully analyzed this data, and he never did. They took summary computations from some of the data, right? And there were just so many aspects of the method that were confounding. I can't believe they did what they did when they did what they did.
Doing the data I saw? They were taking 1 minute time intervals.
No, quite the opposite. They were taking it at the millisecond kind of resolution.
Oh my goodness gracious!
That one data pass. We're talking hundreds of thousands of data points for 10 minutes worth of data. Because it's 3 axes, and it's temperature data also coming out of it at the same time. It's been a while. I mean,
sure, the temperature was pretty high if it's freaking. Dude, because in the digital signal processor, right?
Dude, they created a thermal gradient across the unit itself. No, really, you need to see this 35.5-minute video that I put together, man. Really. Remember when I was talking before that it was about Eric and Derek when they said some stupid things?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
My goodness.
And I don't necessarily tear Bob apart so much as I do Chris. Because he's actually the guy who did a lot of the moving and shaking on this one.
What do you think about the Pikes Peak stuff? The one where they got the Seventh-day Truth Seeker got the... He put the fiber optic gyro in a vacuum chamber and evacuated the air and got a lower drift rate.
What?
Yeah, his channel's gone now because he freaking said some stuff during COVID. But there was a video called Pikes Peak Data where he had the spreadsheets I have a link to the paper still. So they take a fiber optic gyro, they evacuated it in a vacuum chamber, and the so-called drift rate decreases.
Well, that's kind of bizarre because that's not how they work. How do you?
I know, but that's what the data said.
How do you change the vacuum state of the chamber through which the light is traveling through solid conduit, a fiber optic? You know what I mean?
In the description hold on. So in the description for that video that existed, along with this, he has a link which I still got the paper. It's a paper. It's in Russian, but they got the same result in a published Russian paper of lowering the pressure and getting a different output out the gyro.
I've heard.
I'll DM that to you, by the way. I mean,
I've heard
Russian, but
about
you can read the graphs, you know.
the arena where I've heard of that kind of manipulation in the technique, where it's have any efficacy at all, is in interferometry, where the light is passing through open space, through air, you know what I mean, or vacked out, like with LIGO or whatever else you want to think about. Since then, I don't know if it was Wang. It might even have been. So it was a Russian guy, and I don't think it was Galev either, but somebody else, not Adsikovsky. Excuse me, but it was, I believe, a Russian or somebody who's not so good at English wrote up the paper, and his assertion was part of the sensitivity problem, the resolution problems, had to do with vacuuming it out, and like putting the whole mirror setup in a completely depressurized environment, that they got different data out of it.
If you look in the live stream voice text, you can see I have already screenshotted some of these things.
All right.
And the reason they tested it in the vacuum chamber is because they were because they were in Colorado or whatever. They were getting different results, and then they thought, dude, we're at different altitudes. Maybe the pressure is doing something, and then to see Rick Zimmerman, whose gyro it actually was, put it in a vacuum chamber, and he had a video of the vacuum chamber and the outputs and all that stuff. But he said some stuff during COVID and got his channel nuked.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm just telling you. I'm just reporting. I'm just reporting what I've seen.
I don't think this is the paper that I was reading, but it could just be another one that is congruent. Based on polynomial first degree. Yeah, get into the math, boys. Having a good time. Atmospheric pressure effect on output signal of the FOG. That just seems entirely antithetical. It's.
I know it doesn't make sense.
No, none whatsoever.
Unless outgassing or something of the frickin'
of the strata. Yeah. I possibly
outgassed, right? It's not. It's a
but it's still, glass, that's right? Only going to be a superficial effect on a solid.
Yeah, but it's glass.
That's what I mean.
I mean, glass is like an amorphous solid, so there might be entrained air inside of it that's outgassing and changing, because it is an interferometer, right? It only has to change like the refractive properties because it's a fiber optic, right? So it has a radial refractive index gradient, and maybe if it changes that, because you got to remember the thing is calibrated to get in a certain expectation value, right? It expects a certain value for us to give it gets a certain value, it gives a certain output. And if you get a different value because the properties of the light are different in the fiber in that condition, then it'll just read as some different output.
I can't even speak on
obviously.
it. Yeah, I can't even speak on that. I wouldn't know what to say. You know what I mean? I'd have to look at the setup.
I mean, it's the only thing I could think of.
Bizarre.
Because inside it, so this is drawn, like fiber optic cables are like drawn glass, right? And glass is technically still, it's actually not even a solid. It's supposed to be still in some quasi-solid liquid state. Right? They've said, I've heard when I was a kid, I've never verified, that very old glass is thicker at the bottom than the top because it's flowing.
Nah.
So if that's true, it might be more susceptible to outgassing than a regular material. I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm just guessing.
I'm just trying to throw this Bob Nodell video tag into the same chat.
Yeah.
With and without the tracking data to see if the thumbnail comes up, and neither is the case. So I'm going to take the tracking out again.
Indio, you ever seen the pitch drop experiment?
Pitch drop? I don't think so.
It's like back in the day they used to think pitch was a solid, and then somebody's like, "Oh, it's a liquid." Yeah, and then they put the pitch in this thing like a funnel, and like. I can't remember the amount of years. Maybe Homeboy will help me out here, but it's like,
I think it's like 19 years per drop.
Yeah, so it's like a drop. It's like a leaky faucet, right? But it takes 19 years for the stretch of pitch to drop off.
They also say that really old glass panes eventually become thicker at the bottom than the top.
Yeah,
because it's
I've heard that. Mm-hmm. Because it's semi-solid.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, was that deja vu?
Yes. There's a glitch.
Mandela effect.
Was that the same black cat or a different one?
Didn't plan to race. Okay, let me stay out of that. And lobby. I'm just trying to catch up on all the text that's been going by here.
Yeah, I read that comment, and that guy, I don't know, that dude's a doofus. I can't even find the video he's talking about. The guy in the Glowbusters comments.
Oh, Petey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Timbo actually posted it. It's all about this Blackpool Tower thing. Where was that?
What? They're still doing Blackpool Tower?
Live stream voice text. Yeah, Timbo posted that. Let's see, at 41 minutes after the last hour.
Okay, so I'm aware of this one.
Yeah.
This Blackpool Tower image, this isn't the full image, the one that he posted. It's cropped. And you know why they cropped it? Because the horizon is too far away.
Yeah.
So they crop out the edge of this land so you can't see the water, because then you would be able to see that the horizon's past 9 miles and it should be 6 miles.
Well, the one that Timbo posted, where it is indeed zoomed in and cropped, I think this is entirely photoshopped.
It's not entirely photoshopped, because that's what I thought when I first saw it. The original of this was published in some, I think, the Irish Times, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And the person captioned it that said this is like an enhanced image or something like that. That they use some sort of color correction to fix it.
Enhanced, hey?
Like he didn't take it for the purpose of proving the globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wasn't. He was trying to get art and then like get it into the newspaper. He's like a freelance photographer.
Yeah. Well, then we have this one that Rayleigh Criterion posted, the two-framer, and stacking 25 images to produce it. I think there's a bigger issue with both of these frames, and that is observer height. That if you were looking from an observer height of what Petey claims was 8 meters in the other shot that Timbo posted, you would not see this much of the foreground detail, you know what I mean, over tops of houses and shit. 10, 20,
Here, I
30,
found it. I
whatever,
got the
miles
original.
away.
There's so much crap in this server, bro. Like, all I had to do was search my name in Blackpool Tower, and I found the original link to the original image. Here, I'll post it in the chat.
Sure.
It's on his Flickr page.
Loading up Blackpool Lakes, yada, sure. Oh, this is supposed to be the original?
Yes. That's the original photographer right there, Kevin Jackson. Shows you the camera.
Yeah.
Show settings.
Okay, well, if...
But he does say it's edited, I think.
I did a quick perspective check in Google Earth, and I don't like to do that as a typical method, but just something quick I did last night that I was mentioning. And in order for the roller coaster on the left to be so far or so close to, far away from, so close to the tower with respect to what's going on behind it. To squeeze that many peaks in between, this is how you're going to triangulate your observer distance. And when you do that and match it on Google Earth, or at least remotely closely to the one that Timbo posted a minute or 41 minutes after last hour, you'd be out in the fucking water taking the picture, not on the land farther away. You know what I mean? This is why I'm saying that I think this is total contrivance. Look at the hills; they're all white in the background. All the the whatever they called them, the DAG or some stupid. Get back to the other tab. What do they call that thing? The Dow crag, right? That there's that peak, and then there's the one to the left, and then there's the one to the left, and then there's the one to the left, and the one to the left, and one to the left. That all of those peaks show the sun way off to the left in the picture. You know what I mean? At this moment that it was taken. But nothing around this amusement park or where the tower are is lit from the same angle. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The lighting is all messed up. None of it makes sense.
It looks like a totally contrived image. And that's my problem.
Hey, brother, let me ask you this question. Have you ever seen, there's this Google Earth, and then there's a similar database, similar to Google Earth, but it's just for shadows. And it can tell you shadows at certain times of day. Have you ever seen that before?
I've heard of it. I've never been there.
Well, maybe it would help you in I'm not sure because I've never used it myself, but supposedly it could help you in your deep crack in this one.
Possibly. But again, I relied on Google Earth to identify the peaks and what I should expect to see in a width and an FOV like this. And I'm pretty happy with that level of precision. But I suppose, yeah, I could be doing that too. We'll see how far I have to go. You know what I mean? How much effort really is required to prove that this is bullshit. I mean, I can appreciate that it's a low tide shot, but I don't think he took it from the. Let me again go back to this parking lot that he claims he took it from, and I'm gonna boot my Google Earth right now because I saved it. I've already started pinning these locations, and it was the Velvet Trail car park, if that rings a bell for you guys. He claims that that's where this picture was taken from.
I do remember back in the day, some of the anti-flat Earth Globers were doing a lot of like composite shots with this because they were trying to do that, that back and forth shot where they say, "This is what you see, this is what you should see," and then they flip it back and forth. And so they did a lot of overlays. And maybe somebody came across one of those overlays and just thought it was the actual image, and then tried to lie and say they took the photo.
Could be. Wouldn't put it past them for a second.
Oh yeah, it's definitely happened in here many times. Not with this one, but other ones.
Okay, so let's just save that image to my old desktop, so when I follow up I have more data. That's awesome. Thanks for posting that. Really? Good stuff, man. But yeah, to me that's just irritating when I see that kind of thing. Maybe it's just their response to us posting stuff like Canagoo. You know?
Well, obviously the guy's just trying to run interference. You're talking about something new, and he's going to post something that, I posted this. This is back in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
6 years ago. Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Yeah, why are they still talking about it? Yes.
Yeah, it didn't do it then. What changed?
I guess they still haven't found a significant life purpose.
You know what my favorite?
How to
I think
find
they
one.
did it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Indio, you know what my favorite one is of that? It's that table with the red pieces of metal against the horizon, and then they zoom in on it and squinch it, and the red pieces of metal are curved, but they always forget to show the table in the same shot, and they keep bringing that up, dude. It's like, dude, why did you crop the table out? And they're like, I didn't. This is the image, I promise. And then I'm like, okay, let me search our history. Here it is. Oh, there's a table, and guess what? The table's curved too. Wow.
Table looks like a curved meat cleaver chopping block, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Another good one for that type of example of exploitation is Pontchartrain. Taylor took them to task on that one. Had a great time. She went straight to the people who built that bridge, who maintained that bridge, and obtained all of the physical plans of both phases of the project. You know what I mean? And she sent them to me. So, of course, then I mapped it out to scale. And I've got a fair bit of history looking at architectural plans and stuff. And I noticed that there are no mentions of curvature, anything to do with elevational change other than strictly referring to water level. To the city indexed terms, and they're right on the plan, to do with that lake and the expected levels over time, and that it's the same data point across the entire 24 miles. You know what I mean?
It's funny how all these things segue, dude. It's funny how all these things segue together. I just searched our back history for the curved table. That came up immediately, and then other images talking about Pontchartrain also came up.
Small
That's
world.
so sad, bro.
Small world.
My goodness. I mean, Pontchartrain. If you just thought about Pontchartrain for 5 minutes, 30,000 plus cars go over that bridge daily. Right?
Yeah.
It should be like modern folklore that you could see the curve of the earth there.
Yeah, should be. There should be a sign-up place and a place to sit and look and observe it from there.
Dude, that's what I've been saying. It would be a tourist trap. Right at the end of the bridge, there'd be a little thing with binoculars and like, you know.
Yeah, the little, put your quarter in there for 20 seconds to look through it and...
globes.
Yeah, people
I used
from
to
all
think,
over America, from all over the world to see that.
yeah, but remember when Brian Mullen was doing Force the Line? I used to think that would be a good place to put Force the Line, right out against the side of the bridge. So as you're driving along the bridge, you can see the Force the Line, stay parallel with the water, or raise up.
Well, I don't know, man. With Force the Line, there's so much room for physical error. I mean, you got to get those suckers exactly square and support the weight and no. That's so much work and production cost. And frankly, I don't know. Conversely, I guess other side of the coin, it would be exactly the kind of thing I would expect to see in a Disney park to demonstrate curvature. You know what I mean? The guys at Disney, they've got the budget to produce something that has that kind of physical demand on tolerance.
You know what, brother? You know what? It would be a sweet roller coaster, but it's almost like a straight line where you just get on this really fast roller coaster going straight, and then you see this line on the side of you, and you and the line diverge because it's raising in altitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If it was proven the Earth curve
or lowering, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fun to see, along with a Cavendish experiment. That's the one I sack Globies with on Friday nights a lot, is that if mass really did attract mass, why don't we see that in Disney parks where they have gargantuan masses floating on near frictionless bearings, attracting each other over and over and over? Why don't
you know what I just thought of something, dude. The best place I know Disney could pull it off, but they wouldn't do these speeds. The best place to pull off to Force the Line to where you could be on the side of it watching it would be like on a maglev bullet train, going 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, Elon, all the way. And
Yeah, because you'd be able to see it. Yeah, because otherwise, like if you're going on even if you're going on a 60-mile-an-hour roller coaster, it'd be like 3 minutes minimum.
Yeah. I think we should just get the plans off the Japanese for their trains. Like they laid track, and it's all maglev, and it's all 220 miles an hour or whatever it is. You know what I mean? There's the precision demands on a layout like that are through the roof. If you want to have an avoidance of absolute disaster when you run something across it that fast. Like it's got to be dead straight, and it's the reason that SR-72s don't turn while they're going really fast. You know what I mean? It's one of those. There's an inertial problem you cannot ignore at that kind of velocity. And you're right, it would be an absolutely cool thing to see. Right, side by side, out your window. You know what I mean? That'd be neat. Really neat. Oh well, too bad I don't own one of those. Cool. Railway, yeah, that'd be hot. Okay, so yeah, Kevin Jackson, that's the guy who took the picture, or claims to, back in 2021. With his Nikon. Yeah. Yes, we'll be looking into that, just to see how things go. But guys, it's 20 after 2 my time right now. So if there's any other questions or comments you want to throw my way, now would be the time. Otherwise, I'll be doing the crash thing.
I got no questions. I'm going to be watching your videos, so...
yes, by all means.
I had a good time.
Yeah, and if you guys feel like it, the detail is everywhere. It's probably on my BitChute channel the last time I remember actually putting it somewhere. But the invite link for the Stone Cold Truth channel on Telegram is a great place to find me, other than just plain old @ManOfStone on Telegram. You just hit me up there, DM me, and I can send you the links to the relevant places. And yeah, get any subsequent questions answered, etc. Oh, there was one I was going to answer here, and it was, I believe, Wesley who just posted something. I got to find which text place that actually happened, though. And he's not in the VC with us here. So where did it go? Walk around. I should have tagged it when I found it. There it is in the lobby. Was there a reason you gave a budget for a plane that can't even fly on ILS glide slope? Well, okay. Wesley, if you're listening, if you watched my presentation yesterday, you'll notice that when I was handing out price quotes for renting planes, I also brought into the discussion protocol of calling up these people and asking if they do indeed have ILS-related hardware on the craft as well. That I don't necessarily know that I did give a budget for a plane or recommend a particular plane that can't fly an ILS glide slope. More than that, I also pointed out that in more recent years, especially in the Garmin end of the hardware that you find in typical civilian aircraft at this level, that the graphics capabilities have really come along. and that they're using GPS-assisted function now in producing 3D representations, graphically speaking, in the display of your position relative to that glide slope. That it's not just a pink diamond on a vertical slider anymore. It's far more enhanced in terms of the experience for the pilot. So I really don't understand the question. Let's just put it that way. All right, that clears that up. And if Wesley doesn't hear this and you see him before I do, feel free to forward my answer. Or refer him to the live stream point where we're talking about it right here. Yeah. But really, when I look through the comments, and there were only half a dozen at the time immediately after the stream yesterday, there was another butthurt Globie who decided to just puke all over the place with a comment to the effect of, oh man, this thing has so many flaws in it, I can't even count, it's just ridiculous why anybody would even consider this thing, but gave absolutely zero substance in his comment. Just the nuh-uh hand wave, and that was it. And, geez, I wish the Globies had more to offer. Then we would have something to talk about.
Yeah, we all wish for that, man. It's not in the cards.
I guess not. Or yet, or whatever. Maybe I should watch what I asked for. But no. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Is we're in the pursuit of truth here. This is why I have been handed the title, "The Blade of Truth," by the Ether Cause boys. That it doesn't matter who says it. I'm going to objectively look at what is said, and I'm going to give my opinion on that. You know what I mean?
We just gotta keep trucking, because it doesn't matter if they all want to slide backwards. If we don't do it, who's gonna?
Yeah. I like the other question that likes to get asked on Friday nights, and months ago even, I remember it being asked that, okay, and I think FTFE Craig is hot for this question, inclusively. It's like, okay, what kind of evidence would you need to see in order to become a Globie? And I think I've answered that question yesterday. You know what I mean? That's the kind of evidence, that's the data set that I'm looking to amass, regardless of the result. You know what I mean? I'm on the path towards truth. I'm walking the walk, and maybe it'll even come out.
Speaking of that, brother, can you post a link where you can get the refund if you donated to his leg surgery?
Good question. Good question. Good question. Hilarious. No, I think some effort should be put together to get the court record of how it went down when they dragged him in front of the judge for whipping out his cane and whacking somebody who wouldn't give back his wife's bike or something, whatever that story was about the dude who bought a bike and he got violent over it. Maybe connect him up with Owen Benjamin and they can swap horror stories about bikes. Just a thought. All right, gang. Well, it's been a blast, but we're hitting 2:30, and I think I better call it for now. Feel free to invite me back sometime for a specific thing that's going on. Not just the regular drag a Globie through the muck kind of thing. If something's happening, I wouldn't mind coming by and checking it out. It's kind of fun. And I'm gonna grab my flyblat and kill that bug.
Have a good one. You're always welcome back.
You too, guys. Have a good one. We'll catch you guys soon, and enjoy the stream. It was a blast to produce. Catch you then, hey.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah,
So none of
I'll
us.
hang out and we can listen to it. Sure. I'll mute up.
Okay. I mean, I was actually told you might not want to listen to it because it'll probably annoy you. So that's why when Yoder said we should have an event, I'm kind of like, okay, well, if I'm going to listen to it, then I want it to at least have purpose. Like, I don't want to just listen to it and just sit there and yell at it in my living room. You know what I mean? So,
like other people do.
yeah. So, yeah, if you guys want to say something, we can pause it. I don't know. Can you guys pause it also? Do you have the can you go to?
I can pause.
Driving.
I
Yeah.
can, but I'm driving. I mean, I can keep my eyes on it. And
Well, if you want to say something, just start talking and then I'll pause it. Or I'll just if there's something interesting, I'll pause it. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen because, like I said, I haven't listened to it before. I'm not going to be like some people and pause it every 30 seconds. I'm not going to do that, just so you know.
Pause it for 30 seconds, talk about it for 15 minutes, and then unpause.
Yeah. I'm not doing that. Okay, here we go.
Example of applying the scientific method. Points 1 through 6 should occur in no more than 15 to 20 minutes. And then we're going to jump into the meat of this, where we're going to review proposals for exploring the question of round versus flat Earth using the scientific method. And then we're going to review each of those proposals.
Not necessarily. If you look in the side chat right now, Roots just posted at 52 after an hour. 4 objects that look like spheres, but only one of them is actually a sphere.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it is or isn't either way. What we're calling here is for humility. Humility in the face of baseless, unverified claims about what these stellar objects are for the past 100 years.
And what do you think of like satellites that take pictures of the Earth?
I think they're cool.
Is that it?
Yeah, like that's it. I
Do you
mean,
think
there's
they're authentic?
well, there's no evidence that they're orbiting a globe.
There's no evidence they're in a vacuum of space either.
We don't really know what they are or what mechanics that they operate under. Because if you were to go to Goddard Space Flight Center, okay, their webpage, this is basically NASA's central hub, their dashboard for space objects. And if you scroll down on their front page under query to satellite queries, to query a satellite, they say you need to know which magnetic flux tube of force it's operating under so that the magnetic field lines that trace to ground stations can more accurately discern its location. Now, if you have any idea what that means, maybe you can enlighten us. We've been trying to crack this nut for a long time.
I'm not sure, but I was just gonna say, what do you think of
exactly?
I mean, have you heard of the White Swan?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, you have?
Mhm.
What's your response to like the White Swan?
Okay, so it's actually a black swan. Okay, because the horizon in the one that they call the White Swan is actually about 500% further away than it should be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so what we're more likely seeing in that observation is just a specific like an atmospheric effect that's taking place that fits the definition of what is called sinking, right? There can also be some ocean swells on that particular day, but it's not uncommon for something that would normally be visible on the horizon to apparently look like it's sinking behind the horizon. Okay, it's a well-known effect that happens, right? It's like a form of an inferior mirage. An inferior mirage does the same thing, right? Makes things look like they're displaced lower than what they would normally be.
And what do you?
Okay, so if you go to Google right now, for example, if you type in what is sinking refraction, it will say exactly what I just said. It would say something that's normally visible on the horizon apparently looks like it's sinking below the horizon, even though it's not obstructed by anything.
Right.
Okay, so that
And
could be
then-
what's happening with the white swan. But this is the thing, right? They're all black. Only black swans exist when it comes to observations of the horizon. There's no such thing as a white swan. When they say white swan, they mean, oh, this is an observation where it matches up with the globe. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't match up with the globe. There is not a single observation that matches up with the globe.
Yeah, and then like, are you? Do you know about like the neutrino experiment?
Which one? Yes.
Which one?
Yeah, there's one where they claim
The
to
one
have
that-
measured a
yeah, the
stream
one that-
horizontally, and one that where they claim to measure a stream vertically.
Yeah, the one that Blitz guy was talking about.
Yeah, he got them confused.
Oh, how so?
The no hands guy?
Yeah,
Holy.
because
yeah,
that guy. Yeah, I mean So Indio thought he was talking about the vertical one, and so did Blitz. But I think Blitz's paper was about the horizontal one. So
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him about it.
yeah, so yeah, I mean, who's feeding you this crap in DMs? By the way,
Nobody. I just went.
you're
on
just coming up
YouTube.
with this on your own.
Watch
no,
the Blitz thing.
I was watching Planet Peterson.
Aha. That guy's super fallacious. Strawman arguments. Yeah, he doesn't do very well when he has conversations with us.
Wow, he actually comes in here.
Of course.
Yeah, he's been in here. Yeah, he was actually scared during the Blitz debate. We were trying to get him to actually join the stage, and he was refusing until he accidentally hit the join button. He came up for a few minutes and then ran away. But yeah, that guy, he's like a script guy, right? He's not someone that really. He's just like an arrogant script guy. He doesn't really have a good technical understanding of the argument.
Yeah, like Professor Dave, he's all scripted. He buys his scripts.
He buys these scripts. Where from? NASA? Sorry.
He said he says he's not an expert in anything, and what he does is he actually hires people that are experts in the field to write his scripts for him. He's basically like a presenter.
But like,
so he has a script, and then he
the
goes
evidence
on.
for that?
Well, he said that himself. I think I actually have that on
So
video.
if we give you a video of him saying that, are you going to deny it? Are you going to
no.
say are you going to say he meant
no.
something else? He meant something else.
No.
I'll find it for you, dude, because it is fair that I back up what I said. So just give me a
Yeah, and
second.
also he's not a professor either. He already said that.
He played a guy
What's the
that started
science
sniffing girls'
communicator?
hairs in some movie.
Yeah, something about love in LA or something like that.
Yeah.
Love and Lies in LA, I think it's called.
Yeah, what wasn't his role like hair sniffer number 2?
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, he said he's not a professor. He thought it would be a funny like name to call his YouTube channel, Professor Dave. He thought it would be fun. And he said he dropped out of college to follow a music career, which didn't work out. And then he said he's not really an expert in anything, and that he hires people to write his scripts for him and that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll just find the video where he actually talks about it.
Yeah.
That's why, like most of his arguments, right? So he'll have like AE maps, right? Like a globe projection, and he'll say, "Oh, this is the map that the flat earthers claim," and he'll strawman an argument, or he'll pick a really bad flat earth argument and say, "Oh, this is what all the flat earthers are claiming," and then the globe earthers watch it, and because they don't know the flat earth arguments properly, they believe that Dave's telling them the truth about what flat earthers are claiming, and then they come in here and try to bring those same fallacious arguments in here, and they get wrecked.
Yeah, to be honest, it doesn't help our case when people professing to be flat earthers show the AE map and say that this is flat earth or the best representation of it when it's completely 100% not.
Right. So you guys have like hit diamond when it comes to flat Earth.
This is the flat earth Pentagon.
Right.
Like this community's been around for more than 10 years. It's kind of the central hub. Many of the groups that you see out there have spun off, you could say, from here to go pursue their own agendas and endeavors.
Right.
Most of them.
So I found the video.
You think the moon landing
it's
was
literally
faked?
yeah, obviously, definitely, bro. But just hold on a second, right? Just take 50 seconds and just watch the clip that I put in the side chat.
All right.
And then we can talk about the moon landing if you want.
All right. Great. Yeah. So he was talking about the stuff that he doesn't understand, but then he went on to say he understands chemistry well.
Yeah, so he shouldn't be talking about flat Earth then, huh?
He actually doesn't understand chemistry that well.
Yeah, he got that wrong too in the
He
debate.
failed as a professor. He used the excuse he went to become a musician instead, failed as that, and then had a second try to be a chemistry professor and failed again. And you can also
I've got another video where he talks about all of that as well. It tells you.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, you can still be pretty knowledgeable even though you're not a professor, I would say.
Yeah, you can be. You can be, but you can also be very fallacious and trick people into thinking that flat earthers are claiming things that they're not claiming and strawman people. Okay, so look, this you should watch.
I would agree.
Well, listen, just one second. I'm gonna share something for you if you want to watch it later. Okay, so it's like this guy called Mindshock. He's got a channel called Bruce McGuire on YouTube, and he's unbiased. Like, he doesn't take sides, and he reviews debates, and he's a professional in formal logic and whatnot. Okay, so he goes over and he'll stop the debate every time someone makes a fallacy, and he'll explain what the fallacy was and how it was fallacious and blah blah blah. Right, and he did that with a bunch of Dave's debates, and Dave actually holds the records for the most amount of fallacies in a debate, and it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fallacies. He's a very slimy, dishonest guy. I'll post that video. Yep.
Yeah, who's the guy that knows about formal logic?
His name's it's Bruce McGuire. He's got a channel. It used to be called Mindshock, but now it's called Bruce McGuire. And he's a very smart guy. So if you watch his videos, he'll stop the debate. No.
Oh, are you sad about that?
Well, he's unbiased.
Does it matter if the guy's a flat earther, dude? If he's going to be calling out fallacies, is there a difference between people? Like, if you're a flat earther, you call them out more or less? Which is it?
I never.
He doesn't say he's a globe earther. He doesn't say that the Earth's a globe, right? He just says that, look, I'm going to give an unbiased opinion on the debate, right? He doesn't bring his own opinion into it. He's like, okay, this is a logical fallacy because of X, and he'll tell you what it was and how it works and all that sort of thing.
I mean, this is irrelevant, but I actually do think he's a flat earther deep down, but he just doesn't admit it. Just saying.
Bruce,
yeah,
everybody is. Everybody is. Some of them.
Is, yeah.
Some, yeah, the globers that won't admit it, they think somebody's watching them.
Bruce McGuire?
Yeah, I'll grab the link for you, bro. McGuire, it's like MGUIRE.
Oh, not this guy then.
No, if you type in Mindshock, it'll probably come up. But I'll grab it for you, and I'll grab the specific date and the specific video, and I'll put it in the side chat. Just 1 second.
Oh, McGuire. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. And
So if you just go to search and just type in Dave.
He knows about formal logic?
Yeah, he knows a ton about it.
And where did he say, I guess, or how do you actually know?
Know what?
Here we go.
What do you mean? No, I mean, I'm genuinely curious.
How do we know what?
Because every single show of everything he's ever done is focused on this topic, the application of formal logic.
I mean that could still be the case, and yeah, I mean,
you can fact check everything that he's saying. That's the thing. Okay, so it doesn't matter what your opinion is about it. He's stating mainstream logical fallacies. Okay, and he's breaking them down, and he's showing it happen live and explaining it. I mean, you can try to go against that if you want, but He's just pointing out things that happen in the debate. That's all. He calls out the flat earthers as well if they do it. Here's the video I was talking about, by the way.
Right. But yeah, so what do you think about the moon?
We can't validate about the moon. Okay, I think that America faked the moon missions. Okay, that doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe. But the footage is absolutely ridiculous looking. Most people haven't even looked at it. And then when I share clips of the footage, they're like, that's bullshit. There's no way that that's NASA footage. That's completely fake. Prove to me that that's actually NASA footage. And then I have to go show them on NASA's YouTube channel and website that this is actually NASA footage.
Yeah. I mean, have you heard of what they're doing with that like time capsule that was in like Michigan?
I'm not sure.
They said it came from a rocket. Oh, you're not sure about it? Oh, okay.
No, I haven't looked into that one.
Oh. Yeah.
But tell me.
Nobody
can
about it. Nobody can open it until like 2079 or some shit.
Why?
It's weird.
Why is that?
I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like the Russians found it, and then it's in Michigan now, and yeah, nobody can open it until 2079.
What happens if you open it?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell
Maybe
you.
there's some flat Earth proof inside.
If you open it too early, you're going to ruin the psyop. They've clearly got a psyop planned.
Open it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about aliens?
Space is fake. What do you think about aliens?
When
you say aliens, you mean like Mexicans?
When I say aliens, I'm talking.
Remzi, he's not talking about you.
Oh, I got triggered when he said alien. I thought he was talking about
I
white
know you always pop up when you think everybody's talking about you because you're paranoid.
Yeah. Well, see, he said alien, so I have a reason.
Yeah, when I say aliens, I'm talking about other life forms from
foreigners.
From outer space? No, space is fake. So now what do you think about
how is-
aliens? Because you missed it before when I said that.
Yeah, I did. I would just ask, how do you justify that space is fake? How do you defend that
How do you justify space is real, as you've been told? That's the question.
But
We're asking that question.
Hold on, but then that's just going to be a burden shift fallacy.
No, it's not, because we're not the one making the claim about what space is. The claim on the table is that space is an infinite expanding vacuum. Listen, my request for exposition is not a denial or acceptance of that claim.
Wait, so you don't deny or accept my claim?
No, I'm just asking for clarification and justification.
I never even had a proposition when it comes to me saying.
Well, you may have not, but this is with regards to the claim that space is an ever-expanding vacuum.
Okay, how does that have to do with what we were just discussing a few seconds ago?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden.
No, I never tried to reverse the burden.
Yeah, you said, how can you justify that space isn't a vacuum? That's a total burden reversal.
You understand when nobody makes a positive claim and somebody makes.
So you're avoiding the claim on the table, which is that space is an expanding vacuum that we're asking for clarification on.
Yeah, I mean, you're just dodging my explanation.
No, I'm actually engaging it directly.
Yeah, you're engaging it by saying something else that doesn't even correlate to what I originally said.
No, you tried to reverse the burden.
Wait, can you just elaborate when you say reverse the burden?
Yeah, you asked us to prove a negative.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him.
Well, listen, I'm speaking for him right now.
I never posted. Yeah, I mean, I never. I never made a positive.
Yeah, maybe you need to withdraw.
How do you know that it isn't fake? Is just going to be burden shifting if I've never made a positive claim?
Why did you ask us to prove a negative if you weren't trying to reverse the burden?
Well, why are you claiming aliens are from outer space? And then I said space is fake, and you tripped out. So you were claiming space is real.
Well, that's so space. in that, I guess, kind of like, well, it wasn't even a claim. It was kind of a question because I said, like, what do you think about aliens or something, right? But
And
I can agree
said,
that.
"Are you talking about me? Because I'm an illegal alien." And you said, "No, I'm talking about space aliens." And I said, "Space is fake." Now, what do you think of space aliens? And you tripped out, right, Gemsy?
I mean, as I was saying, I guess you can kind of say, I guess you can kind of say that I was presupposing that space was real. At least that's on your view, right? But then, if you still make I guess, in a sense, negative claim about space being, like not real, then I'll just ask for the proof that it's not real.
Because that's a counter proposition, not the proposition.
Wait, no, hold on, but the proposition previously that I made had nothing to do with his negative claim at all with his proposition.
Yeah, well, I didn't accuse you of making a positive claim. I said the claim on the table.
You did.
The same one you were referring to for us to make a negative proposition about.
And did I make a positive claim about space being real? I presupposed it. Yeah, sure, but
to reverse the burden, you had to by necessity. You had to in order to reverse the burden, as you did by having us try to substantiate a negative, which is a counter proposition to the proposition on the table that you were inferring.
When you say so when you say
the end.
When you say the possibility,
if you continue past this point and don't withdraw, I'm gonna freaking mute you for trolling.
Wait, how am I
performative? Look at it like this: if I said to you, Bigfoot is not real, would you turn around and say, "Prove to me that Bigfoot is not real"?
No, I would just say, "How do you know that Bigfoot is not real? Like, what sort of what's the standard you're using to determine that Bigfoot is not real, or something?"
Because nobody's been able to justify the positive claim that it is real.
There we go.
So it's instantly not fake. So then what do you think about Roof X?
I don't have to automatically accept a baseless claim. As I said before, when I ask for exposition, I'm neither agreeing with the claim or denying the claim.
Hold on, but again, this is just gonna be like a quick yes or no. Like, was I talking to you?
You're talking to all of us. It's an open panel, yeah. So yes, you're talking to him. Yeah.
I was so was I engaging?
I got it. You don't like me, okay? And it's because I'm pointing out the flaws in your logic.
Flaws in my logic? What?
Yeah. Your suppositional logic is flawed.
Yeah, I mean, you just mean reasoning, right? Because we're engaging in an informal conversation or informal discussion, right?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden, and that made it more formal, right?
No, actually, no.
Yeah, it did. You tried to engage in formal logic at that very instant, so you're wrong.
Wait, okay, I think you're confused on what formal logic is.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so formal logic it's the study of structured reasoning that has like rules of inference.
Correct. You added structure to it, which I destroyed by knocking out your presupposition.
But wait, you don't understand that if we're just engaging with like some type of like, I guess in a sense, informal reasoning, right? And there's no formal argumentation behind it. Then
so maybe you don't want to make burden reversals.
And it's not going to be. Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this: it's not going to be. It's not going to be formal because I'm not even using any rules of inference or have a logical structure to any of my propositions. You understand that, right?
That's your plan. You're going to try to not do that. Well, you've already been
just backing
wait in this, dude.
Wait. I'm not saying I'm not going to try to do that. I'm just saying what I originally did wasn't or didn't engage in formal logic at all, or any branch of formal logic, like propositional logic, or maybe like say, like first order logic, anything. It was just informal, I guess, kind of like discussion. It wasn't like
okay. Well, I'll let you back it up. All right, let's back it up, reverse it, start over.
I mean, if that's your way of coping, I mean, sure, I guess.
I'm not coping.
Okay, let's back it up and start over. No, space is fake. Now, what do you think of space aliens? Go.
Well, do you think that in some possible world, space could be real?
No.
You don't? So then what's going to be... Okay, so you think it's logically contradictory?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when I say it's logically possible, given a possible world for space to be...
No, it's not possible.
What's going to be the contradiction?
Gas pressure without a container.
That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. There's necessary antecedents to gas pressure.
But hold on. But again, space.
Hold on. No, there are antecedents that are necessary to gas pressure's
Yeah,
existence.
I mean, I can grant that.
Okay, so it's not possible. Period.
Okay, hold on. When I say possible, what modality do you think I'm operating in? Logical modality, physical modality? What's physically possible?
Well, in this case, they're one and the same.
You understand that something can be physically impossible, like you're referring to, but logically possible, right? There's a clear distinction.
Not in this case.
There's nothing logical about making air bubbles in a vacuum. There's nothing logical about air bubbles in a vacuum.
We're dealing with natural law.
Okay, can you chill for like 2 seconds, please?
We're dealing with natural law. That's why. Laugh all you want.
But natural law can get violated.
Really?
Yeah,
it can get violated.
When we're talking about
like magical unicorns in your brain, sure, okay.
Absolutely. I mean, it's logically possible.
Let's talk about fantasy here. No, we're talking about real world. Okay, application of logic.
I know we're talking.
The real world application of physics.
We can talk about real world, but my question was centered around the logical possibility.
Okay, so what? Like you can conjure up something in your brain and that makes it real?
Wait, what? The reason I'm saying it's not logically impossible
in your brain, and you're like, therefore it's possible. That's called a reification fallacy, dude. Would I like to engage in concept reification fallacies with a debate, bro? No.
As I was saying, right?
Yeah, so don't when we say something is logically, bro.
Let me just clarify. When we say something is logically impossible, we're just saying that it's a contradiction within logic, right?
No, you're trying to get us to reify concepts.
If I say, okay, so you're just gonna wait, okay, so then you're just gonna deny the laws of logic?
No, I'm not. I'm going to deny your concept reification fallacy, which is an acceptance of logic.
Oh yeah, and did you come to that conclusion within the use of logic?
I came to this conclusion when you asked us to conjure up something as a possibility in your brain that is inherently contradictory.
And the steps that you made, was you using some type of reasoning to get there?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, so then you are accepting the laws of logic then.
Of course I accept the laws of logic, sure.
Okay, so then
I'm using it to destroy your concept reification fallacy, which is a violation of the laws of logic.
Wait, how is it a violation of? I'm not even sure what the fallacy even is. So maybe you can elaborate on
the concept reification fallacy. Okay, maybe somebody can post it in the chat and you can educate yourself on this debate, bro.
No, but you're the one using it, so I think you would, like be more informative on what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I already defined it like 3 times through the course of our conversation. If you were listening and picking up on the cues that I was talking about, you would have heard my definition of what concept reification fallacies are.
That's fine, but I don't understand why it's so hard for you to repeat what you said again.
Because I don't want to waste my time doing concept reification fallacy experiments with you, bro.
But you're saying it 24/7, so I can just make the case that you already are wasting your time.
No, you're wasting my time.
If I say hi 24/7 and then somebody asks me, "Hey, what does that word mean?" And I'm just gonna say, "Hey,
you're wasting our time."
What?
Thanks for owning yourself again. Can you step on the garden rake any harder?
And just
Yoder, it is interesting that this topic, more than any other topic that I have ever known, reveals 99% are brain in a jar types.
Yeah, which isn't even true. Because then you got to get into the internal and external world. You know, how can you conjure up something that you never had an experience with in the first place? It's like, how could Helen Keller imagine what sight is like?
110%, my friend. The interesting thing is that there seems to be no lower limit to the Globy. Really.
A Mange is here.
What Maine?
Big Maine is here, fellas. Big Maine is here.
Mange.
Bro, what are you talking
about? The Mange is here.
What is a mange? Pussy?
Look it up.
I ain't looking it up, boy. You tell me. You tell me, boy.
No, it's too disgusting.
Yeah, we back on that flat shit. We back on flat earth, man. We back. We back, and we gonna get to the truth once and for all, yeah?
Are you a
Hey,
merchant,
if that other guy shows up, just immediately ban him.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, ban his ass. But yeah. Where did we left off yesterday?
You were spiraling.
About what?
You had a string of lights you had a string of lights in the sky, and you said they're magical and they're falling all the time.
Yeah, I said it was magic. Yeah.
Which way is down for a satellite that's in orbit?
Back to Earth. They're free falling.
Free falling. How come they go over your house?
Down is in the direction of travel.
One at a time, fellas. I didn't hear that.
How is down going around over your house?
Bro, you asked me which direction is down. I only answered that. I didn't tell you that it was being
satellite. It's in the direction of its orbit, not down at Earth.
What I wanted to tell you now is the satellite stays in orbit by its constant velocity, which is the same rate as it is free falling down on Earth. That's why over the Earth's curve, it's having a velocity going over the Earth's curve, but it's still falling. But the Earth's curve, it goes further and further and further. And the velocity which it goes nullifies that free fall.
How did they calculate the velocity needed if they didn't measure the Earth curve already from the ground?
They did.
You'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
They'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement to have a radius.
Hold on. You're asking me to give you a velocity which is needed to surround the curve, yeah? The measurement. You're asking me to give you orbital mechanics formulas right now.
No, not really, because those are just kinematics. I want the dynamic. I want the dynamic force. I want the dynamic force of down, the twisting, torquing, rotational measurement of the satellite.
Hold on, man. I ain't got no twisting, torquing mechanisms to show you right now. All I want to tell you is we got these explanations, yeah? And we can believe in, or we don't believe them. That's it. That's bottom line, homie. But we can also, you know what also we can do? We can look at it and see it doesn't move any other way because there's no propulsion.
You need to see, and then one more thing, you need to imagine.
But we can see it.
Yeah, we see the same thing. You just have an imagination about it.
Yeah.
You've never seen a satellite orbit. You've seen it move.
Yeah, I've seen it move, yeah. And
correct,
hundreds of thousands of people have seen it move all around the globe.
We see them move.
But all around the globe we see it move, yeah?
Well, that's the part that you have to imagine.
No, dude, yesterday you tried this and you said, I can get 50 people and we'll all follow it around the globe. And I said, go ahead. And you said, I can't get 50 people.
Yeah, for goddamn right.
Imagine it.
I ain't gonna get 50 people, but listen.
That's right. You're not going to be able to do it. Remember, I said those same words yesterday. Also, this is like deja vu day for you.
No. It's not deja vu. We've been talking about this for 1 minute right now. But let me ask you guys one question, okay? So you guys know that you can follow Starlink on the internet. You know, you have the website which follows it, orbit around Earth. You know how?
Yeah, that's because you can't actually see it for yourself. You have to imagine it, and the app conforms to your imagination of it.
Hold on. You know how ISS has that little orbit projection down on the live stream? You know, 24 live stream of ISS.
It's based off a coordinate reference system.
Huh?
Yeah, so there's a coordinate reference system for space. One of them is called IGP-4, and it's based off the WGS-84 model.
Okay, okay. So basically, you can track the Starlink satellite in its orbit on a website. And when you see...
Yeah, I understand how it works. I'm giving you the coordinate reference frames for the mathematics of the orbital mechanics.
Great, buddy. But when you see...
I know more about this than you.
Yes, you do. When you see...
don't need to teach us.
Oh, my God, man. Let me finish, man. So when you see the Starlink orbit is going to cross where you live, and you go out, see it in the sky, and it matches the exact minute it should be over your head. And every single human can do this, yeah? And it matches. Why do you say that's not plausible? Why do you say it doesn't work?
What do you mean? It works mathematically. It works within the coordinate reference frame.
Yoder, listen to me. Let me rearrange this question. Let me rearrange this question for you, buddy. So we have Starlink satellites. We can follow it on a website where it is at each exact moment. Yeah. And
using an arbitrarily chosen coordinate reference frame.
And why does that matter if they orbit or not?
It matters because it's an interpretive frame that allows you to consider these things going in an orbit around a ball within that coordinate reference system.
Okay.
There are other interpretive frames that don't utilize the Earth as a sphere.
Okay, so...
Right, and the mathematics work the same.
Are we agreeing that the website is actually providing the current location of Starlink satellites? You know, the website I'm talking about.
No.
Why not?
Because when the lights go away, you still have internet.
What are you talking about? I'm not even connected to Starlink. I'm using broadband cables.
Yeah,
then how do you know what the lights are?
It's accurate to say that the ISS is correctly plotted within the coordinate reference system.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the coordinate reference system matches actual reality. Those are two separate things.
Okay. So, Yoder, we agree on that. Let's say we doesn't know if it actually orbits, but it actually shows and when and where the thing is, and you can spot it, right? So we agree on that.
Yeah, no ball required.
Okay, no ball required. So now the other question: are those ISS and Starlink and all the other satellites, are they constantly in air above us, or they come down and then get relaunched or something like that?
Sorry, what?
So the other question that follows that one was, so then does the ISS, the Starlink, and all the other satellites, are they constantly flying in air above us at a constant speed?
I don't know what they are. I mean, well, it's going to be constant acceleration.
Yeah.
Right, because uniform circular motion is constant acceleration.
Okay, but so you're saying you don't know if they're constantly flying above us or not?
Honestly, I don't know what they actually are. There could be something up there that coincides with what they are.
Okay. So when you buy Starlink, and you put the dish out, satellite dish, what do you think how do you think you're receiving the signals from that satellite? From the dish, the Starlink dish, yeah?
I don't know. I'd have to have firsthand knowledge of where the signal's coming from.
Just rebranded Dish Network.
So it's a Dish Network. The signal comes from radio towers, yeah? Is that what you're saying, Professor?
Yeah, go ahead and debunk me.
Okay, so we get all the internet, all the cell signals from radio towers on Earth, yeah? There's no satellites involved.
No, your phone doesn't connect to a space can.
My phone don't connect to a space can.
Man.
Big fellas. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. We left there yesterday, and I think we concluded, just like right now, we don't agree on it. I mean, we concluded that us Globetards have the explanation, but you guys don't believe in it. And that's pretty much bottom line on a lot of these topics we can discuss, yeah? But what I wanted to talk about right now is I didn't quite get a satisfactory conclusion about this one. So yesterday we mentioned you could make a circle around the world, yeah, on a flat Earth, right? Let's say you go from Australia to Africa, then to South America, and then back to Australia. We all agree you made a circle on the Earth, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. I have to go. I'll be back in like 15 to 20.
Come on, Yoder. We was getting interesting right now. Hi, Professor DJ. You guys are up, man.
Man.
And T-Dub as well. I know my man T-Dub is in here. So, we all agree you guys can circle the Earth, right? Just like I gave an example of right now. Yeah. So, if the Earth is flat and you make a circle on a flat Earth, you guys would think that flat Earth would be in a spherical shape, maybe even hexagon, octagon, circle, whatever. But it should be in some kind of circular shape. Don't you guys agree?
No.
Why not? Explain.
Is a lake flat?
I say it's lake shaped.
Yeah. But
are all lakes circular shaped?
No, but they have edges.
There you go.
Where's that?
But where are the edges to the Earth then? That's what I want to ask. You just helped me right there. Where are the edges to the Earth?
Where's in a lake? Where's the edge at?
On the shoreline.
That'd be that's an edge. You think that is?
Yeah, edge of a lake. Yeah.
So California is like the edge of the ocean, right?
Huh?
California is the edge of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
There you go.
So where are the edges to our Earth? Our
California.
Earth?
He just told you California.
Yeah, but hold on, bro. You're not making sense. I'm telling you, we have Pacific Ocean going past. We're not talking about shorelines. We're talking about Earth's edge. Earth, not landmass. We're talking about our planet, yeah? So you can go past California to Pacific Ocean, and there should be something past Pacific Ocean. You understand? Because if the Earth is in a circular shape, just like we concluded right now, or never mind it being circular, any shape or any way, it has to have an edge, final line, bottom line, doesn't it? You guys agree with me, or you're saying something flat doesn't have to have an edge? I'm waiting.
Where's the edge of a lake?
I just told you a minute ago. How can tell me something flat that doesn't have an edge? Edges. In our reality. Professor. I'm listening. Yeah. I think we hit something right here. I think we hit some. T-Dub, any thoughts, man? DJ, maybe you?
Yeah, same answer as before. How is California not an edge of the Pacific Ocean inside your own worldview? Inside your own epistemology, you said the shoreline or a coastline would be an edge. Then when we told you, sure, so California is the edge, and you said, no, it's not. So how do we have to square the contradiction here? There's a contradiction inside your worldview that you have shores and coastlines are edges and not edges at the same time.
Great.
That's a contradiction.
You're poisoning the well here. It's called poisoning the well.
Now that'd be a fallacy. Because even if it was poisoning the well, even so, it doesn't square the contradiction. Just because
it's not a contradiction.
Yeah,
it's
because
not a contradiction.
Is California an edge or not?
An edge to what?
The ocean.
Yeah, it's a part of an edge. Yeah.
There we go. So there's the edge you keep looking for.
Hold on. I'm not talking about a Pacific Ocean. I'm talking about the whole Earth.
Which would be what?
Earth, the planet we live on.
Planet now. So a planet?
I never asked you guys about anything.
How do you know about a planet? Where did that come from? How is Earth a planet? Do you know what a planet is? What's the definition of a planet? Because you're going to contradict yourself again.
Great.
Dude, you're going to contradict yourself. Define planet. Define planet.
Okay, listen to me, bro. I will define planet, but just give me 1 second. Let me.
Don't worry. Don't call no color commentary. Let's be hyper specific. Words matter. The definition of words matter. You use the word planet. Yeah. What is the definition of that word? What does that word mean?
It's an astronomical body generally required to be in orbit around a star.
Okay, so Earth is not that. Earth is the ground below your feet. Earth is not some object in the sky rotating around a star.
Okay, let's say we agree on it. Let's say Earth is not a planet. Let me ask you about this then. Real simple. I'm not asking you nothing except this. Where are the edges on a flat Earth? Because
you said inside your own worldview, you've got all of California would be an edge.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
You said that the edge of a lake or an ocean or any body of water would be
talking about body of water.
You did.
I'm saying Earth, the thing we live on, not the body of water.
Yet inside your own worldview, you said all flat things have edges and are circular. We're like, okay, well, how about a lake?
The flat things are all circular.
How about you said that?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said all flat objects are circular.
Who said that? Bro, you're putting words in my mouth now. Come on, man. Listen, I don't want to talk with you about nothing except I got two questions for you, real simple. Is there anything in this reality that we know of that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Yeah, we talking about like anything in this reality that's flat and doesn't have edges. You said the same thing. A lake would be flat and doesn't have edges.
So lake doesn't have edges.
You said that, yeah. There's no edges.
What? Man, who am I talking with right here? Am I going crazy or some shit?
Okay, doesn't have edges. Crazy? Okay, so does a lake have edges? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, how about a river? Does a river have edges?
Yes.
Ocean. Does an ocean have edges?
Yes.
Okay, so then Earth, there's a part of Earth called California.
Man, don't bring up. Why are you bringing up California? We're going so good. Rivers, lakes, and oceans have edges. And where's the Earth's edge then? Crete, where's the Earth's edge?
California would be the edge.
Oh my God. And I know I'm tripping with this shit, man. This dude said California is the world's edge.
Yeah, anytime you see water touch Earth inside your worldview, that would be the edge. That would be Earth creating an edge.
Plain and truth, my man. You hear, bro? My man. Anybody else want to discuss this, man? I can't with Crit. Crit making me sound crazy out here, man. Professor, you here, man? I know I ain't going crazy out here. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm here. I agree with you. I agree with you. The edge is California.
Man, hell wrong with you, boy. Hell, you think edge of Earth is California? Explain to me, what are you talking about, man?
Debunk me.
Oh, come on, man. We ain't talking right now. I know you guys on some bullshit right now. You guys on some bullshit, man. Talking about California is the edge of Earth. You crazy,
man? Here's a better question for you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
How would you fall off of a pond?
You wouldn't fall off of a pond.
Okie dokie then.
Maybe if there's, straits or something.
Okay, so we can't fall off the pond. There you go.
Yeah. And the level line is, where's the edge of the Earth? If Earth is flat, where are the edges of it?
I don't know where the edge of the pond is. Like the land? Yeah, I don't know where the ends of that is. Do you?
Yeah, there is none.
Do I have to know where that is to know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
False equivalence fallacy.
You know why? Because if something is flat, it has edges.
Yeah. Okay. So where's that at?
There is none. That's why Earth is not flat.
No, that's not that there is none. It's just that nobody knows where it's at.
What do you mean? How do we not know where something is not? Haven't we traversed?
Because I don't know how big the Earth is, and neither do you.
So you're saying humanity didn't discover all shorelines of all continents, like the generally. And I'm not talking about 2 kilometers over here, 2 kilometers over there. I'm talking about
Japan discovered 7,000 islands recently.
Okay, 7,000 islands we discovered. But where are they? Where are they, Professor?
In the ocean.
Where in the ocean? In which ocean?
You go find the article from Japan, and they'll tell you where they're at.
Does it matter where?
Yeah, because you guys are you guys are saying like we haven't discovered all of the oceans, and using the logic which we agreed on that you can circle around the Earth, we can conclude also that if the Earth is flat and you can make a circle on it, that we traversed around the Earth. Yeah, traversed around it. So you're saying if we did traverse
you talk yourself into a contradiction again.
Hold on. Let me finish this, Crit. Let me finish. 10 more seconds, then you can talk, please.
You don't need to finish it because you're in a contradiction.
Oh my God, Crit, let me talk, man. Come on, man.
Dude, you are just hold on. Okay, think about what you're going to say before you say it. If the Earth is flat,
all the time, man. Listen.
If the Earth is flat, you can draw a circle on it. You can't draw a circle if the Earth is not flat.
You can. But
okay,
who said that? Who said that?
It's what you call a red herring. It doesn't matter.
I'm not talking.
You should be able to draw. You can draw a circle either way.
You're putting words in my mouth all of the time. Listen to me, man.
It's clarifying your own thoughts for you.
The issue is if the Earth is a flat, you can draw a circle. If the Earth is anything, you can draw a circle on it.
Well, no. If Earth is a rectangle, you cannot draw a circle. Like, let's say we traverse from Australia to Africa. The example I gave you cannot draw a circle around those 3 continents on a rectangle. Yeah, because then you
just draw a circle, a circumnavigation. You do a circle navigation around those 2 spots.
Not around them, through them. You know.
Yes,
let's say you
them.
go. Yeah, I was.
Yeah. You just draw a circle going from point A to point B and going around back the other way.
But you cannot go. You know why? Because if it's on a rectangle, let's say Australia is right, Africa is in the middle, and South America is on the left. How are you gonna get from South America back to Australia without touching Africa on a rectangle Earth? How?
A rectangle Earth?
Yeah. But this guy is saying you can circle on any Earth. You can circle.
Yeah, so rectangles are flat, dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. But Crit is saying I said you can draw a circle on any type of Earth. You can circle around the continents, around the Earth, yeah, on any type of Earth. I didn't say that. But listen to what I'm saying right now. So we agreed that you can circle around the Earth. We know from let me finish. The point that I was saying is Australia, South Africa, or any part of Africa, Madagascar, I don't know, back to South America, and then again back to Australia, going the same route, yeah? Same.
Listen,
cardinal direction.
You're confusing the map with reality, because the only way you think you know where these are due to a coordinate reference system that you prefer.
Okay, let's say I don't prefer any coordinate system. Let's say I take a plane or a boat and I got a general direction.
Then how do you know where you are?
How do I know where I'm at? I'm using Google Maps.
Well, you're using coordinates.
Yeah, I'm using coordinates.
Because you're going to have to know where things are relative to other things if you're going to plot a course ahead of time before going there, right?
I'm using a compass, due west. I'm going due west from Australia.
You're using Google Maps.
No.
Okay.
I'm using Google Maps to know where I'm at, and I check it with my own eyes. Is this true where I'm at? And Google Maps says.
All right, so you realize Google Maps was created on a coordinate reference system.
Oh man, Yoder, let me finish the goddamn point. It don't matter what I'm using, man.
Well,
I'm not using Google.
If you're using a coordinate reference system, it's arbitrary.
Okay, what about compass?
And what about a compass? It's not a coordinate reference system. I mean, if you want to use a compass, go for it. How do you know which direction you're actually facing at every point of time?
Are you saying if I take a compass, I start from Australia, I put it on west, and I steer my boat on due west, and I keep it due west all of the time? Are you saying I won't hit Africa, and after that I won't hit South America, and after that
right? You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. Because in some points of the Earth, the needle on your compass is going to point north, right where the sun is rising in the east.
What are you talking about? Have you heard what I asked you?
It's called magnetic declination. People who are sailing notice that in some places on Earth, that the north bearing point on the compass was facing the sun.
Bro, have you heard what I asked you?
Are you hearing what I'm telling you? That the compass is probably not going to put you where you think you are.
Bro, okay, we're using a laser gyroscope, yeah? We're using
you're going to need an accelerometer too.
Huh?
Yeah, you'll need an accelerometer in addition to the gyroscope.
Okay, I'm using everything I need to use to plot my way due west. Are we agreeing that I will hit Africa from Australia and then South America, and then again I will hit Australia after South America by heading due west?
The true answer is no, because this is dependent on what west is and how west is defined. It's arbitrary. You got so many different wests, right? You got magnetic west, you've got map west, you've got west with respect to where Polaris is, you've got west with respect to where the sunrise on the equinox is. You got so many different wests.
Yoder,
don't agree with each other.
Okay, we cannot agree here either then. Okay. Yoder, is there anything that's in our reality that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Anything that is flat without edges in reality?
Yeah, does anything exist like that?
My table.
Yeah, inside
I would say I'm not sure.
Yeah, inside the heliocentric model, you've got the galaxy, the universe. It's supposedly flat with no edge.
Could you think about anything that's flat and doesn't have edges in our reality?
Yeah, how about your galaxy?
No, we're not. We're saying the Earth is flat. We're saying the Earth is flat. I'm saying.
How about the solar system? Does the solar system have an edge?
The solar system. In which way is the solar system flat?
Off the bat, it sounds like a violation of Euclidean space. Say that.
Okay. So, if the Earth is flat, where are her edges? Yoder.
Irrelevant.
Huh?
Irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant? If something is flat, it needs to have an edge. Where are the Earth's edges?
Maybe so, but yeah, maybe so. Maybe there are edges. Still measures flat. Maybe there are no edges. Maybe this is a really mystical place. And while there are limitations to our existence due to the defined gas pressure we breathe, that the actual plane itself extends further beyond the upper limits of where gas is pressurized. And maybe it could extend infinitely for all I know. And our little piece of it is constrained. So who knows?
Okay, so all of our explorers, all of humans that traverse this globe daily and last I don't know how many thousands of years. None of them have found the edges of the Earth.
I don't think so. Maybe they have. Maybe there are edges to discover. Maybe there are edges that can't be discovered due to physical limitations. Well, due to physical limitations. You don't have an airplane big enough or a boat strong enough. Maybe the elements are too harsh.
To endure what? The elements where? Where are these unapproachable lands or seas?
Well, there's some very harsh
you cut out there.
conditions in Antarctica. There are harsh conditions. Yeah, Antarctica, like the highest land on Earth, you have a high risk of dying due to lack of oxygen. It gets super freaking cold, especially in the winter.
We flew over Antarctica north to south, and we circled around it thousands of times.
Only if you believe in the map, but maps aren't reality.
Have you heard me? We flew over Antarctica south to north, and we circled around.
Maybe Antarctica's not the end. Maybe it's an island on flat Earth.
Okay, but where do we go next? What do you propose? Where should humans go?
I don't know.
I'm gonna
Earth
fight
measures flat everywhere.
Yeah, no one's ever just kept going south, bro. No one's ever just continued to go south, right? And if the Earth would implode, you'd come back to where you started. No one's ever done that we can validate. Okay, so you don't have an answer there, even on the globe side.
It doesn't matter.
You guys don't believe in a South Pole, basically, geographic South Pole. You guys don't believe in it.
A geographic one? Nah, not really. There's a map South Pole that you can call the geographic South Pole. We can go with that because I'm not afraid of the coordinate reference grid.
So what about people that claim they flew over Antarctica?
Have you examined their claims? Because we have, and we know that they actually haven't done it the way that you think that they have.
How did you examine it, and what did you conclude?
We looked at their own claims where they were not able to fly completely across the southern geographical pole, as stated.
And you determined that by how?
By looking at their own evidence.
What evidence?
The evidence of South Polar flights. Nobody's ever been able to produce the claim. Evidence for the claim.
What evidence?
They've traversed Antarctica from south to north again over the South Geographic Pole on a globe. Never been substantiated.
I'm asking you, what evidence did you examine of theirs?
Oh gosh, well, I looked at actually satellite evidence first.
Satellite
and
evidence.
You know what I found?
You looked at
satellites that are doing polar orbits. Have you heard of polar orbits for satellites? I looked into this first before I get into the airplane.
You use the satellites.
Yeah, I looked at the evidence for polar orbits, and you know what kept happening? Due to the elements, the satellites kept losing their bearings. Why? Because they said that their sensors that help them determine whether they're upright or not fail to distinguish between the sky and the ground over Antarctica due to the extreme temperature differences and due to the lack of any landmarks that are distinguishable whatsoever.
Can somebody mute this guy that is hot micing?
So the satellites would actually go into a tumbling, is what they themselves claim. Their satellites start tumbling and have issues going over the poles because specifically over Antarctica, they cannot use their star trackers and they cannot use horizon indicators.
Okay.
Due to the uniqueness of Antarctica. And
yeah, so you're saying none of the equipment they took actually works, and that proves they didn't fly over the South Pole.
Well, no, it just proves that they have no evidence that they of actually doing it.
Okay, so they don't have evidence they did it.
All right, so why should I automatically believe them? Am I allowed to say I don't believe them? Am I allowed to say I don't believe them due to lack of evidence? Is that okay with you?
No, because if they flew over the South Pole, and we know where South Pole is, geographical South Pole, and they flew over it, why wouldn't you believe them? And they recorded
because they can't substantiate it. Because in the case of satellites, their satellites would power down and tumble every time it would start to approach the point that is considered to be over the geographic South Pole on a globe. So they weren't able to collect reliable data about their location. They were unable to validate where they were.
So
now
you guys, So Yoder, you're saying we don't have markings, physical markings on the South Pole. We don't know where it is actually.
I don't think they know where it actually is. No.
So you're saying all of these people that visited South Pole, geographical South Pole, didn't actually visit the South Pole?
No, I want them to substantiate that they actually did. And until they do, I don't have to accept that their claims are true because they're baseless until they substantiate it.
And they also just place a pole out there to take pictures with when they go to the North Pole. They don't actually go to the North Pole. They put a pole out there for you to take pictures with. They even tell you that.
Okay, so you guys are saying.
Why don't we hit pause? I'll tell you what we're saying. We're saying that the evidence that you believe exists is not actually there because we checked.
Yeah, and you checked by, and I should trust that you checked on your own word.
Yeah, like we check a lot. This is the reason for us in this room right now on Discord, on the internet, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble. We're asking for people to provide the evidence. We're crowdsourcing globe evidence.
Okay.
We ask people every day to provide it, and so far it has come up empty, just like you're coming up empty now.
Okay, so you're saying humans still, but on a flat Earth, there is no geographical South Pole, am I right?
If it requires a globe, the answer is no, I mean, what do you want to consider the geographical South Pole? If it's going to be directly beneath a star, we can go with that, I guess, but it doesn't mean Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Earth is a globe. I'm just saying on a flat Earth, are you guys saying there are geographical poles or not?
On a map there are. Like the geographical poles are conceptions. They're conceptual locations.
They're conceptions.
Right. So those concepts can't exist on a flat Earth. Absolutely. Got no problem with that.
Okay, so how would you map out the poles on a flat Earth? How would you put it?
I don't know. I might use a dual polar stereographic projection of the celestial sphere. I might try that one on a flat Earth.
Could you show me what it kind of looks like in SciChat? Do you have some?
I'm driving, but somebody wants to Google dual polar stereographic projection. I mean, you'll get one way to map this out. I can also give you a globe. The globe is a coordinate reference system for flat Earth.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, real quick.
Okay, good.
But that means.
So can I? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'll let you have your time to think, but can I just have a conversation with Lioness real quick? Is that fine?
Who?
The Lioness person, because they were saying something like pretty retarded in the chat that I need to address.
Well, yeah, if that's your take, I probably would say no. We're not going to go that route.
That again. You want to hear? You can hear what they said for yourself.
You're angry, dude.
Yeah, getting triggered over what someone said is not a good showing and not something we're going to do.
Wait, how do you know I'm triggered?
Because just using some kind of word like retarded, it showcases that if you don't want, unless you seek out retarded stuff. Is that what you do in life?
No.
Okay, so there we go. So now what my epistemology is, when I see something stupid, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to skip. Next, scroll. Just go to always trust your algorithm.
Yeah, but do you think that you can teach somebody? Yeah, but I'm just gonna ask.
No, because you're in a contradiction at that point. If you think somebody's being retarded, then you would have to say, hey, you would have to have special methods and practices to teach that person. You don't. You don't have that sort of special education level to teach somebody.
I mean, I do.
No, you don't.
You do have special education.
I mean, I would usually agree on a. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context, but the context is like very easy to address.
Yeah, dude, all that's happening right now is you're being told no over and over again, and your brain.
Where's the contradiction though? Where's the P and not P?
Yeah, your brain farting the word no.
That's not a contradiction.
Okay, we're not going to go.
I thought we were being informal, bro.
Yeah, we're looking at trying to figure out.
Yeah, we are. You can be informal and still use the laws of logic.
Dude, you're completely derailing the conversation.
How am I derailing? You said it was a contradiction. Where's the contradiction, asshole?
We're already talking about another topic.
Triggered.
You're triggered over something in text chat, and now you're derailing the voice chat.
Wait, how am I derailing? The person that was previously talking literally said I can speak. That's what we agreed upon.
Yeah, and
you said I was contradicting myself. Yeah, where's the contradiction, asshole? I'm still talking, asshole. Hey, I'm still talking. Where's the contradiction?
No. No, you're allowed to speak to present your case for having a conversation with Level Lioness, and then that was denied. So I don't know if we want to go back to the previous conversation or not.
Oh, let's go back. I mean, I'm happy he came back.
Yeah, me too, actually. I'm glad you're here.
Hopefully I didn't just...
I need some... Sorry, go ahead.
Did the gunslinger leave?
No, I didn't leave.
Gunslinger?
Oh, you're still
I gotta
here.
go. I gotta go grab some groceries. I'll be back in 30 minutes, I think, fellas.
Oh, man. Okay, I won't be here, so take care, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, Yoda, you take care too, man. I'll be waiting for you, man. We gotta get to the
Stay
bottom
flat.
of this. Me and you, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna stay flat. DJ, I'm gonna stay flat.
Yeah, look for that edge. When you're out and about, look for edges. And watch out for
Yeah, I'm gonna look for some edges, man. For sure. All right, peace out, fellas.
See ya.
All right.
I think
Go ahead.
I was gonna just hot wash real quick. I think Gunslinger here might actually be turning a page a little bit. He came to troll. And he's finding out.
Oh yeah, big time. Like it's from the first day he came in here, where he thought all of us were just like some sort of gag. Like this is just it wasn't really flat Earth. We're just joking around. It's all for He's like, damn, you guys really are flat earthers. Let me troll you for a little bit. Realized he couldn't troll the topic because he didn't know what it was, and then got upset, and then kind of left and came back, and now he's like, hey, let me try to figure out what this flat Earth thing is all about.
Yeah, I think the next take we need to have with him is to present some long distance observations again, some laser tests again, and keep it focused there, because I think we've established our case with him. And he's accepted our case. That doesn't mean he's accepted the argument, but he's accepted that we have a valid case and we're not trolling.
The classical Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere.
No, that's a lie.
False.
Okay, prove it.
You prove it.
You still improve the air pressure thing.
I mean,
how would they know it's a sphere?
Even is charged up with a battery. You guys,
how would they know it's a? How would the ancient Greeks know it's a sphere? What could they actually do?
They didn't believe it was a sphere.
Stellar navigation was one thing.
Oh, they navigated the stars?
Okay, so that doesn't tell them that the Earth's a sphere. Try again.
He thinks Greeks had spaceships.
Sunrise and sunset, and the
that doesn't tell me the Earth is a sphere either. So try again.
I have yet to see someone explain.
You haven't named anything about the Earth. You said something about the sun. You said something about the stars. You said something about everything but the Earth. I said, how do they know the Earth is a sphere?
That is how.
Oh, so they don't know. Congratulations.
Yes, they do, because there are
no, because what you're talking about, you listen, look, bro, no, you're claiming that, but that's not true.
And you explain lunar
I don't need to explain anything. You need to demonstrate. You need to demonstrate that it's
lunar phases work on a flat Earth.
Okay, so again, once again, the moon. We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth. You said they know that the Earth is a globe. Okay? Everything you're talking about would be an inference, and inferences aren't knowledge. So I can look around my neighborhood and see all brick houses and infer that my house may also be made of brick. But that doesn't, I don't know my house is made of brick until I look at my, shut up, dude, let me finish the fucking sentence, dude. Just go on fucking mute, bro. Really simple. Let me finish my fucking sentence, okay? You can look at all your goddamn neighbor's house and they're made of brick, but you don't know if your house is made of brick until you look at it. So, How do they know the Earth is a sphere?
By observing things that are impossible on a flat Earth, as
Okay,
I've said.
you don't know if they're impossible on a flat Earth. You haven't demonstrated they're impossible on a flat Earth. You just believe that.
They have been demonstrated as being impossible on a flat Earth.
By who?
Okay, show us.
Scientific experiment. Please.
Demonstrate that they are. That's
not how it works, dude.
There's a burden of
things
proof
like
that
called
you're creating.
exclusionary. There's called exclusionary proofs, right? So Fermat's principle, Fermat's last theorem. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. It is a limit. So hold on,
you're
dude. No,
making a claim that it is possible on a flat Earth. That is your indirect claim.
That is my indirect
I think you'd
claim.
be smarter if you listened to people when they were educating you.
Yeah, he can't. He's fucking locked in. The fact remains is the Greeks didn't know fucking anything. And nothing they can observe about the heavens will tell them what the shape of the earth is because it's inferential.
Okay, so
it's just a matter of logic, dude.
How do you know the earth is flat other than it looks flat?
Okay, measurement.
Right, this is how you sound. Can I have a minute,
Such as what measurement?
Oddly enough, you can measure the surface of the earth with a laser.
Indio, can I have a...
Hold on. He asked the question. So you shoot a laser, and if the earth is a globe and the surface of the earth is curving, that means as you go along the laser, the surface of the earth should get farther and farther away from the laser as an exponential function. So such as 40 kilometers, the laser should be 420 feet or 400. Who's interrupting me?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't think so, dude. So, the laser at 40 kilometers away should be 127 meters off the surface of the earth. And when we do this test, that's not the case. It's 1.5 meters off the surface of the earth, the same height it started as. That means the laser and the surface of the earth are in parallel. This is measuring the earth. And this is just one of many, many measurements of the surface of the earth.
I gonna
Go
get
ahead,
the whole
Iron.
argument of light doesn't bend here when I explain to you how
doesn't bend. Look, bro, this is off by the prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. You can't get light to bend that much. Okay, unless you have like a fucking 170-degree temperature gradient, which is unphysical.
You probably have like a 10 to 12 degree gradient on the surface of water that you're shining a laser across. You might get some refraction or diffraction or...
Well, if you apply standard refraction at this distance, you'll move the laser down 5 meters. But you need to move it down another 100. Hold on, you need to move it down another 122 meters. So where are you getting that from?
Expect a difference of like 10% maximum.
No, that's not how it goes, dude.
No, for atmospheric...
It's not a linear relationship.
No, I'm saying if I were to do this experiment myself, I would expect a 6 to 10% degree of variability based on atmospheric conditions or the temperature of the water versus the air right above the water versus the temperature of the air 10 feet above the water. There could be some shit to there. I wouldn't expect it to be exact, but I would expect it to be within one.
How are you going to measure that?
Well, that's all fantastic because the results here are 1,000% off.
Right, my point exactly.
2 orders of magnitude.
Ascribe that to atmospheric refraction or anything like that. It has to be because it's so far off that it cannot be, oh, the wind blew.
Well, I mean, it would be very odd that not only because they actually did these tests 3 weeks apart, so it would be very, very fucking odd. And they had meteorological stations that not only did they not measure the frickin' weather condition with 2 meteorological stations at the endpoints 3 weeks apart, and they had the identical magical weather conditions 3 weeks apart that let them frickin' see a globe. Yeah. I'll post in the chat.
I'm on your side.
Well, I mean, it'd be very fucking odd they did it again 3 weeks later.
I think the ideal version would be if the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air were the same magically on one day. That's the day you take the measurement. That's most clear. So you don't have that distortion of the temperature difference above the surface of the water across a lake or something like that. I think that's the ideal.
That's just one of many. I mean, we got Salt Lake one. We got freaking Salt Lake on the land, on the water. Like every way you can freaking slice it, it's been done.
I agree. But some people still can't see it.
They don't want to see it.
They want to argue with you.
The Salt Lake one that DJ shows all the time is pretty cuckoo. You can see 21 miles to the other shoreline, and at that night they went and they shot the laser across the same distance, 21 kilometers. And not only do you see the laser, you see the reflection of the laser off the water, which
oh shit,
that's impossible.
Indio is bouncing the laser back to the original observer. Is that the way to prove it even more?
No. Check it out. If the laser is supposed to be behind the curve, right, on the other side of the curve, how could you ever see the reflection of the laser off the water?
They're always trying to hit a target across.
Think about it. Hold on, dude. Think about what I'm saying for a second. You got a hump, a hill. How can you see the reflection off the laser when the only place the laser can bounce off is the other side of the hill?
You can't.
Yeah, you can't. But we do.
So
I want one of those lasers.
Would it be a good proof if you shined a laser across the lake and had it bounce back across the same lake to you?
I mean, that's been, they did a triple mirror flash at the Salton Sea where they made basically a giant freaking triangle, right? So one mirror operator could see two other mirrors at the same time. In each point of that triangle, each person could see the other two mirrors, which are also see like 128 feet under the curve of the Earth.
So
that reminds me of the Michelson-Morley experiment a little bit.
Just wondering, did they have multiple vertical arrays recording temperature along the entire path of the laser?
Why would they need to do that, dude?
What do you mean? Why would they need to do that?
Yeah, I'm asking why you're asking
refraction,
because that's a red herring.
So I guess the military can't use line of sight anymore.
No, it's
you understand that you need to move the laser.
This big area has this refraction.
Yeah, but you need to. Yeah, that's a cool story, but no one's ever demonstrated that this type of refraction actually exists. Okay.
Hypothetically, if there was...
okay, because I already told you that the drop was supposed to be 127 meters. Now, if you use standard refraction calculation, that only moves the laser down 5 meters. So now you have 122 meters to make up. So you would need some crazy, abnormal day, not only just once, and not at just one distance, at 7 different distances, with 3 tests done 1 week, and 2 more tests done 3 weeks later. In the same crazy refractive condition, a 20 times deflection refraction condition that makes the Earth looks like it has a radius of 65,000 miles, that would have to exist.
Yeah, he'll
by random, 2 weeks apart, and it didn't show up on their meteorological station somehow.
He will cherry pick an example that says, "Oh, look, the math matches up for me right now."
No, I'm not cherry picking. It's people that know what the hell they're doing.
You can't just say the magic word refraction. You need to justify how it even applies. You need to actually justify using it.
Refraction applies to everything that you do in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's your claim, dude. That's not a justification.
So refraction applies
if I drop a bowling ball off a cliff, and I say, hey, dude, that's fell at 10 meters per second squared, and you say refraction. And I go, dude, you need to justify why refraction affects a bowling ball. And you're like, refraction applies to everything.
Refraction applies to light, not solid objects.
So you understand now why your observation...
Why does it apply to light in this case?
Because you're over water.
Oh, okay. So water causes refraction?
Yeah, there's a higher refractive index over water.
Okay.
Why?
That's not how it works. You don't know what you're talking about.
Nothing to do with temperature variations?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the variation.
Why?
Because the water is there.
Because the water's there, that makes
so
the light.
Yeah, so let's get this straight.
There's a difference in
Grumman, slow down. You're going to fry your brain. Grumman,
yeah, we know they measured it.
Bro.
So let me get this straight. When we go to the salt flats, there's zero miraging effects because there's zero water.
No. I said
so it's not water of this cause and effect relationship.
Boom.
I said there is a more.
Look, brother.
By what difference?
You would need the water in the air to have a 70-degree temperature difference.
What do you think that the temperature difference between the air and the atmosphere and water that's like
hold up
in the Gulf of Mexico?
That's what causes
all
right, are you cocked or something, dude? You drinking, brother?
The temperature difference between the air and the atmosphere? Really?
Between the water and the air will cause a temperature gradient, right? And that temperature gradient, which causes the refractive index gradient, which in turn would cause the bending of light. Now, to bend light, the amount you need it to bend, you would need a 70-degree temperature difference in 1 meter, which is unphysical and has never been seen on the fucking earth.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that that's what it is.
Meter above
but that's what it would have to be.
Oh my God.
Not what I'm saying it is.
But that's what it would have to be to get this result.
As you've said, the temperature gradient changes per meter.
Yeah, great. Like 1 degree, a half a degree.
That's why I'm saying that you need something to measure the temperature across the entire track of the laser.
No, we don't.
Half a degree, yes, because that half of a degree.
No, you don't.
Matters.
There goes line of sight for the military again.
Yeah. So, hey, Grumman, check it out. If you were to shoot the laser and then you were to walk along it, you and me, we've set the laser up horizontal, and then we go down to 21.8 miles, and we're standing either side of the laser. Where's your refraction?
See the video that I sent?
Where's the refraction? You're standing next to the laser. Where's the refraction? You're not looking along it. You've walked along it to make sure that it's making its way, that there's nothing in the blocking its way. Where's the refraction when you get 21.8 miles down the other end?
You can see the fucking cannon looking at you. It's going to kill you.
No, hold on. He's got the laser. We've set it up horizontal.
Crazy.
We've gone down the other end, 21.8 miles.
Horizon's not physical, dude.
Okay, so
where's your refraction?
Claim.
Yeah, that's easy to prove. If the horizon was physical, could it move around?
Nope.
Does it move around?
Yes.
No.
Oh, no? You sure about that?
It doesn't.
The horizon is depending on the observer.
This dude just said the horizon don't move around. That's crazy, bro.
I heard that. That's going to be a good one.
The horizon moves.
Wow, dude.
Well, I mean, that sucks, dude, because we go on a ball of 315,000-mile radius.
Dude, the horizon doesn't rise to your eye level. That's proven by
I said moved around, dude.
No one said it does. No one said it does.
Dude,
you
have like 2015 arguments, man.
In what way do you mean the horizon moves?
It'll appear at one distance one day and another distance the other day. In fact, it'll appear at different distances within hours.
during the same day. Yeah, a couple different times.
Visibility.
So in the
that's called refraction. That's
so it's not
something that
physical.
we've brought up. No,
So you've just claimed,
the light from
you've just
being
shot yourself down,
refracted
Grumman. The horizon is not physical, it is now refracted. So you've just sold away any opportunity you thought you had of proving Earth curvature.
Issue, the horizon will not move.
The horizon is non-existent if you beg for refraction, you knuckle dragger.
And now you're contradicting NASA because NASA says the higher you get in altitude, the less defined the horizon becomes.
NASA's
No, the more defined the curve becomes.
Yeah, where'd you read about that?
Wow, he just says anything, doesn't he?
Dude, you're just a freaking...
Where did you read about that? No, dude, it's stuff that I've seen.
It's a published NASA paper,
I've been
by the way.
in airplanes before.
Oh, did you see the curve of the Earth from an airplane? You can tell us that now?
That's what he said. He said, yeah. He said out the cockpit window, you can just see this big curve. And so that means we live on like a 500-mile radius Earth.
No,
that's crazy because in the chat I was supposed to have 315,000-mile radius Earth.
Yeah, I've never heard.
No, that curve is exactly what's expected to be seen if you run it through.
There's no curve from an airplane.
Yes,
no
there
curve.
is.
No,
Yes,
there isn't.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Okay, so you disagree not only with geometry, but every other frickin' person that's ever talked about it. Every other scientist, every other optical scientist, every other fucking person.
Who?
Hundreds of thousands of pilots?
You realize the Earth is supposed to have a diameter of 8,000 miles, and you're saying being 10 miles above it, you can see the curvature of the Earth. 10 miles above an 8,000-mile diameter ball.
Yes.
Think about what you're saying. You're 1/800th above the surface.
Yes.
Indio.
There are people
Isn't
that
the
can
radius 3,900.
There are people?
There are.
Indio.
If you had a ball... Okay,
3,000
you're
people
fucking
have
cock or
spoken.
something. You're just saying random shit, man. So, Grumman, if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, an airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking out your ass.
I've seen it from an aircraft.
No, you haven't.
So, yes,
dude.
I have.
Well, then you're a tiny earther, dude.
You're a liar, dude.
Yeah, you are a liar. Dude, not even 128,000 feet. Not even 250 miles, dude.
Felix Baumgartner said that he saw the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
so
and Neil deGrasse
And how are you going to back that up?
And Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Is wrong.
He's wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me, in the images he posted, right? The GoPro. So what is that? Planet Mexico?
No, that's a fish.
You can't even see the border of New Mexico. How can that be the horizon? How can that be the Earth?
Called a wide-angle lens.
Oh, so that's not the curve of the Earth. He didn't see the curve of the Earth from his fucking balloon.
Felix Baumgartner did.
No, he didn't, dude. No, he didn't.
Oh, his eyes.
Hey, check it out. He also saw the curvature of the Earth from ground level. Look inside chat. 34 past the hour. Not even off the ground yet. That's him getting into the little shuttle thing.
Do you not understand the difference between human eyes and a camera?
What's that got to do with your claim?
Was he looking for a visor?
And sometimes people distorts jack all because that's.
Oh, doesn't it? How do you know? Have you worn it? Have you worn it?
Yes, I have.
What about the shot from inside the pod? What about the shot from inside the pod? What about the shot from inside the pod?
Where you're looking through this tiny thing? Yeah, of course, that's not going to show fucking curvature.
So it doesn't look like it's curving. So it doesn't look like it's curving.
Even defished images. People that have defished.
Is that a word? Answer that either, bro.
Yeah, that's something that you can do.
So look in the chat. Which one of these circles of the circle of the horizon for Felix Baumgartner? Which one?
The wider one.
Which of these circles? It's the fucking yellow one, dude. The yellow one. in the center. The yellow one is the complete, if you could see 360 degrees, his horizon. The biggest circle would be the ISS horizon. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. Now, you're trying to tell us that seeing 1,000th of the fucking Earth, you can see the curve. Get the fuck out of here, bro. 1,000th of the Earth, dude.
Why don't you
It's
ask
probably less
Felix
than 1,000.
Baumgartner yourself? Oh wait, you can't because he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to push his claims for him then? Because he's fucking dead. Hello, McFly?
Anyway, I'm gonna send you a photo here.
I thought he wasn't dead. I thought we've determined he wasn't.
No, he died in a paraglider, I think, is what it was.
Maybe he told somebody, "Hey, I really think it was flat," and then they were like, "Shut up," and they killed him.
Gando, I sent you a couple of photos because I can't send images in this.
So if you could see the whole circle of the horizon, it would be 0.094% of the surface of the Earth. So that's a 10,000th, okay? And that's just assuming you could see the entire circle, which you can't because you only have a certain field of view. And your actual focal field of view, what you can actually focus on, is only 5% or 5 degrees. So he can see 1/100th of the surface of the Earth and see the curve. You're a retard, bro.
Here, I ran a photo through a Earth curve calculator. And that's the expected curvature at that height. And it matches with what the photo is showing.
You mean Bisman's Earth curve calculator? With the sliders? So you can just slide them around until it matches any image that you post?
If you know the refractive index, that's what you're getting. And that's also, first off,
if you know the
before you go stroking yourself over about your refractive index.
Without refraction.
Yeah, Grumman, before you go stroking yourself about this refractive index, how about you...
The normal.
How about you supply us an image?
Refraction.
How about you shut up for 5 seconds and stop talking through people, you rude little turd. How about you, instead of stroking your ego about this refractive index, supply us with an image, right? And all I want is the known refractive index. I wouldn't do that again if I was that person. So how about supply us with an image that you know what the refractive index is, and then we'll run it through Bislin's little slider fun factory and see if it matches up.
Already supplied Indo with one.
It's Indio, not Indo.
Way, supplied him with one. If he wants to send it.
So you supplied the refractive index
yeah,
with
I see it. Hold on.
If he's laughing, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Then there's horizon out at eye level at Rainier.
Yeah, but you got horizon at eye level at Baumgartner. How's that possible? And the horizon should never be at eye level unless your face is on the ground. The level of your eye.
I'm looking at photos here with a theodolite app that show in an airplane the horizon is not at eye level.
Planes fly tilted up, nitwit.
Out the side? They fly tilted, banked over?
Well, I don't know if it was banked in that instance.
Well, because the photo that I'm looking at is out the side window.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So if you want to try the excuse of it's tilted, you would.
It is tilted. Go get the negative degrees, dude.
Oh man!
You know how one of this freaking thing works? Do you know how a plane works?
They're pitched up. Pitch and roll are different. They're pitched.
Yeah, I know. It's -3 degrees on one side and -0.3 degrees on one side and -0.5 on the other. Do you see it? Think you measure the fucking dude? You gotta be some kind of idiot, dude. You really, honestly, have to be freaking an idiot. These is 2017 lameness, dude. So there's your image. You know this one that says -0.3? That means the phone is tilted.
Yeah, and so -0.3 degrees is barely tilt.
And but it is
Now he's going to make excuses for how little it's tilted. So it's tilted. You agree with that? Excellent.
First of all, the expectation, that doesn't even look like a real fucking photograph, first of all. And that just looks like a shit overlay. This isn't a photograph. Did this come from a video?
No, it didn't.
Where did it come from?
Me.
And why would you expect Mount Rainier?
It's Mount Hood.
Mount Hood, whatever. Why would you expect that? You know he's tilted up, right?
By 0.03 degrees.
Yeah, but he's 5,000. He's at 5,000 feet, and if Mount Hood is higher than he is, he's gonna have to be tilted back. He should have to be tilting down. Because I don't know how far away he is, right? Because
yeah, what's the distance?
How far away is
to the
he?
mountain from that observation?
Well, we can calculate how much he's supposed to be tilted down, because he should be tilted down, but he's tilted up. See how the crosshair is centered on the peak of the mountain? So that peak should be 5,000 feet higher than where he is.
Yeah, and then you take into account distance.
If the Earth was flat.
Take into account distance.
Yeah, then there's a drop. If we only knew the distance. What is the distance? Any clue? And where did he get his altitude from?
GPS altimeters exist. They're
Oh my
used with
God.
mountaineering. Something I use when I go hiking.
Okay, he's inside of an airplane, isn't he? Pressurized cabin?
That doesn't look like he's inside of an airplane.
Well, I don't know what this is. It's impossible to evaluate. To be honest. The image looks like it was color corrected, and this looks fucking overlaid. This don't even look right. I don't know if he's in an airplane, but he can't use a GPS altimeter. You know that the GPS's vertical values are the worst known. They can be off by hundreds of meters.
In my experience, they haven't been, because I use them when I go hiking.
Anecdotal evidence isn't.
It's not anecdotal, it's personal.
It is anecdotal. You said, in my experience. As soon as you said that, that makes it anecdotal.
No, it doesn't. It makes it personal experience.
Yeah, anecdotal. Do you not know what that word means?
Not anecdotal. I'm muting this guy. These are apps that you can download on your phone. They're theodolite apps.
Don't mute Indio or you'll be banned.
Not muting Indio. I'm muting the guy.
Anecdotal, not necessarily true or reliable, because based on personal accounts.
If you mute anybody, you're going to get kicked.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm going to unmute you, Iron Bear. Dude, try not to have verbal fucking diarrhea.
I was never trying to diarrhea anybody.
Just
he played this
Oh,
game.
you're not following the conversation. You're just interjecting random shit, dude. Try to follow along. What's up, Casey?
How you doing? You alright?
So haven't you noticed, Grumman, that you haven't presented any measurements of the surface of the Earth?
That photo that is a measurement of
the
surface of the Earth.
Well, how far? No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
not
If we don't know how far away the goddamn mountain is. See, if we know how far away the mountain is, and we knew his elevation, we could calculate how much he's supposed to dip down because of the curve of the Earth. For some reason, he's tilted up. So if you look at the right-hand side, that's his tilt. Okay, and he's tilted up.
Negative is down.
Oh yeah, he's tilted down. So half a degree.
Half a degree over 30 miles
half a degree,
is a long way.
Half a degree would be 0.5. That's 0.05.
Over 30 miles?
So, according to calculations, thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy to do any of them.
Hey, Hellcat.
Roughly 80.
Why are you on here spewing the same stuff that you've been spewing on Spaces?
Calculations. Thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy. Also, I love that Platter posted that that photo. I'd love to see a fighter jet go Mach 2 at sea level without ripping its wings off.
Like at sea level, like on the sea level, or like 10 meters above? Or
how much do you think the air pressure changes?
To be a boat? You want it to hit the water at sea level?
Photo that he's showing, it's basically skimming the waves.
Are you trying to say that the photo's fake?
No, I'm saying that the premise of at Mach 2 is incorrect. At most, it's going transonic, which is what that cone is. That's a transonic cone.
Supersonic.
No, that's transonic.
So, can you explain to me, because I'm stupid, the difference between transonic and supersonic, real quick?
Transonic is between subsonic and supersonic. It's basically commercial airliners fly at speeds that are in the transonic zone.
So, like right at that speed, that's not quite supersonic, but above sonic. Like, what are you talking about? You sound dumb.
Like 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, speed of sound is what, like 780?
Yeah, it's a range called transonic. It doesn't mean that you're above the speed of sound.
Made up shit.
Sonic and supersonic are also completely made up things, as is the speed of sound.
Stupid marketing words, dude, that they made up was that they were developing airplanes. We got a transonic airplane. Oh, I got a supersonic airplane. I got a hypersonic airplane. I'm even better.
Well,
dude, I got a thermometer. I got a thermometer that measures 0 degrees, but it calls it trans zero. It's not below 0 or above 0. It's trans 0.
I'm trans 0.
It's
I got a
in between
trans PSI pressure gauge, man.
Oh yeah.
How are you doing anything if you're still not
can you say something interesting so we don't have to listen to buzzwords?
This is
made up bullshit.
This is aerodynamic This is airplane, basic airplane stuff.
Yeah, basic airplane stuff.
Typically between Mach 0.8 and 1.2, or transonic flow, is seen.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to say that a plane can fly subsonic and supersonic, so it can transition between supersonic and subsonic flight? Is that what you're saying?
Transonic is that transition.
Oh, okay, cool story. How is this relevant to anything we're talking about?
Not.
All right, thanks. Then quit picking at it. Yeah, I want to actually hear a conversation that progresses somewhere.
Any plane that can fly supersonic speeds can also fly at subsonic speeds.
Holy fuck, get muted, dude. Yeah. How about that?
Fucking warned him, dude. Were you in here when I just warned him? I just unmuted him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Dude's on his own shit, man. Dude, go start a guest room. Trans units. You might get a different crowd than what you're expecting, but...
Based off his picture, with his coordinates at the top of it, your mountain from where that was taken, you're looking at 83.32 miles.
All right.
Yeah, buddy. Let's say the horizon is below a perfect level line from the midline of your vision. Let's say that's true. Whoopie frick. The ground is below you. It's supposed to be below you. What's the problem? Now let me put this in a logic form so you can understand. All right. The ground below you is below you. Therefore, it's below you. All that? Very simple.
I can barely understand you with the roboting.
Oh, my bad.
You're not roboting, you're just crackling, your mic's a little fucking broken up or something.
Oh, man.
I thought we call that roboting when the mic is...
Roboting is when you have a bad internet connection and the packets don't arrive in sequence. He just has a freaking... I think your Bluetooth is dying.
Man. All right. I give up.
You actually sound good then. Maybe you're just too far away from your device.
All right, that's it.
And
I'm
now...
back. Oh, man.
Dude, I heard a hint of crackle. And sorry, my ears are sensitive to stuff like that. I did orchestra for like 4 years.
That's great, dude. All I need to know is if I'm wasting my time talking.
I wouldn't say you're wasting your time, but you might want to get...
Am I trans crackle?
Yeah, you're crackling on some things, and then you're...
transitioning to no crackle.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say this one more time, dude. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. The ground is below you, in case you didn't know that. So, at all times, the horizon's below you. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, is there a problem with the horizon being low in your field of view? Is that an issue?
I mean, there's a claim that's made by a lot of flat earthers that the horizon always rises to your eye level.
What does that mean?
It means that you're going to see the horizon in the same place in your vision, like directly in the center.
Sure?
In the center of your vision.
Whoa, bro. Rises to and in the center of don't jive. So, for example, if I say I'm going to the store, I've not yet arrived at the store. If I say I'm in the center of the store, I'm in the store. So maybe it's a language problem. Just because flat earthers say that the horizon should be at the midline of your vision, if anybody has, they're wrong. So why would it matter to show people who aren't the people making that claim that the horizon is below the midline of your vision? Like, what's the issue? What's the problem?
Because that's something that we expect on a sphere.
Dude, okay, let me help you out, friend. The ground is below you, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
We all agree, right? It's not like when you go up high in the sky, the ground gets taller. Right? So I don't know what aspersions you've been cast by some moronic flat earther that may or may not have told you the horizon should be at the midline of your vision if the earth was flat, but that's stupid.
The point is the horizon drops away from you as you get higher.
Yeah, no duh, dude. The ground is below you. The higher you go, the more it's below you. Holy moly, bro. Duh.
So there's something physical about the horizon.
Holy crap, one more time for the slow kids in the back. The horizon is where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. So yeah, there's some part of it that's the ground, and the ground is below you all the time. Unless you're at the base of a mountain, I guess. But if you get higher, then it's going to get lower. What's the issue?
So the horizon is a physical thing.
Holy crap, dude. Painful.
It's been this way for like an hour.
Dude, the horizon's an artifact of the fact that you see everything by acquiring light from the outside world. That's all it is, dude. Because you don't have a supercomputer plugged into the matrix so you can see all floating points simultaneously in an orthographic and transdimensional representation, dude. Yeah, you have eyes, you have to see. You have an angular field of view. So maybe you're under the misapprehension that if ideal artist perspective existed in reality, which it doesn't, that everything would, if the earth was flat, go into infinity to a point. Well, that's not even possible, dude. Because in reality, you actually have to use light to see, not ideal lines that you draw on a piece of paper. And light actually has properties. It takes up space, it has wavelengths, right? There's angles involved. There's near field diffraction, far field diffraction. There's all kinds of things going on. There's no such thing as ideal perspective in the real world. Kind of like there's no such thing as platonic shapes. I mean, this would be as stupid as me saying the Earth can't be a globe because it's not a perfect sphere. Would you take me seriously if I said something like that? The answer is no, you wouldn't. Because I'd be arguing from an ideal, which is nonsense. I mean, if you want to say the Earth can't be flat because it's not an ideal form represented in artist perspective, I mean, I don't know what to do here.
Not what I was saying, but okay.
Well, then why does the horizon being lower at the higher you go have any merit to talking about the Earth being a globe or flat then? As if
because
the horizon has to be at the midline of your
that
vision.
has been made that it rises to eye level.
Okay, fair. Okay, so it's a bunk claim. It's a stupid claim. Do we both agree? Yeah, we both agree.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now that we know it doesn't prove the Earth's not flat, whoop-de-doo.
Then the photo that does show the Earth curving was just dismissed as, oh, that's fake.
What Earth curving? That photo that you showed where the horizon was lower than the crosshairs that you put?
No, not that one.
Okay, then where's the one we're showing it's curving?
One that had, what's his name, Bislin's calculator overlaid.
What? That's wait a minute, dude. Are you basically go ahead? But are you basically having an image where you can't see the bottom of it, and then you're doing like a blink test, or this bottom is sunk under a horizon line, and you think that because you can't see the bottom that you're looking at curvature, that's not showing curvature.
No, it's
dude.
because you can see it from side to side.
Side to side. Yeah, all right. Yeah, post that. homie.
How much curve are you claiming to see from side to side? Do you have a number?
Not very much.
So it's just like it looks curved, it must be curved, but with no data to go with it.
Yeah, it's a 3-degree dip angle.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be bogus nothing. What? Dude, you just sent me the same image you were talking about earlier.
No, the image that I was talking about earlier was this one.
All right, you must have done it accidentally.
Oh, that's
no, you
the same
posted
way.
the same thing.
I just
Yeah.
posted the same thing. No, that's not what I meant. I forgot to copy the correct image. That's
No worries.
That's the photo.
Holy crap, dude, that's not a photo. Are you telling me this is an overlay on an actual photo?
Yeah, the second one that I posted is an overlay. The first one is a photo taken with an app that does the overlay.
Holy crap. One X iPhone camera? Holy crap. You think an iPhone doesn't have barrel distortion because you just put on fisheye?
What barrel does an iPhone camera have?
Dude. All it says is 1X iPhone camera. What does that mean? The first iPhone?
No, it means that it's not zoomed in or distorted or anything.
Yeah, which phone? Which iPhone?
I don't know.
Well, then who cares? You can't even go to the particulars of the lens.
Well, it's an iPhone camera. There's
Okay, how about I post my picture from the side of a plane showing the wing and an upward curved horizon. So I have a picture of an upward curved horizon. You have a picture of a downward curved horizon. Who's correct?
Right, I also have a photo of a downward curved horizon of my own. Let me see.
Hey, Grumman,
I
are
think
these
it's on my
pictures you're gonna?
other
Are these
thing.
pictures you're posting gonna be authentic?
Something that I've used before, and then people are always like, "Why is the wing curving up and stuff?" And it's like, I mean, that's how that airplane is designed.
Oh yeah.
Really interesting, like the 777 or 787.
No, dude. There's no way to even validate this is even a photo, dude. So I don't even know what you're doing here. But whatever. I will save it. Let me save it here. $43,000 feet. Okay. Oh, at 43,000 feet, the distance to the horizon is a certain distance, right? Whatever it is, correct? Let's just call it one horizon distance. Okay, makes sense. Now, if you're on a ball and the horizon's a curve, then that means the horizon is the same distance, 360 degrees around you, correct? Not only that, but it's the same angle. From your altitude down, it's the same angle, 360 degrees around. So it's the same angle and the same distance. So where's the curvature information coming from to be rendered in the image? Think about it. In order for that curved line in your image to be the curve of the Earth, then the left and right have to be either a further distance or a shorter distance, or a bigger angle or a lesser angle. So that would mean that what you're looking at is changing distances and changing angles. How's that happening if the Earth's a ball? You know what's interesting about a flat thing is that to the corners is a diagonal distance that's greater than the center distance. You can't get that on a sphere, dude. So we got a problem here. So my question is, in your image, the curve is higher in the center and it's down in the left and the right. So which portion is longer? Like which way? When you look left, is the Earth longer, or when you look right, is the Earth longer, or when you look straight ahead, is the Earth longer? Which one?
I would say left or right.
Why? Well, let me ask you this question. It's to ask of a glober, because the glober is claiming that this arc represents you're on a sphere, but it's the same distance and it's the same drop angle. So that curve is the same distance and the same drop angle. And if the z-axis in the distance and the y-axis up and down is compounded on the same axis in a two-dimensional image, which it is, then what's going on? How are you getting a curve at all? Wouldn't it have to be more of an angle to the left and to the right?
Wouldn't images on the left side also be tilted away from the images on the right side if that was Earth curve?
Well, we still got a problem that it's the same drop angle. Same drop angle, same distance. So if you're looking straight ahead and a same drop angle and the same distance causes the quote-unquote alleged curve of the Earth to be rendered high in the image, then why is it not causing the quote-unquote curve of the Earth to being rendered in the same height on the left and the right?
Why?
What's that?
I said, I'm asking why. What's the answer?
Oh, because it's optical curve, not physical curve. That's why.
That's what I was going to say. I knew it. I knew it. Damn fisheye lens.
I bet the CIA invented the fisheye lens too.
But if you're above the Earth and the horizon is a circle, okay, that circle, the bounds of that circle is the same distance, same radius all the way around you, and the same drop angle. So if a portion of it's coming in at you and it renders at a certain height in your field of view, then the rest should as well, because it's the same. So pick any point on that line. Just look at the image he posted. Well, wait a minute. Did you guys see the image he posted? Let me post it.
Yeah, we saw it.
This one, and he posted this one here.
Yeah, we saw those. The second one.
So put your finger on any point on that apparent curved line that he's claiming is a curved line. Pick any point.
Mm-hmm.
Put your finger there. Once you got it locked in, tell me what the distance and the drop angle is. Someone already posted the distance. We'll just use 3 degrees for the drop angle. So -3 for the drop angle at 13,000 meters. Okay, you got it? 13,000 meters, 3 degrees drop. Now pick a different point. It's the same, 13,000, 3 degrees drop. Okay, so if you picked a different spot, why is it not rendered in the same position if the values from the one rendered it at a certain point in your field of view? Why are the rest of them not rendered the same? Because all the light's coming in from those points at the same distance and the same angles. You know, there's a thing out there that people think there's distortion-free lenses, and that's not true. Lenses just manage the distortions in different ways. So they preserve one quality at the expense of another, like rectilinear lenses. People say, oh, rectilinear lenses are distortion-free. Well, that's not true. In fact, if you go to an actual camera website, an actual photography website, you know, not somebody's blog or some Wikipedia article, they'll actually explain it to you. Funny enough, the way that the rectilinear lens works on preserving the distortion, if you had a dark, let's just say a green bottom half of a page and a red top half of the page, in the far field, the further you get away from the origin, from the center of the image, the red and the green would separate because the values increase on the y-axis as you get further away from zero. So if you actually did that and looked at it again, it would look like a curve. Kind of weird like that. So in other words, the far left and far right side of the image would look curved. And since that's how they work, and we know that, then you would expect something that's a straight line to look curved. So funnily enough, and this is weird, the globers at this altitude should expect to see a flat horizon, and they should expect that the lens is what's causing the apparent curvature, even if the Earth was a globe. You got to get a lot further away from the surface for those angular relationships to change to where you're going to have discernible curvature information. Well, it's too bad Grumman boy didn't stick around to tell me how he's getting curvature information from the same angle and the same distance, no matter which way you look. All right, friends, go back to that image where you put your finger. Now, if you spin your head, what's happening over on the left is all of a sudden going to be in the center of the vision. It's going to be high in the frame again. What caused what's on the left to come up high in the frame? If it already was at the same drop angle and the same distance, what changed? Very interesting, huh? What's funny, dude, is that a Glover said that even the ISS shouldn't see curve. He was actually a planetarium director.
flat Earth does not exist.
It's a weird thing to say.
Why do you think the Earth is flat? Like, just give me like examples on how the Earth would be flat.
Well, because that's everybody's experience, and that's how everybody measures and uses it, and there's never been any measurement of curvature or compensation for curvature, spin, or any of that stuff. Mostly.
Yeah, but like there are literally pictures from space, by the way, that show the Earth's curve. It's a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep telling yourself that, but unless you validate those pictures, which we have, we've tried to validate them from the surface level. No curving Earth, so it's over.
Then explain to me why in a plane can you see the curvature of the Earth from a plane?
Well, I've been in a plane many times. I've never seen any curvature. Period.
Do you wear glasses? It's a genuine question.
No.
Huh.
Yeah, the human eyes are not sufficient to see curvature from an airplane. Your focal length is too short.
We've got Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS. So have you seen curvature? You must be mistaken.
DeGrasse never said that.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
Yeah, he did.
Multiple times.
Send me a video of him saying it right now.
Just look it up on YouTube. They're everywhere.
Just send me a video of it.
They're on YouTube everywhere.
Send me a video of it saying it right now.
They're on YouTube everywhere. Go look it up.
If I have to find it, I will. But the thing that would be better for your case is if you showed us measurable curvature of the Earth. That'd be the thing.
But like, can you show a genuine, measurable, like flatness of the Earth? Have you ever like?
Yeah, it's done every day by professionals. Right. So every day by professionals, people are surveying the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, laser beams.
We use laser tests. We do long distance observations. The surveyors measure it that way. All the builders measure it that way. I mean, is that not enough for you? Oh, he ran away. It got too real. What a shame.
I was disappointed when I didn't see curvature from an airplane.
Yeah, well, so when I never thought about it when I was flying before I had the information or before I had my, let's say my eyes opened. I looked out towards the horizon out the window and I was like, wow, man, you can see for a long ways, but apparently this thing's curved, right? But left to right, I never saw it. It was flat every time. So I don't know what curve he's talking about. Left to right. I mean, even in the airplane window, that little bit of curvature that might. I mean, I obviously knew it was in the window. I didn't think about that at all. You'd have to be an idiot to look through a window, see how many layers there are, and even see the contour of the window, and then see an apparent curvature of what you're looking through and go, yep, that's Earth curve. I mean, you'd have to be an absolute moron not to know that the glass is curved.
Yeah, they don't realize that the windows for airplanes are not meant for optical clarity. They're just meant to be strong enough to withstand the forces of flight.
100%. They got that convexity so that, all the different pressures and changes in pressure will essentially not compromise the seal of the cabin. So they want those windows to be strong. That's why they're multi-layered. There's even a little vent. There's little holes in one of the panes so that the condensation doesn't build up. I mean, they're very sophisticated. They're engineered for a purpose. It's not a viewing port. I mean, it is, but you're not going to get any accuracy out of what you're seeing. But if you look at that window,
it's more of a light source than an optical port.
Right. I mean, you're just looking at the window. You got some light. It's great to be able to see from that height. I mean, it's awesome. I love looking out the windows. I love window seats. Some people don't care, but I think it's just fascinating to stare out that window. But an apparent curvature, right? So in the quote unquote pictures from space, there's a ball Earth, so it's apparently a ball. But to measure the Earth, no curve. Pretty much solves the problem. It's obviously propaganda unless you can find this measurable curve. That's the thing we're looking for.
Yeah. See, I was lucky enough to fly on an airplane when I was 7 years old. So whenever I heard somebody say, "Well, you could see Earth curves from an airplane window," I went like, "What? Are you crazy? I never saw any Earth curve."
Yeah. Luckily, we got Giga in here. Giga, have you seen Earth curve from an airplane window?
No.
Me either. You got the Blockbuster on your PFP there. Are you old enough to even have gone to a Blockbuster?
Oh yeah, many times.
Sweet. So you're at least 30, right?
Right.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. We used to have a Blockbuster up until maybe like 10 years ago.
Really?
It was one of the very last ones.
Yeah. Boy, they made a killing, though, when they were in business. And people were renting movies, man. They made more money on me with late fees than they did the actual rental, because I would just, I would like put it off. I'd procrastinate and not take that thing back.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people just keep the movies and have to end up paying for them.
I don't think I ever kept one, but I did take my sweet time getting it back. What brings you by, Giga? You been in here before?
Yeah, a time or two.
Okay. What's your persuasion? You flat or you sphere?
I'm undecided. I don't have strong feelings.
Undecided.
Undecided.
Okay.
I don't know what shape the Earth is.
Well, that's fair. I can say that I do know that it's flat and stationary, because I, first person knowledge, have measured it myself, or at least taken some long distance observations. And I mean, the thing that I think the smoking gun for me is the motion of the Earth, right? So people are saying that there are 4 different vectors that we should be experiencing, or accelerations, I should say. And we don't experience any of those. So the apparent motion of the sun or the luminaries or anything like that, for me, is objective if I can't tell if the Earth is moving. Objectively, the celestials are moving, the Earth remains stationary.
Yeah, I've seen laser tests where you can see a laser, like, was it like 30 miles away?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to do that on a flat or a round Earth.
Yep, this is true. Well, welcome. Thanks for being chill. It's a rare thing.
Yeah.
You sound like you're from the States. Are you from the States? Or at least...
Yeah.
Are you living in the territory or land occupied by the United States corporation owned by the Federal Reserve Bank? That's the more accurate way to describe it.
Yeah, that sounds like me.
Yeah, the foreign vessel in dry dock called the United States of America.
Yep. Oh, man. Well, it's cold where I'm at. I think most of the country's cold right now. We're down in the high 20s.
It's so cold and sad here.
Yeah. Yesterday was dreary and windy. It was not fun. At least the sun's out.
Yeah, dreary is the
Today.
word. I always talk about the weather like it's an emotion, you know?
Right.
I think it's sad outside.
I got like 30, 35 and a half degrees here. The snow is melting.
Well, that's good. So where I'm at, I'm in Missouri. We had, I would say, an unseasonably warm late summer, early fall. And I didn't capitalize on it. I didn't spend more time outside. I was actually kind of saying, I'm tired of this heat, so I stayed indoors. But I could have accomplished a lot more. So I got nothing but regret. Now it's cold. All of a sudden.
Yeah, same thing in October. I think the first weekend in October, we had blistering heat. Next weekend, cold.
Yeah. You farther north?
Yeah, I'm between the Great Lakes.
Oh yeah, you guys have got snow then. Yeah, okay. Is it over? Are you having another wave coming through?
Depends on the winds. We're getting a lot of lake effect snow now, so.
Okay.
If the winds pick up, we get the snow.
I've heard about that lake effect. So you have to be on the eastern side of the lake, right?
I'm actually between Lake Ontario and Lake Erie. So
okay.
If the winds come out of the north, we get lake effect off Ontario. If they come from the south, we get lake effect off Erie. Thankfully, they don't do that too often.
You guys, I'm curious, how long have you been in the area that you're in? Have you kind of been born and raised most of your life? Is that just kind of your stomping grounds?
Born and raised, except for a couple of years.
Okay. So would you say on average you get the same, less, or more snow than when you were a kid? Because you sound like you're probably at least my age. I'm in my mid 40s. But
youngin, you're a youngin.
Okay. Okay. So
I'm mid 50s, and we used to get more as a kid. The blizzard of '77, what a disaster that was.
Right. Yeah, I would say, even my experience in the two states that I've lived in, I was born and raised in Colorado, and now I've been out here in Missouri. Everybody says the same thing, right? Like when I was a kid, it snowed way more. We had snow, and it would stay on the ground for a while, and that was my experience when I was a kid. And it's just not. It's not that way. You'll get a few, you'll get a couple. Like here in Missouri, you'll get a couple of them where the snow will stick for a few days, but those are maybe two. Maybe two.
Yeah. There's been many years we didn't have a major snowfall until around late December, like Christmas.
Yeah.
Like we only had flakes on the ground, no major snowfalls till to the end of December. We've had green Christmases. That never happened as I was a child.
Right. Green Christmas. That's hilarious. Yeah. And you kind of have to like check yourself and go, okay, am I remembering my childhood wrong? Has it always been this way, or are we actually not experiencing the same amount of snow that we typically did? And I think I remember it right. I mean, I think the winters were a bit more harsh, a little bit more moisture, or at least lasting frozen moisture on the ground.
Yeah, I remember shoveling plenty of snow as a child. Those memories are burned into me because it took a little bit of effort.
Yep.
I'd say the last time we got any like serious snow was maybe in the '90s, where we had snow every day for 2 weeks. So much snow that they couldn't plow all the side streets. Only the major streets were being plowed.
Yep. Yep.
That's when I went out and bought tire chains.
Yep.
And even though they're illegal here, who's going to stop me when I could do 30 miles an hour down a side street with 10, 12 inches of snow? People must have thought I was nuts because I was just booting it down these streets at full speed.
That's right. A lot more people had. Are they illegal now? I mean,
well, they've always.
I know the trucks can use them
because they rip up the roads around here. They are required in the higher elevations, like Colorado. Is definitely have to have tire chains to even get onto some of those mountain roads.
Right. Man, you mentioned that, and I'm like, yeah, people in the 80s and the 90s had chains, even on their passenger cars or their pickup trucks, you know. And I'm like, we don't do that anymore.
Nope.
But I mean, it makes perfect sense. The chain's going to beat the hell out of the asphalt, obviously.
Yeah, because I remember I got stuck one time at work, and because the plow had come and plowed in every single exit from our parking lot. But there was one exit that didn't have that much, so I figured I would drive through it to kind of beat down the snow or whatever. But I got kind of high centered, and just a couple spins of the tire, and I cut a groove in the concrete. Like there was a dish in the sidewalk when I checked it out in the springtime.
Yeah, you left your mark forever.
Yeah, those chains can cut into concrete. Like they are good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to shovel the snow underneath the my vehicle. Once I got off, once it settled down, I moved no problem.
Yeah, the winters have changed. Now, it's not to say that they won't change back or maybe even be worse. But it does make you think, right? Like, why are the winters a bit more mild than they used to be? And I couldn't point to one thing. I would at least like to see the skies not being messed with, you know, in all forms. Whether it's HAARP or you know, whether they're putting aerosols of, you know, the barium, the strontium, the aluminum in the sky. Even I've heard that Doppler affects the weather systems.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe we should just stop messing with all this crap, leave it alone, and you know, let normal weather prevail.
Like why do we have those Nexar radar systems running 24 hours a day, every single minute of the day?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, we need to be warned about whether or not the weather's going to show up. And there was a time when people were so in tune with the weather, they knew it was coming. You didn't have to have a weather map with high pressures and low pressure systems and fronts, and you're going to get rain this day, even though they're wrong most of the time right now anyway. You know, people will tell you, oh yeah, no, it's going to get rough on the TV, and then it doesn't happen. But at one time, people could just tell what was coming. Because they were in tune with it. They like, oh, this is, you know, I get a wind out of the north. You know, it's kind of humid though, so I'm going to be expecting some kind of, at least soon, some kind of rain, maybe some thunderstorms or maybe some snow. People knew. I mean, I experience it today. I know when the wind's coming out of the north, but it feels a little bit humid. I'm going to get hit with something. So, I don't know. I don't know that we need the weatherman. I certainly know that we probably ought not be screwing with the air outside and blasting it with all kinds of different radio frequencies, amplified frequencies. Don't mess with it.
Yeah.
I guess I'm old-fashioned.
Why not just run your Nexar radar under normal conditions, like once every 5 minutes? You know, why do you need it on 24/7?
Exactly. I mean, my weather updates, you know, when it comes to radar, a lot of times they'll be in 10-minute intervals, even though I know that scanning that entire time. but they're just going to give me the update every 10 minutes. So why don't you just check every 10 minutes? Why don't you just give it a check? Run your NexRad or your Doppler or whatever for a minute and tell me what's going on.
Yeah. When there's not a single cloud in the sky, once every 15 minutes should be sufficient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What are they doing in between?
Roasting everything with radio, amplified radio frequencies.
And since this is Speculation Sunday, I have to add in my own personal observation, which was a few days before January 6th, where we were in Indiana at the time. The sky was peppered with all this checkerboard pattern like we had never seen it. And we had snow like we hadn't seen in Indiana for years and years and years, which made its way to the East Coast. And then the next several days, there was absolutely nothing in the sky, and it was clearly in the sky, and all the snow and everything quit. And then a few days before January 20th, once again, we saw maybe even heavier checkerboard pattern in the sky with plane after plane after planes helping the checkerboard pattern like we had never seen. And then it was really bad. Snow went to the East Coast. And then for the next few weeks, there was absolutely nothing in the sky. So I can only speculate that one might have something to do with the other, maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of the rub, right? So we can only speculate about what effects any of this nonsense would have on what we would call a natural system. I would not say that the weather is controlled completely, but I do believe that they can at least mess with it a little bit. They could. Cloud seeding is definitely a thing. If you know that there must be a particle of some kind for the moisture to gather around, well, then you just spray the air with particulates, right? And hope that the conditions and the wind patterns and the humidity are favorable to create at least a greater or a more severe event than there would ordinarily be. And that, that's enough. I didn't ask for them to do that. And there are people out there that are actually essentially suing for because they consider it a weapon, right? So if you're going to augment the weather, then that means that you are essentially doing something to me that is detrimental, or something at least I didn't ask for, and you didn't ask for my consent, so I need to sue you. So there are people doing that. I don't know how much it's actually having an effect, because it doesn't seem like they're necessarily stopping that kind of behavior or activity. But I didn't ask for them to screw with the weather. And if it negatively affects me, I suppose I have damages, right? I have some kind of compensation coming at me, because if you did something and I didn't ask for it, and it inconveniences me, or it costs me money because this is an entirely commercial system, then I suppose I have some kind of damages coming to me. But whatever. Either way, I'm surprised. So here's the thing I always wonder about: if you're a pilot and you are aware that you are doing something to the environment that may affect hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, how do you sleep at night if you're jacking with people's life in general, right? Because the weather affects your life. We make decisions based on what the weather is doing. How do you sleep at night, pilots out there that are gassing the skies with particulates? he must be being compensated fairly well. You know,
I don't even think they know what's happening. I think it's all in their planes, and somebody flips a switch down on Earth and sends a signal to the plane, and it starts doing what it's doing.
So we actually, when we were in Indiana, we were, I don't know, 100 miles southwest of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, maybe. And that pattern always converged that direction. Always, always, always. And we got to see the actual planes. Sometimes they would be very low where we were, and we could see them. They're not your normal planes. And a friend of mine there told me on multiple instances, and he's a professional person, mind you, he goes outside his house when he sees one of those planes, and he shoots a laser beam at it, supposedly. And he said he stood out there and waited for them to come get him because he's retired. And he says he can't wait. And he's been doing this for about 10 years. And he says they never come. And when we saw the plane, his advice or his speculation seemed to make sense, that there's nobody on the plane. It's some kind of remote controlled craft is what it appears to be.
You know what? And that, the kind of technology that they have, you know, with drones, and like, you find out that a lot of times even these commercial planes, the pilots will admit, hey, listen, all I do is be there for takeoff and be there for the landing. And everything that happens in between is essentially autopilot, right? And you go, wow, well, certainly they could take a plane off and land it without the pilot, because they have drones that do that all the time. We have spy drones. So a pilot at this point, I mean, are they obsolete? What are they really doing with some the commercial aircraft, at least? Are they actually necessary? Are they going to bail that plane out if something goes wrong?
So we know, we're very close to a number of pilots, and the story that I keep actually hearing is they don't need the pilot to land; they need it to take off, and they need it for when last minute change happens from the tower. The tower says, "Hey, get over this way." They have to immediately take control and immediately do things, and that's a fairly regular thing, and they can't at this point get the autopilot to do those things. But so that's really the only thing is the pilot's there, and just in case there's some sort of change.
I guess that makes sense. But if you're gonna, it's one thing to have an aircraft full of people who have the potential, since they made everybody a law merchant, to sue the airline. But if you're just going to be gas in the sky, I guess the liability is way less. They could do that with an entirely automated system and not worry about, you know, let's say a lawsuit, you know. And if that thing crashes on landing or crashes in the middle of nowhere, I guess maybe they don't care too much.
Now, somebody else was trying to cut in there a bit ago. I don't want to monopolize my responses, so whoever that was, I don't know if that was Flat Lloyd Wright or not, but whoever that was in there, please pick up.
I don't see Flat Lloyd, so I guess we've got a.
May be remembering the voice wrong. Whoever that was that Rayleigh? Maybe. Maybe I just don't remember right.
Yeah, it was Rayleigh.
Yeah, Barrington, get your memory fixed.
Well, I've got the boys hollering in the background, and I'm cooking while we talk, so it's a little more of remembering what I heard 2 seconds ago. But yeah, no. But continue on, brother. I wasn't trying to cut you out when I talked over you a moment ago.
So you didn't end up getting the FBI at your door for January 6th?
For better or for worse, we did not.
Yeah, remember those riots they showed on the TV where the people stayed within the velvet ropes? You know, that rioting they did? The worst day ever in American history.
Oh yeah, and I loved how they showed the Antifa guys that went right up to the police, showed their badges, and went right back to the private areas.
Yeah, exactly. And you got that Ray guy telling him, we need to storm the Capitol. Nothing happened to him. He was never arrested. It means he was a plant. I'm just surprised the same crisis actors did show up for their pictures, like at all the other crisis events that happen.
Kids wearing the face masks, so of course they were probably there.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.